the beat. The beat.
It's really important for us to get top 2. The only tough opponent is going to be H2K.
Starting off the board, Fnatic versus H2K.
The first time we met them, we lost.
They're going to jump on him, but he's going to jump on his steelback, and he just blew him right up. That's going to open a dragon up for Fnatic. Oh, huge Timber stun, and that is going to be Fnatic getting the turnaround. Huni, unstoppable.
It's important because we have a rivalry with Fabian.
I don't really mind who I'm playing against. It doesn't matter for me at all.
And there's Lulex going down for Bivin, picking up the kill. H2K offering absolutely no resistance. GG, Fnatic.
So now we are really looking forward to win.
It's gonna be a great match.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League Championship Series, coming to you live from Berlin, Germany. We're about to embark on the final week of the regular season play in the spring split. And just moments ago, we saw the fans getting underway here. They're hyped as always before they came into the studio. They got their signs, they got their smiles, and they are ready to go. A Huni fan, I think there are a lot of those in the crowd every single week. And there's Rocket looking quite cheery, actually, and energetic going into their very first game. They know they need to win versus the Copenhagen Wolves, and there they are, the Wolves themselves, also setting up on stage already. Dentist behind them, giving them some motivational words before they get into that game that is so important. I'm Evie Supporter, and joining me to kick off the last 10 games before the spring playoffs is caster for the European Challenger Series, James Stress O'Leary, and our very own Trevor Quickshot Henry. Welcome, gentlemen, and welcome, Stress, the very first time at the desk.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here on the big stage here at LCS, and you know, we just wrapped up our Challenger round robin yesterday, and excited to see how the end of the EU LCS Spring Split group stage is going to be as well.
Glad you mentioned it. You wrapped up your regular season of the Challenger Series yesterday, means you'll be going into the playoffs fairly soon. Can you walk us through what have been the main events? What are the teams that are going into the playoffs?
Yeah, it's been quite a crazy round robin overall. We've had teams going 8-0, 0-8, and coming into the last week, there was still a lot on the line. But we finally have 4 teams remaining that are going to be fighting for those potential 3 spots in the LCS. As you can see, we got 2 semifinals that are going to be taking place this week. First up, it's going to be Lowland Lions against Gamers 2 on the Tuesday in a best-of-3, and then Wednesday, Origin X-Peke's team that everybody is talking about will be facing off against Team Dignitas Europe to try and get themselves into that grand final spot.
Yeah, that all starts at March 31st, and I believe the finals are on April the 8th, and it will actually be right here in the studio. And if you want to get tickets for that and check out the schedule, everything you need is over on lolesports.com, and it's going to be a blast. They do some crazy things in the Challenger Series.
I learned yesterday that Timo is a legit pick and can win games.
Yep. 100% win rate in the Challenger Series, never forget. But we're going to turn it back to the LCS now, as we are also almost in our playoffs, the very last week of games. And last week we saw a huge meta shift with 5.5 coming in and just so much versatility across the board.
It was really exciting to see. 5.5 did introduce Cinder Hulk, of course, which meant tank junglers, the rise of the era. There was a lot of questions going in. How many teams would adopt it? What would we actually be seeing? And when we break down the numbers, there was 48 unique picks or bans over the course of Week 8 in the LCS. It's a 25% increase over weeks 1 through 7 on average. So that is a massive, massive improvement in a scene where the pro levels tend to stick to a relatively, smaller champion pool. The thing that I particularly like with a tank in the jungle, the option for tanks in the top lane, it meant that you had these longer games, these drawn-out matches, and it was interesting seeing all of these new and unique champions for the first time.
Yeah, and it's not only the tanks that are starting to come back. Alongside that, we're seeing the re-emergence of the hyper carry, AD carries, the late game scaling, the tank busters, if you'll have it, down in that AD carry role. We're seeing a lot of them come back in. Who's going to be the teams that are going to be picking up the wins with that? Who's going to struggle to adapt to that change?
We'll see. You mentioned those late game AD carries. We have the tanks, some newly very popular picks are Sejuani, Nunu, Hecarim, Jinx, Kog'Maw, Janna, Nami. Walk us through the kind of comps we've seen in the last week and how these champions fit in.
Yeah, there has been a lot of changing around in the metas. We've already alluded to double tanks. There's a couple of picks that you can rely on coming up a lot more. The Kog'Maw, we're going to expect that a lot when Lulu is available. I don't actually expect really at any point that both of those are going to be together. Deficio and I have been talking a lot about that, and that's a really strong combination here that a lot of teams, I have a feeling, are going to ban out.
Yeah, it was also interesting to see that despite the fact that the LCS regions were 5.5, LCK, LPL running older patches 5.4, they also suffered that craziness that we've seen in recent weeks. I'm hoping it continues. We got some of the most exciting, most interesting games we've had all year long during the last week, and we can only hope for more.
Exactly, and one of the weapons at the disposal of the teams here is Bard. He is enabled this week. I know you are particularly fond of him. Trevor, do you think we'll see Bard popping up here?
No. I think quite bluntly, no. We've talked to a lot of teams, we've talked to a lot of pros, especially in the support role. They just feel that Bard is, has a lot of tools, but master of none. Fairly low in the damage, fairly low in the utility. If you wanted to have certain things, you can get them from other champions. So yes, Bard is enabled. Do I expect to see him? No.
Yeah, I'm along the same lines. I really like his kit in theory. He's a little bit weak at the moment when it comes to his laning presence, and then you have to roam. It's quite difficult to get him into the game. I think if there's any outside chance, it might be a team like Elements with a support player like Krepu who loves to roam. We may see him in one game, but I'm not expecting it.
Yeah, we'll see. In any case, the teams have a ton of things to work with going into this final week. And with the postseason just around the corner, we got to take a look at the playoff picture and how things stand before we kick off the games today. As we know already, SK Gaming, Fnatic, H2K, Gambit, and the Unicorns of Love have locked in their spot in the playoffs. That means one spot remaining. And Trevor, I heard you saying on PTL, you think it's going to be the Wolves.
I'm going to go further and say I know it's going to be the Wolves. I know it's strong, but if you look at the standings, they've got an extra win. Yes, they play Roccat in the first game of the week, but then they play Giants on Friday. These are two matchups that Copenhagen Wolves should have in the bag. I feel that they are the smarter team. They've got more to work with, and with Youngblood having options in the top lane for tanks, I definitely think they have the tools at their disposal. It is obviously going to hinge on beating Roccat. As long as they do that straight out the gates, that's it. That's your 6th playoff team.
Yeah, and it's not only the 6th playoff team that's highly contested. Down at the bottom side of the table as well, we've got that fight for who is going to be automatically relegated to Challenger. And when you look at the likely replacement, I think everybody is saying, Origin are looking so good. It looks to be like quite a significant skill replacement when you compare the two sides.
Yeah, we will see how that plays out here today. So let's take a look at the schedule because we'll have a much clearer picture of everything after the first game today. But that means we do have to play 5 games here today. We're going to start everything off with Copenhagen Wolves versus Roccat, which is a huge game. Immediately, Roccat, they have no choice. They have to win or they're out of the playoffs. What are you guys especially looking forward to?
If you look at the entire day's games, I feel game 1 is in the bag in the Wolves, so I'm actually looking at game 2, H2K versus Fnatic. This is the battle for 2nd place at the top of the table. There are some outlier cases where if SK loses, one of these teams could take first. I'm not expecting it. What I'm interested to see is how these teams perform. I think H2K is a smarter team than Fnatic. Fnatic is a more aggressive team. And you compare their records, 9 wins, 1 loss for H2K in the last 10. 7 wins, 5 losses for Fnatic. So the team that's in recent form, I think HTK have the edge.
That's an interesting battle for second, but I'm more interested in the battle for that 5th, 6th spot, which we're going to find out in the last game of today. Unicorns of Love versus Gambit. Not only is it important for the seeding, it's also going to be a playoff preview. And these two teams are very highly likely to be meeting each other in the playoffs, in the first round. And it's going to tell us exactly how these two teams stack up going into those playoffs. And the team that really isn't quite stacking up yet, at the bottom side of the table, Elements. We have to see whether they fix their issues. They've had a lot of roster swaps throughout the season. Can they finally get themselves, at least a spot to stay in the LCS?
It's so weird, right? You look at Elements last week. They took down H2K. They stopped the win streak. They broke the #1 team from Europe. And then they drop a game to Gambit where they were absolutely obliterated. So I'm interested to see whether they can pull it up. There is a chance Elements can make it into playoffs, but it is very slim and it's reliant on Wolves and Rocket and some fidgeting of the numbers.
Yeah, basically everyone has to try and get a 2-0 here this week. There's a ton on the line, and I'm sure you guys have a thing or two to say as well. And we want to know what you think, so tweet at us the answer to the question, which team do you think is the most prepared for the spring playoffs and why? And you know the drill, tweet at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag LCS, and we will answer those questions later in the show. For now, though, it's time to look at two teams fighting for the last spot in the spring playoffs, the Copenhagen Wolves and Roccat. Copenhagen Wolves are 7-9, Roccat are 6-10. And as said, Roccat, they have to win or they are out of the playoffs. And the Copenhagen Wolves, they also have to win to keep control of their own destiny, which is, of course, what you always want. Let's start by taking a look at that lineup for the Copenhagen Wolves. Youngbuck, Airwax, Soren, Freeze, Unlimited, and Dentist. If we look at what we've learned from them on their performance, it hasn't been that good. They went 1-3 in the last couple of games and 0-2 specifically last week. And for me, Airwax especially left something to be desired, picking that Fizz 2 times in a row, and it didn't really bring anything for him.
You know what? I think that's fair. And I think when you actually brought this up with us in the office earlier in the week, we looked at Airwax as a jungler and compared him in his recent performances over the last couple of weeks. This is a guy who played 8 games on Jarvan and actually had some very impressive stats. 75% kill participation, a decent, GPM. The problem is that's 8 games out of 16. The other 8, he's played 1 champion in every match. So he's gone through another 8 different champions. Lower KBA, kill participation, lower gold per minute, and lower impact in the game. Airwax has not been able to contribute to Youngbuck's laning or Soren's laning, and I feel that's why the Wolves have started losing in the back half of the split. But I think a little bit more time, stable patch, tanks favoring Youngbuck, this could be the week that can bounce back.
Yeah, and this is the moment to step up. If we take a step back and look at the bigger picture for the Wolves, they've actually done pretty well in the middle of the season. They actually went on a run for a couple of games as well, but this is where they have to pull it together. They have to beat Roccat. Let's take a look at their opponents on the red side: Overpow, Jankos, Nukeduck, Woolite, Vander, and Ducky. And the story of Roccat is, frankly said, a very underwhelming story. This split, they've said, we want to be second or top 2, we want to be top 3, we want to make the playoffs, and they had to lower their expectations. Cyanide had a very harsh statement about them, but might be reality. He said, Roccat, they have subpar laners in every lane. As said, a little bit harsh, but a lot of times it's been reality in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, exactly. And although it's quite harsh just to hear on its own, when you put that alongside the games and their performances, Roccat are a side that coming into this split, all the hype was on Nukeduck. Everybody was saying about, man, Nukeduck's going to really destroy all of the mid laners. We've got a load of good mid laners, but Nukeduck, he's one of the best. That didn't really show up. The top lane, Overpower, was new to the role. Jankos hasn't lived up to his First Blood master that we saw all of last season. And a player like Woolite coming onto the roster who should now be comfortable on these hyper carries, that's the style he wants to play. Roccat didn't play to him last week. Can they play to him in these final 2 games? Yeah,
and they have to. With the double tank meta, if they can get some, strong frontline from Jankos and Overpower, buy some time for Woolite, I think the possibility is there, but Woolite just needs to fix his positioning. It's been shocking all split long. Just very quickly, I want to hit on the fact that the Wolves, as a team, something Deficio said a few times, they're a solid middle-of-the-pack team. They lose to teams above them. They beat teams below them. This is a matchup where they're playing a team below them. In theory, they should be able to take it.
In theory, they should indeed. We'll see how that one plays out. Now, as we've seen this season, a roster full of top-tier talent isn't enough to carry a team to victory. And according to Youngbuck, it all comes down to a squad synergy and coordination.
A lot of people always focus on looking who the best players are, but they don't really look at the synergy, and Rocket is a very good example of that. On paper, they are a very strong team, but somehow they just don't mesh very well, and that's causing them to lose a lot of games. I know both the coach and Woolite miss us as players or people outside of the game. I think that his problem is that in his old team with us, we were always playing around him, and now he's not being played around because he has other superstars around him. So, you know, the crazy plays that he does, it worked with CW, but it doesn't work with Rocket because of the different play style.
Hello folks, I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young. Today I'm here to bring you the play-by-play with the help of Martin Deficio Lenga. This is a must-win matchup for both these teams, Martin.
Yeah, it is, and for most of the teams now this week, obviously, if you want to get the final push for better seeding in the playoffs or get into the playoffs here. Rocket, they need to win. They need to beat the Copenhagen Wolves if they want a chance to make top 6.
Yeah, and of course, if Copenhagen Wolves do win, Rocket are out of that playoff contention. However, in the last couple weeks, they've been a little bit more on the downslope, 1-3 record.
Yeah, it's been looking pretty bad, honestly, for Copenhagen Wolves, especially in the new patch. Once Jarvan got nerfed a little bit, that's where Airwax took a big hit. Analysts has talked about it, how he had 8 great games on it, and then he's not been looking too great on everything else. I did quite like his Fizz in the jungle. I felt like it worked okay. He got a lot of solo kills in the one-on-ones. The problem was, Copenhagen Wolves as a team fell way too far behind when they played it and never really got to use it too well.
Yeah, we'll see whose teamwork does work out this time around. These two will clash for the final time in the spring split. Starting off the board as they get excited. The band's coming in. Is LeBlanc, Zed, and Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
They really are focusing on that mid lane, aren't they?
LeBlanc, Zed, stand-up bans against Rocket. I really like the Twisted Fate as well. It's one of the champions Nuke Dog has liked to use to really try and snowball his side lanes. But Rocket, it's been all about Woolite, and Copenhagen Wolves needs to just try and avoid a Joggermore composition. And the way to avoid it is by first picking that Lulu for the Copenhagen Wolves. So they're purely doing this to take away that protect the AD carry style. We might still see Rocket try and go for it with Janna, with whatever.
Well, you do see Rocket, and Will in particular, preferring those hyper carries. We'll see if they do something else to make the Protect the AD carry comp work out. So far, they've got a decent front line with Overpower on Maokai.
Yeah, that's a good start.
Let's see what the Wolves answer with, too. I'm particularly interested to see where Airwalks goes because we've all heard the stat now about his Jarvan play versus all of his other champions. He's picked so many unique things.
I mean,
Sejuani's got up his sleeve for him.
Sejuani is open. Otherwise, if you want their standard aggressive junglers, Rek'Sai in Italy, nothing has really been banned away except for that Nuno, who is one of the best junglers on this patch. But it seems like most of the teams want to just go to these tanky junglers because there's no real, early pressure. You have to make plays early game. If you play like Rek'Sai, if you play in Italy into a tank, because otherwise you get outscaled. So by taking the likes of Sejuani here for Airwax, it does buy him more time in the late game, where Copenhagen Wolves in the past has struggled to finish out games here. And that's why picking a very strong team fight composition can help them really push their fairly weak team fighting abilities normally.
Yeah, if you're having some trouble with a particular type of strategy, just force yourself to play it. That's the way to do. Now, on the side of Rocket, I think a Janna with a Cog would certainly help as long as Woolite can keep safe.
Question is for Nuke there in the mid lane.
Yeah.
3 bans. He's not really been a Morgana play. He's played Lulu a few times. And if they still want to do like a massive protect Woolite, you would go for the likes of Morgana, you would go for Janna. Gragas would be another great pick in the jungle because he offers so much peel. You can use his ulti defensively. There's quite a lot of CC as well, so I like this here from Rocket. A lot of protection already, despite not having that all-important Lulu. And obviously we're not expecting a Nami coming in, because then suddenly Janna would have to go elsewhere, and that's not really gonna happen. Copenhagen Wolves might want to take it away instead, though.
Yeah, I think that might be the answer in this situation. We'll yet to see what Freeze is going to pick up. He does have his signature champions available to him in this game. There is the Kalista, they're hovering it right now, and they do lock it in.
Ooh, Kalista against all these tanks in the late game. Becomes very hard for it to do a whole lot. Copenhagen Wolves are really looking to snowball from the early game to the mid game here with their comp, because the Gragas and the Maokai in the late game is not really gonna be too bothered by Kalista. She needs a lot of spears in them before the Ren does enough damage to really kill them. So for the Copenhagen Wolves here, really have to be careful they don't get outscaled. They gotta make some plays in the early and the mid game.
I agree with you here. Now let's see what Rocket's got up their sleeve. Nuke Duck, he's had 3
It's good to
bans
loot in
thrown at
Zeko,
him.
but
Are we gonna see a Katarina? They're thinking about it. Oh!
yes, we are, Pyra.
Oh!
Yes, we are.
Cue the pentakill music.
All right, let's see what Nuke Dog is going to build in here. But Katarina is one of those champions who can go for early loot and Zeko, and you have an insane amount of early AoE damage. Otherwise, he doesn't really fit in the composition itself. I mean, the rest is purely protect our AD carry. Katarina doesn't really offer anything, but she does offer another threat that the Copenhagen Wolves have to worry about. And if you have these long fights where the two big tanks are standing in the front line here and slowly but surely poking people down, that's just an opening for Nuclear to come in, clean up these fights here. And again, the Copenhagen Wolves really do not want to fall behind and get to late game against what Rocket has put on the table.
Yeah, talk about snowball potential, though, for real. This is going to be a very bloody game. I think in the mid lane especially, I'm excited to see how this one goes, how the Wolves can handle this. Again, if they win today, I mean, they're in the control of their own destiny, but Rocket, they have to win this to even stay in contention.
Yeah. If they do lose, they suddenly need Elements also to lose the game and have the tiebreaker for who goes down to promotion tournament and who sits at number 7, which is the safe spot. Again, if people haven't, you know, figured out how the system works just yet. Top 6, playoffs, number 7, safe. You're in the LCS for next year, nothing else.
Well, you guys have seen those comps. That first Katarina that we've seen, talk about champion diversity. Why don't you guys tell us who you think is going to take this game? Go ahead and tweet us with the hashtag CWWin or ROCWin. Of course, LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS. Hey guys, get ready to start off week 9. It's the Copenhagen Wolves versus Team Rocket.
And I really like what Rocket has put together here in terms of how they set up their combo, or their comp in, if you look at the players. Overpower is a guy who, well, they tried to put him on carries last week. He played Jarvan both the games, and honestly, that's not a champion Overpower should be playing because he's not a carry. He's not been performing well enough to be the one you put your resources onto and say, okay, if you get fed, we can win. No, put him on a tank. Maokai is perfect for him. One of the champions he's been performing pretty well on, honestly, as well. Still want to see how this Katarina works out. Okay, so Copenhagen was setting up a small trap. I noticed whenever you watch Rocket play, at least like the last 5 or 6 games, they always like to invade in on the enemy blue buff. And that's why Copenhagen was sitting here, trying to bait with this tasty little Lulu. Youngbuck want to try and be caught out, and then they're waiting just around the edge. But Rocket in this case, not really looking like they want to invade on anything.
Yeah, I think they're playing it out a little more cautious this time. A lot is on the line, and they will just be guarding their own jungle entrances, so the Copenhagen Wolves gambit does not pay off. However, definitely good predicting and good scouting of typical trends. It's just Rocket, this time, outline gamed him.
Again, Rocket had done it like 4 or 5 of the last few games, the same move with the invader on that blue buff, so I quite like their plan from the Copenhagen Wolves, but obviously Rocket has most likely looked at their own replays and figured, oh, this is very predictable. Let's, you know, either play a bit safe or invade somewhere else and not just do the same. So Copenhagen Wolves trying to swap to the top side. Rocket will find them as well. We're going to get the standard lanes. Youngbuck will be able to lane against Overpower here, who's doing the Wolf Camp. And we might see Youngbuck try and do the Crooks here together with Airwax simply to help him if he's expecting a lane swap and he wants to like double jungle with him. That's going to hurt him once he realizes they're not gonna be a lane swap, and he didn't get anything early on, didn't even get an early push. So now Opa, once he returns, will get level 2.
Yeah, now Rocket are gonna go ahead and try to freeze this one up in the top lane. It's gonna be a little bit before Freeze and Unlimited do make their way up there. There they go now. So Rocket gets the level 2. He's gonna go ahead and back, should spend that teleport to meet Youngbuck in the bottom. Meanwhile, the Wolves have arrived.
Yeah.
Rocket have backed off.
And the Wolves got a bit of an XP advantage. You can see on Unlimited here, he's already halfway through to level 2 because they got the Grump. Which means Rocket just has to sit back tight and wait for this wave to come in. They will not be getting level 2 as fast as the Copenhagen Wolves. And therefore they're gonna, honestly, they're gonna be forced to play passive. Good job by them to not start pushing the lane. If you push the lane and the enemy team gets a Grump first to get that XP advantage, you get caught in the middle of the lane, they get level 2, and you are just in a bad spot. So smart of them to just wait.
Right, best not to take the chances. I mean, you're Kog'Maw jungling. You don't have to win that lane. You're still going to be farming. Fantastic the longer it goes anyways. And there's a big juicy minion wave for the Cog. He gets a shield on him. It's a little bit of harass out on Unlimited and Freeze, and careful not to get within range of attack. Let's see what this mid lane is doing, however. Sora and Nukeduck both at level 2, giving themselves a respectable distance. We talk too much about it. We don't see too many Katarinas at the top level of professional play, but we've got the Doran shield on. Yeah. Little defense early on.
EDG has used it over in China, but they play about everything in the mid lane, so no real surprise there. I want to see for Nukeduck. Again, it doesn't really fit in with the Protect AD carry, but it's simply to add another damage threat. When you run this double tank, I mean, you never want to fall in that trap where you only have one damage dealer in the late game, because it's too easy for the enemy team to itemize against him, or like try and like zone him out, and if he makes one mistake in a fight, you're gonna lose because the rest of you guys is just pure tanks running around. I mean, Jan is not gonna offer any damage. Gragas late game, I'm expecting him to build full tank, so he's not really gonna offer a whole lot either other than just peel for your AD carry, which is what they want to do. And once you have a target low, that's when Nukeduck can go in and start cleaning up.
Let's see if he does that indeed. For now, just playing out the farm game. Neither junglers really showed much face in the lanes, but meanwhile, they don't need it up in the top. Woolite is caught out by the bubble, but Unlimited is the one taking some serious damage. Just gets away from the Voidoos. And now battered and bruised, these two are, as they go back to farming. A stalemate so far.
Copenhagen Wolves with the early wards on the top side. They will spot Jankos here on the Gragas. But he also saw the Scuttle has been killed and pinged it out for himself. So now he couldn't really do anything on the top side of the map. Just going back to farming, like we often see with these tanks here. They just kind of want to sit back, get level 6, get your Cinderhulk, start stacking up a little bit. You know, become a bit beefy before you really look for early plays. Even though Gragas has some fairly good early ganks. Sejuani can join as well. It's just not on the same level as the likes of an Italy, a Rek'Sai, and so on.
We haven't really talked too much about the bottom lane.
Nothing to talk about.
But it's going to be a real big farm fest for a while. I think you have a point. I'm curious to see, though, if either team doesn't see that as an opportunity to try to push in. It's very safe in both players' cases, but typically Youngbuck and Overpow have both been identified as weak points of the team by other squads. So are they going to give themselves, are they going to give each other rather just kind of that respect, or are they just going to back off?
I think they're just kind of like nullify each other. I mean, one is on a supportive top lane and one is on a big tank. Oh, Woolite taking a lot of damage here.
Yes, we see that as the heal and the exhaust comes up. Freeze, he's going to have to flash because Jankos just got in his face.
The
one Jankos summoner burnt there and a heal as well.
Yeah, Jankos tried to body slam Flash as well, but missed it completely. I think the body slam was already done by the time he flashed away, so ends up trading Flash for Flash with Freeze. Airwax not finding any walls here. We'll get a Grump and, of course, a few deep wards. Will he try and go for a gank on Opa? I mean, they can force a Flash fairly easily. From it, they know Jankos just showed himself on the top side. He was very low on mana as well, so it's a safe gank. There's no chance of the enemy top laner or enemy jungler being there. And obviously, Nukeduck has been pushed back to his tower, so he won't be able to roam, but it seems like they're happy just keeping Overpower and Youngbuck kind of to do their own wet noodle fight here.
Yeah.
Just sit and farm, you know.
Wait till the mid game.
It's going to be about the 80 carries. I was looking at like the numbers for Rocket, like who does the damage on the team? The average 80 carry damage for a team is 27%. Like if you look across all 10 teams in Europe. On Rocket, Woolite does 32%. That's 5% more than the average 80 carry in Europe. So he's basically the big carry on this team. He's always the guy to play around. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Copenhagen Wolves, once Airwax hits level 6, put more focus on trying shutting him down than going for, let's say, Overpower, who's not really doing a whole lot for Rocket normally.
Yeah, and I feel like this maybe, I mean, despite the fact that he was effectively banned out, I think maybe this is why Nukeduck's gone for something that can really try to clean up in the event that they just can't polish off the kills. But on the other hand, Copenhagen Wolves have a number of ways to stop that Death Lotus, and it's going to be very hard for Nukeduck to try and pull this one off. If he does want to try to get the kills rolling. Let's see how that does go. For now, it's still been a very, very passive laning phase. Unlimited's going to throw down the pink ward as Vander finds it. Should be able to clear that one away, no problem. It's back to the farm fest.
That was a strange pink ward from Copenhagen Wolves.
Really, crowd likes it, though.
Really, no reason to pink ward there, unless you were debating it. But we saw Airwax while he were in the river. He just backed away instantly, so not really sure what they were trying to accomplish with that pink ward from Unlimited, but yeah, as you said, it's been cleared away already. And obviously the top laners back to the standard farming.
Oh yeah, no trouble for them whatsoever. A really big discrepancy that has settled in this early game so far, though, is the difference between Freeze and Woolite. And yes, you know, Kog'Maw lane's going to be not necessarily the strongest to try and push an advantage of any kind at the start of the game, but he's losing out on a lot of farm now with the BF sword being completed by Freeze. The bully potential is just starting to get a little difficult. They might be calling for some Jankos help again pretty soon.
Thing is, he has no flash, so he's gonna rely on that body slam to catch Freeze, and Unlimited being thrown in.
Oh yeah, the Fate's call, but the bubble is not gonna connect. Woolite, however, he's got a lot of spears sticking in him, and they will hurt coming back out. So he's going to have to go back to base.
I like this BF sword start for Freeze. I think it's the best on Kalista. It gives you such a massive spike in terms of your rent damage because it scales pretty well for you. And obviously attack speed has been slightly nerfed on Kalista, and she's no longer getting that 100% when she keeps jumping around and resetting her auto attack like she used to. So that's a bit of a lower value in that sense. And that's where if you go BT into Hurricane, I think that's fantastic, especially also for the lane pressure you do have, which is what I expect Freeze to do in this game. And we can see, get 3 or 4 spears on Woolite, and then you pop your Rend, and he's down, like 50% gone already, and he's forced to play so safe. Yankees. I love it.
It's a little early for
Germany.
Oktoberfest, we're in the right country, that's true. All right, Woolite, though, he does push forward into a couple more spears from Freeze, but Jankos is showing face there. Airwalks is now coming around the side as well. We could have our 3v3 right here, Deficio.
Look how easy it is for Copenhagen Wolves to predict where Jankos is going, because they've controlled the river. Airwalks has gotten every single river scuttle crab there for himself, and they've had wards as well placed along the river line. So there's only one way for Jankos to gank, and that's by walking through the tri-bush or just the lane itself. And that's why it's very easy for a Kalista to time her jump off, is to just throw the Q and jump back. And this Gragas, he won't really catch you. And they've been using it to say, we don't care where Jankos is. We can keep pushing on Woolite, on Vander here. They're going to take the tower. They can swap down to the bottom side, get control there, which also will give them a dragon later. The Copenhagen Wolves looking very good here in the early game, just through Freeze and Unlimited.
Yeah, playing it out methodically as they can. Now Airwalks and Unlimited are going to walk through the Rocket edge of the jungle by river. Should be able to get a ward cleared out there. They do. Meanwhile, Rocket, however, starting this Dragon off, they know they have a small timing window to take advantage of. And this is actually very smart.
Yeah.
Don't give them the opportunity to get involved in it.
Oh, I like this play from Rocket. As you just said here, they knew the Copenhagen Wolves were going to take over the bottom side of the map. And because they recalled first while Wolves were killing the tower, it did give them this Dragon here. So at least something for Rocket in the early game. Very important play, especially when against these comps that's so good in the mid game. If you start falling behind, if you lose like 2 or 3 early dragons around the 25-minute mark, suddenly you have that ticking time bomb, and you just need to get to your late game point where you can win the fight so much faster than normally. Rocket, because they got that first dragon, shouldn't have to worry about that for now. Yank is looking for another gank. He knows Freeze and Unlimited is on the bottom side. He has Flash ready now, but he's going to have to get onto the tower or wait for his wave to push all the way out before he can get anything.
That man prowling through the bushes, but meanwhile up in the top, Airwalks and Soren are going to make Overpow's life just a little bit too hard. Spirit Rush is dashing in, dashing forward to get the charm, and they do not connect the Ice Bola, but it doesn't matter. Overpow, as tanky as he is, should go down. They're still chasing a flash for him, and we have an 11-minute first blood. Over to Airwalks, meanwhile, back in the bottom. Woolite getting caught by the bubble. The wave comes out. Exhaust is down. Here comes the Fat Man, and they knock Freeze away. He's going to dodge and evade as much as he can, popping his heel, trying to kite around. Oh, the Monsoon to push him back. That's still 3 members of Rocket in the middle. Youngbuck, he's going right into it. Pops his wild growth. How long can they sustain through this? Deficio Freeze throws a few more spears into Woolite, and amazingly, no one dies.
And all this happened while Nukeduck had recalled from mid lane, gone back to base, and by the time he's back in the lane, there's been a fight in the top lane, there's been a massive fight in the bottom lane. It might not even be done yet. Woolite is staying. Freeze can throw in Unlimited here.
Smart. He is going to. They get the knock-up. They get the bubble.
Why
1,
would you
2,
stay?
3.
Why would you stay?
I don't know. He gets a little bit of a parting shot, but Freeze is just fine to trade that for a kill over on his Kalista.
Yeah, not sure what Woolite was expecting there, staying on no HP. Gets punished for it, but all of this again happened because Copenhagen Wolves saw Nukeduck recall in the mid lane. Soren could then roam to the top side, get the first kill, and meanwhile take the fight bottom lane with Yamba coming from mid down to help. Now second tower going down. Rocket, yes, you have a great late game, but you cannot fall this far behind already. We're only 12 minutes in. 2 towers for Copenhagen Wolves. Mid tower down to 50% as well.
Yeah, Rocket, they have gotten that dragon, but they are starting to lose some serious ground on this map. There is a decent gold advantage, 3,500 going over the Copenhagen Wolves. A lot of that sitting on the primary carries too. You can see between Soren and Freeze, they've got quite a lot stacked in their pockets. Although Soren's have been playing the much more safe game. As you look at it, as you just pointed out to me, that Luden's Echo starting to look pretty good.
Yeah, it's been a lot of talk about Luden's Echo this week here. If you follow some of the analysts around the world and how, for some reason, a lot of people seem to think it's a replacement for Deathcap. It's not. You're still going to get Deathcap late game. It's not how it works. It's a great first item to snowball, because if you can just choose one item in the game, and again, as your first item, this is the one that gives you the highest damage output as an AP mage. 120 AP and the 100 magic damage proc with the scaling as well is a massive amount you won't get from any other item early on. So it's a high risk, high reward. You get it. You gotta use, your early strong power here to really snowball your lead. Otherwise, it falls behind late game and delays obviously your Deathcap, delays your Void Staff a little bit, and that's where the risk is for some players.
Doesn't seem too risky for the Wolves right now. They should be able to take down that last tower pretty soon. Not this way, but the next one coming up. Map pressure controlled by them quite well. Rocket, again, they're ceding so much ground here, and as we saw a moment ago in the pop-ups, Rocket have to win this game just to stay alive in the playoff race. So it's getting down to the wire for them. The Wolves are taking advantage after advantage through their jungle now.
Yeah, and this is really another reason why Katarina doesn't really fit in with the whole setup Rocket is built with in the Protect AD carry, because she doesn't have any wave clear. And if there's anything Wulat is missing, it's proper wave clear to, you know, sit back safely, get to late game, don't lose all your outer turrets. Katarina can't really do that unless she gets to walk into the minion wave itself, which she will never be allowed to do if you're sieging on a tower. And that's why Copenhagen Wolves also could just take this mid outer turret now. Bottom lane, 50% more. Oh, Wulat is caught.
Oh, yes, he is. They throw the prison down the bubble. It's Soren that grabs him, and he dashes out. Oh, the Cathian surprise, not going to connect on anybody. And a sad Woolite realizes it, backs away. The Wolves continue to push their advantages. Rio is the only kills in this game, but they've got 3 towers to match.
And they might get a piece of a Yankers. Let's see.
Oh, he's going to ult barrel. Okay,
Yeah,
Freeze says bring
though.
it on. He, however, is taking quite a lot in return. Here comes Nuke Duck. Can he clean up? That's the question. He's
TP
got
as well.
his flash. TP coming in. He's going to jump and Death Lotus. Excuse me. There he goes.
Katarina does have some pretty good damage.
She does have some serious damage when you're low.
If we get to that point where Nuclear can get into the fight,
Can't disrespect it.
and they're not too far behind, that's where again the Katarina can shine as the second threat on the team. It's just so tough when you don't have proper wave clear, when you don't, you know, have a strong bottom lane. Even though I don't think it's a terrible bottom lane setup that Rocket has, they just got really outplayed by Copenhagen Wolves. And Nami has always been a pick that did fairly well against Janna. That sustain she brings, obviously Janna only with the shield. Youngbuck, he's been pretty happy. Just been farming a little bit. We haven't seen too much from him.
Can't complain. He's got himself a Righteous Glory, and you know, with the buffs to that item too, it's especially useful. He's got an extra Giant's belt. It's going to be very, very hard to kill him. They did get first blood on him in a 2v1, but there were a lot of summoners burned in that situation, and I think they're a bigger fish for Copenhagen Wolves to fry this game.
Oh, there is, and they've fried him twice already, the poor Woolite. An AD carry who has good mechanics, especially when you talk to the Rocket players, but also just tend to be caught out.
It's not very
quite
mobile
a
either.
lot.
Makes it a little hard on himself.
And that's why normally when Rocket does really well, it's when they have like Lulu, Morgana, they have all these champions to like prevent Wulat from getting one-shot when he does get caught. Here it's only Vanna to save him. And we saw before that's not always enough.
Yeah, they're focusing a lot on this top, but investing that many people, investing even 2 people up there, including your jungler, is going to be troubling. Youngbuck could be in some trouble, but they've given up the Dragon Control. See if they can get a kill out of it. Here's the Twisted Advance. There is the Wild Growth. There's a lot of damage. They're beating on him left and right. Youngbuck, however, can he get away? Don't think so. Jankos will pick him up, but they're going to trade for Dragon 1 for Copenhagen Wolves.
There's no way for Copenhagen Wolves to lose this Dragon and lose the fight, because I can see the items here. BT completed for Freeze, Luden's Echo for Soren already. So what all the Rocket did here was trade objectives. We want to kill in the top tower, you get that Dragon. Now, of course, Nuke Dog just has to avoid being caught out. Nice little jump from him. And then it's a fine trade, honestly, for Rocket here, because once you're behind, it's all about trading objectives to try and get some gold at least for you. If you went down and tried to fight there, you would have lost even harder.
It's very true. However, they are going to lose this inner turret as well. So Copenhagen Wolves trade one right back. It is 4-1 on the score, but Rocket still trying to make it happen again on the top side. Youngbuck moving to defend. But the Wolves, for the most part, have shown really no desire to give up on this side of the map. They're just roving together as a pack and looking to push in turret number 2 in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, you're way stronger 4 versus 4, so keep playing around it. Use Youngbuck simply to clean waves for the minions and just kind of sit back and wait and let him just farm up a little bit on the Lulu. And then you just use your insanely fed Kalista already and the burst potential you got from this Ahri to create picks, because you know Rocket doesn't really have any responses. No Trinity Force yet for Woolite. It's only Nuke Dog who has some serious damage. And for him to jump in and not get CC'd, well, the rest of the team got to be there. Now, Jankos,
yeah, they have to. Youngbuck, he's teleporting in. They back away. They did see him. The Sentinel did grab Jankos, so that gave about a moment or two's more notice to Copenhagen Wolves to get out of a potentially bad situation. Just got to worry about that displacement with the explosive cask.
I think they were expecting an engage from Rocket, and that's why Youngbuck TP'd in a bit early. Does mean now side lanes are going to be controlled by the minions, not Youngbuck without teleport, but he can just run with the team. Keep pushing in on these towers. You get a few hits down. You got the BT shield from Freeze, and again, one charm, you chunk someone down. Alex, he might be in trouble though.
Oh, he could, but that is a big Poro Rider as he flashes and continues on moving. They give up on him. Rocket Still sitting not so pretty under this tower, a little bit below half health, and you just see the immense amount of pressure that Copenhagen Wolves continue to put on this map. Not only that, they've grabbed a lot of vision around too, and they're not going to give Rocket an inch.
Yeah, you got top lane pushing already from the Copenhagen Wolves. They need to go down, push out this bottom lane once they're taking this blue buff if they want to continue their push. I'm just going to see the gold they do have. There's 1,500 on Soren, 1,400 on Freeze. So I wouldn't even blame them for going back. Reset the whole map now. Spend some of your gold early on. We're only 19 minutes in. And then what you do is you go back to your side lanes. You make sure they're slow pushing. And then you just group 5 again. You can go to this mid lane. If you don't have teleport and Youngbuck, sit 5. You will slowly but surely poke down that tower. And Rocket doesn't really have a lot of openings. They can try and flank engage onto you, but that's about it.
Does limit their options severely. They are down in the gold count, down in the towers, even on dragons, but that's about all it's done for them so far. Airwalks, talk about the Sejuani pick. It's definitely worked out quite well for him, although it's hard to call it experimental now. We're seeing just about everybody try to pick it up.
Would have liked to see the Locket coming in from Unlimited, though, on this Nami. I don't feel like there's a whole lot he needs to use Mikhails for against Rocket. Yeah, sure, I guess the snare from a Maokai, but that's basically it. So I would have preferred Locket on the Nami, and then you can go full tank on Sejuani, because what you got to remember is you're supposed to be a late game tank in the end. If you build Locket, if you go for items like Sidestone, you won't be that tanky compared to a top laner, which is why I like to see the Lockets being swapped over to supports more often, and you just go full tank on these big junglers here with the Synthol, because remember also bonus HP really stacks up well for you. Locket doesn't offer a whole lot in that department. Well, I guess 400 is fine, but you know, compared to some of the other real tank items.
It's true, it's definitely not quite as effective. Now, the Wolves, they're looking to finish off this tower once and for all. Should be able to get it. It does go down, courtesy of Freeze. Meanwhile, Soren, he's in danger of being collapsed, but he dashes out of the way of Jankos, who burns his flash and isn't able to connect anything else. Soren, he thinks he can go in again.
Second time Jankos blows the flash here, doesn't really gain anything else. Good dodging around from Soren, but we saw the mid lane go down. We just talked about how Copenhagen Wolves, once they're gone back to base, go straight mid lane. You will take down that tower, no problems. There's such a small amount of wave clear from Rocket. A full tank Gragas is not going to destroy your waves either. Nukdok will try and get a tower for himself, but he needs to worry about this top side.
Yeah.
Four other guys on the Wolves are pushing it. And
are going to be able to push this in, yes.
Rocket needs Nukdok if they are to win a fight. They need him to be there. He's the Fed member. He got Luden's Echo now as well on his Katarina. Obviously, with the resets, he can get a lot of procs off in a short amount of time.
They were able to clear the wave Rocket was on that side, so they do successfully push the Wolves away, and they grab the tower on top of it. So it turned out not too bad for them. However, now they have a heavy task ahead of them to try and push back. Ooh, Youngbuck's back is stopped. That's a good start to try and get the ward game under control as well. Overpow looking to start a fight, turns on his Vengeful Maelstrom and pops it right back off. They can't get anything off of that. Dragon, about a minute away. Rocket will look to deny this, if they can.
If they can, but it's also what Copenhagen Wolves want. A big fight out in the open here when you have that item advantage already. Phantom Dancer for Freeze, he's so much stronger than Woolard at this point. And as long as they have some proper wards set up beforehand, they're gonna see the Rocket team walking into the pit, and you can very easily choose your fight. Tidal Wave in a choke point, that's enough. Yeah, 50 CS difference between the 80 carries at this point. Around almost 40 in the mid lane for Soren as well over Nukdok. And it's fun with Rocket and Copenhagen Wolves. I mean, they're two teams who kind of set up the same way. The two carries are the mid lane and the 80 carry. You got supportive top laners. You have two early aggressive junglers in Airworks and Jankos. The difference is that Soren and Freeze has been better than Nukdok and Woolite. Nearly all split long. And that's why Copenhagen Wolves are above them in the standings. Looking great for this game as well. And as we said before, if the Wolves win, they are almost guaranteed to be in the playoffs.
And Rocket are definitely guaranteed to not be after the fact. Yeah, that would definitely give them a really solid tiebreaker, the 2-0 if they win this one. Rocket, you know, they need to pull something out quickly. Otherwise, they'll keep falling further and further behind. It's about a 5,000 gold edge to the Wolves right now, and they've been the ones controlling the pace of this game from the get-go.
From the get-go, obviously helps that you're winning your lane top side with the two 80 carries so hard. But yeah, a lot of key items completed for the Wolves. Obviously, Sejuani is not that tanky at this point, but it's more than enough to stop Woolite from doing a whole lot. Again, it's going to be all about Nuke Dog here. If the Wolves overextend in a fight, there's a chance for Katarina to jump in and clean it up. That can always happen. You can always have to respect that damage and the reset potential of a Katarina. It's basically just relies on the Copenhagen Wolves making a mistake. You have the Kalista as well, so you can bait a fairly early Baron. Get all these Ren stacks on. You got the BT to buff up the damage. And that Baron is yours. But they don't really need it. I mean, go in, take control of this topside jungle. You got a big wave pushing on the top side as well. If you go up here now and push it in, you force Overpower to teleport, and then you just back away.
Oh yeah.
Starting the Baron though.
This is a ballsy call from the Wolves, but they have bought enough distraction up in the top. Yeah, look at this. They are not even aware that this is happening. Rocket are not going to be able to move to stop this, but it's going to be a while before the damage really gets there. No, they have to back away. Airwalks is just taking too much abuse.
He has no armor. I mean, you're not really going to...
They felt it out. It just didn't work, but they didn't get punished for it, importantly.
I think they just mainly tried to force a teleport from Overpower, but he got to move in time, and it was too easy for Rocket to stop it. And trying to respond in the mid lane.
Oh.
Tidal Wave. Does connect on Woolite, but there's no real engage because Sejuani is very low.
It forced them off the tower. So they do defend that, but it took about half of its HP, or is now down to about half its HP, rather. As you see the wave clear here in for the Wolves, when they do manage to muster, they're able to push it back. No problem. Rocket will look for other angles to press an edge if they can, but they got to deal with the top lane as well.
So, Copenhagen Wolves, no reason to keep baiting the Baron. You can still play around, pushing in waves, get a few hits on a tower every single time. There's still not enough wave clear from Rocket's side to really prevent you from getting a few hits. So go back to what you did before. It worked for you. You got teleport on Youngbug as well if you want him in the opposite side lane. I wouldn't recommend it at this point because you want him to shield your AD carry when he goes in.
Yeah, despite the fact Rocket are behind though, and you know they have been, and it seems like it's been getting worse and worse. They do want the game to be a little more slow, a little more paced like this. So the fact that the Wolves have sort of backed off the aggression is very good for them.
It's all Rocket wants and needs, which is again why every time Wolves start a Baron, if Rocket can go in and stop them, they win basically. Not the game, but it's small wins because it delays the game.
It's the little things.
It gives them more time. Yeah, of course, it gives them more time. Woolite is still pretty far behind. Will probably be for the rest of the game unless we go to 50 minutes and he can complete his last item.
Let's not make any bold predictions. Yeah, let's see what happens with that. So far, the Wolves still do control a good portion of the map, but Rocket, they've done a good job of clearing the vision out of their own jungle and pushing them back, keeping them in the dark, and importantly, not giving up any more of these buffs. You see Woolite's able to get the doubles now.
Again, it's because Copenhagen Wolves have suddenly slowed down the whole pace. They used to control this jungle.
I think they got spooked after the Baron attempt.
Possibly, but you shouldn't. You're still very far ahead. Your AD carry is extremely strong at this point. Your Ahri's nearly completed her third item. If you take control of this jungle and you force Rocket to face shake you in that jungle to try and potentially stop a Baron, Soren sits in a bush, lands a charm, one-shot to target, that's your Baron. Like, that's all you need. So focus on getting control of the top side jungle. Follow the waves in like they're doing now. Notice how Rocket, yes, they can clear the waves, but there's always a few hits on this tower every single time, and that's enough to force Rocket to stay and defend.
Yeah, Unlimited takes quite a lot of damage off the Kog'Maw here, and there's a teleport coming in as Jankos could be in some trouble, but wait a minute. Oh, they turn it around with Airwalks throwing in the Glacial Prison Overpower, trying to draw attention to himself in the front, but this is a fight that Rocket aren't sure they want to take. The Wild Growth is going to make Airwalks even bigger, but can they chase him down? He's gonna dash his way to safety, but Rocket are the ones on the chase. What can they do here? Looks like nothing.
Nothing. Nugda couldn't get in there. Try and get Sejuani down for the first reset, but we saw Rocket what they can do when they have the two big tanks in the front. How hard it is for Copenhagen Wolves already now to kill the likes of Overpower. I mean, he can dance around there for days. You need both Soren and Freeze to focus the same target.
Oh, he's going in. Yes, he is. They're going to try and force a fight here. Airwalks, there's a couple of key ultimates still down. He's a little bit low. There's the Monsoon to blow him back. Twisted Man to jump on. Here comes Nuke Dog. Woolite's going to pick up the kill, however. They answer back to Overpower. Nuke Dog nearly picks Unlimited, but he has to back away. Exhaust down on Freeze. It's a double kill for Woolite. This is the AD carry dream. He's going for more, but it's Vander who picks up Freeze. And it is a 3-for-1. Wait a minute, we're not done. There goes Soren to make it 3-for-2. As he picks up Vander. Woolite in some trouble at the double. Soren, can he do more? He's dashing. He's going in, but it's going to be the Acathian surprise. The shield is on. Yanko's on the chase, but the Fox trying to outrun the Fat Man. I think I know how this ends. It's an ace for Rocket.
And this entire setup here, credit to Rocket, they kept wards in their own jungle, so they saw the Copenhagen Wolves moving there. They knew the fight was about to happen. They got the 2 big tanks in the front. And then simply managed to chase up. Nukta got a kill for himself as well.
As Jankos does a little jig on his back, he's definitely
3 kills for Woolite.
Importantly, they got 3 kills on one of the carries. Let's see how this really crazy fight unfolded.
Yeah, so this is second engage, obviously. There's been a big fight. Notice the minimap here. Soren is sitting in the top lane. That's why Rocket is engaging 5 versus 4. Woolite joining in, and now Nukdog is going to come in from the side as well, getting that first kill onto Airwax. I want to try and clean it up. Unlimited survives. We're back in action though, guys, because there's going to be more fights.
Yep, it hasn't ended. This time, Rocket, they're growing bolder. They think they can take on a fight at the Dragon. It's certainly being started up.
Soren's
some
there
more
again.
vision. Soren's not around. This is a 5v4, as you said. They're going to go ahead and start it, but they may be taking a little bit too much time. Copenhagen Wolves, can they get the flank on? Scuttlecrab controlled by Rocket. They think better of it, and they are going to take their time about this, but this has bought enough time for Soren to make his way over to the Dragon. Will they give this one up? Will they try to fight for it continuously? It's getting dangerously low. Who's going to get the smite off? It looks like it's going to go over to Jankos, and the fight's begun. A whole lot of ultimates just popped. Airwalks, he gets pushed back, but he gets the Glacial Prison on, and he hasn't gone down. Nukdog, he's going to be taken out by Freeze. Meanwhile, Woolite also evaporated. It's a double kill for the AD carry this time of the Copenhagen Wolves. Soren with the chase on Woolite picks off Airwalks. Vander just barely able to dodge the charm, but he gets picked up by Soren anyways. And it is a 1-for-3, but Rocket secure their second Dragon.
Sure, they got the second Dragon here, but a lot of kills for Copenhagen Wolves, and that ulti from Airwax was fantastic. He delayed it, he saw Nukdog jumping in. He's gone for the Luden's Echo, and as we said, it does delay some of your core items. I mean, you're not going to get that Outlast on a Katarina, so if you get caught in the middle of the enemy team, you're going to die. That's exactly what happened before here with the ulti from Airwax. Once we get the replay, we can see it again. But the Wolves, they're starting Baron, 4 guys alive, 2 big tanks on their way from Rocket. They gotta just get in there, start brawling around that Baron here, and make sure Copenhagen Wolves keep tanking it.
Well, they're going around the side. Jankos, he's got no ult to try and stop this, but they do have enough HP to distract. The Wolves have now peeled off of the Baron, chasing down Overpow. He's surely going to go down here, but he does do a serious amount of damage, and they have stopped the Baron attempt yet again.
Might lose the tower as well, the Copenhagen Wolves. They keep putting so much focus on this Baron, and Rocket keeps finding ways to stop them. Obviously, our Overpow went down here, but again, they got that tower for Rocket. Suddenly still 4k gold behind. It looked a lot worse.
It did.
Go back like 10, 15 minutes.
And the gold gap doesn't matter as much when you get 30, 40, 50 minutes into the game.
When you get 4 kills on your hyper carry, suddenly
they have been a little scared of Nukeduck, I feel. They've been backing off. They've been focusing a lot of the CC on him, understandably. But now there's this threat of a 4-4-2 Kog'Maw, who's going to be able to kite pretty effectively thanks to the Blade of the Rune King, on top of the rest of his team being right in front of him.
And obviously the Wolves not really running a comp that dives the enemy backline here. Ahri has a bit of a tough time doing it. Often when she's like in these big fights, you Spirit Rush around, you're gonna hit the tanks with most of your AoE damage. So you need to either like flank around on Woolite if you want to kill him. Oh, it's just gonna be Airwax going in there. He now has a Frozen Heart for himself, so we'll have some defensive stats at least. And obviously the attack speed slow enough.
Honestly, this Gragas pick is really fantastic for Baron defense. Just throw a barrel in and Unlimited takes that much damage just trying to clear out the board.
And if you fight in choke points against double tank and they're in the front, you're never gonna hit anyone else but those 2 tanks, which is what Rocket wants here. So if you get caught in that Baron pit, it's tough for the Copenhagen Wolves to do anything. They start again.
It's time to peel off again. Oh, but they found Overpow.
Yeah.
He's going to be right in the middle. Twisted Advance in. This is going to force the fight to start from Rocket. Overpow going so low. They've got it extremely low, but they haven't been able to pick him off as he pops his Righteous Glory. But Woolite, he's taken down. That can't be good for Rocket. Nukeduck gets popped as well. They do return fire onto Unlimited, but it's a double kill going over to Soren, looking for a triple, looking for Freeze to pick up Jankos as well, and he will. That is a triple kill for Inari, and that is the ace for Unlimited. Now it's Baron time.
Now you get your Baron. Another fight here. Rocket was split up on 2 sides. They got engaged in Overpow. Took a little while to kill him, but the important part was that Woolite separated from Vander. And suddenly you could catch him out. Well played by Soren in that one. 8 kills now on this Ahri. Has that death cap completed.
Talk about a snowball with the Luden's Echo.
Of course.
Baron's going down. That is eventually smited out. Let's see how this fight goes, though.
So again, look here. Jankos is out of the picture. He's on the north side of the Baron. So Overpow is kind of on his own here tanking. Rocket doesn't really have an opening to go in with Nukeduck. And then notice what Soren is doing. He's walking around the wall. He sees Woolite down here. on his own, jumps the wall after the stun from Airwax, and you just blow him up instantly. Nukedog as well being caught in. The 2 carries being locked down by another good ulti from Airwax. He's been landing some pretty good ones on this Sejuani. And that's why Copenhagen Wolves can now clean it up. And after 5 attempts, they will get their Baron.
And an ace to boot. That's certainly not a bad result. So they keep at it. The Wolves try again. They get the Baron. 34 minutes into the game, they've got a serious gold lead now, and it definitely matters in this case. Only 1 tower edge. We'll see if that changes anytime soon. The Wolves are in a prime position to push up.
We just got a triple kill and you buy Rylai's on Ahri. I don't agree on that one. At this time, you need to get your Void stuff completed. You still have these 2 tanks you got to deal with. They have quite a lot of MR build up. There should have been a Void stuff from Soren. You don't really want to stack more HP either against Moonlight here, so don't agree on that one from him. But we're going to have to see if it does cost him anything. 0 defensive items, obviously, unless you count in the HP from the Rylai's and the MR from Bizzle. But no Hourglass to help him. And Freeze, I like the Blade. I really like Blade in his current meta now with these big tanks. It gives you so much extra damage towards the late game when you got to clean up the big guys.
Got to clean up some towers as well. So yeah, with that Baron buff, with the powered minions, we're able to handily clean that one up, and no barrels are going to stop this. Jankos has to dash his way away. Nukedog takes a lot of damage from the Orbit Deception as well, and they just keep chunking it down. They can't quite touch the cannon minion in the back, Deficio, and that is some serious wave clear from the Copenhagen Wolves side. More backup from the minions is incoming. Voidoo's and the Tornado are only going to push him back for a short while.
Yeah, and this full single target build here from Freeze just to, you know, again, combine it with Ahri and you land Charm on one of the tanks. You got a lot of single target damage, no Hurricane, just to take down the tank.
Oh, Airwax is knocked in. Let's see if they can take him down. Maybe not, because they get the wild growth that they start to force it, and there's a big Glacial Prison. However, they weren't in position to quite capitalize on the kills. They did take the tower, and Jankos charmed up, dashing back, but he's out of this fight. Here comes Nukedog. Can he get the cleanup? No, it's Soren who takes him down. Inhibitor now under fire. Woolite Jankos too low to do anything about it. Overpow just trying to toss in the sapling, but it won't do anything but slow Soren down as the Wolves have turned on the gas and taken Inhibitor 1.
I mean, really, again, we see the damage here from Nukedog whenever he goes in, but we also see when he goes in, he's going to be the focus. He's going to get locked down, nothing to save him. He will end up dying. And because these 2 tanks from Rocket simply hasn't really been able to get in there as well with him, it's easy for the Copenhagen Wolves to single him out. Got Inhibitor down. Dragon is live. We will see another fight, but Nukedog is dead for another 10 seconds. Rocket, you got to back away from this one. You don't want to take a 5 versus 4.
And we're hoping they might be able to get some vision in before it happened, but it looks like that's just cleared away quite quickly. The Wolves, once again, in sole possession of this Dragon Pit. They will be able to fire it down. Really don't need much more than Freeze and Airwalks, but let's see that Inhibitor take up top.
Right, so Copenhagen Wolves using Freeze with this BT. Just get a few hits on the tower every time, and Airwalks just get knocked back. This is fine setup from the Wolves, but don't have the damage now to kill him. Obviously, Katarina doesn't really want to go in on the big tank. So Nukedog is staying, he's just outside your picture now. Ulti coming in, that gives the tower, and then let's see what happens. Jankos get poked, Opal is back in the fountain, so whenever Nukedog goes in, it's gonna be on his own. Yes, his damage is fantastic, but he's also singled out. Good bubble and everything.
Yeah, he didn't quite get Freeze or Unlimited. He was very, very close in all of that. Meanwhile, after Dragon number 3, Copenhagen Wolves are looking to push down, this time on the bottom side, slowly but surely, choking Rocket out of their own base. Ooh, close call on the charm by Jankos. This time, the Orbit Deception does hit him. Just another war of attrition, Deficio. It looks like Copenhagen Wolves in firm control of this game.
The Super Minions coming on the top side. When they push down to that Nexus tower, Rocket obviously have to go back, and if you're a bit unlucky, they position themselves on the side of the Nexus tower, so only one of them is going to hit the minions, making it even slower for them to take them down, and you will end up losing one if you don't react. And one guy moving away from Rocket's side should mean a lot of free damage for the Copenhagen Wolves. They have all the waves pushing in. Jankos again, he's trying to use the base gate to get a flank here and just knock someone back into his team. Preferably would be the Kalista if Freeze goes in for an auto attack, but as soon as they see him in the mid lane, they can now move in.
Yeah, they have to really worry about these super minions hammering away at the Nexus turrets, but they're not moving to defend.
It's only the one tower, now the second one joined in just for a little while there, so these minions here won't get affected by the second tower.
Nukedog goes in. He's actually hasn't gone in to clear this up. He thinks and hesitates for just a moment. The tower's barely safe, but they're definitely going to lose this inhibitor turret, and they might lose more. Here comes the fight. Overpow going in, going out. Vander going nowhere as he gets taken down for the unstoppable kill, and a double going over to Freeze. This might be it. A double kill, however, returned by Nukeduck. Maybe they can push them back. He is going to get even more kills. Youngbuck bails out at the last moment with another double kill for Woolite as well. Rocket, they managed the defense, but it cost them a lot.
It did. It lost the tower, but man, whenever Nukeduck gets in there, that is some serious damage. Death Cap now completed
Have to
for him.
respect the Katarina.
Yeah, you have to respect the damage. He's sitting on 650 AP
Didn't
at this
even
point.
ult. Let's see that
Pretty
again.
sure he did. All right, let's see it
Oh,
again.
is that low a cooldown?
Let's see. Well, he got the resets obviously from it.
That's
so
true.
Tower goes down from the Wolves. We got the 2 minutes, so Nukeduck is back defending. This opens up for the Wolves to take the tower. Let's see what happens. Onto the tanks first. Overpower, tanking it up now. First ult is really missing from Airworks. Now Katarina goes
You're
in.
totally right. Yes, this is ridiculous reset city. Gets the double kill. And then after that, it's cleanup duty. Woolite picks up Airwalks. He's able to pick
It's always fun being
unlimited-
AD
Oh,
carry.
yeah.
If you just have to be like, oh, I'm going to take a kill there, or I need to right-click that guy, there's another kill. That's lovely.
But they're putting a lot now on Woolite and Nukeduck, and you can't guarantee that that's how it's going to shake out every fight. They've lost one inhibitor, they nearly lost another. They've got one tower outside of their nexus and one badly damaged inside. I mean, how many more attempts does Copenhagen Wolves have to make here, Deficio?
It's a tough question. Depends again on how they play the fights.
That's true. It's all come down to it.
Keep in mind, Airworks completely missed his ult in that last fight, and that's what they've been using to lock down the Katarina in the last few fights here. There's no cleanse or anything, no me kills from Vander to help. If Nukeduck gets caught by the Sejuani ulti, by a Whimsy or whatever, he will end up dying, and that's of course what the Copenhagen Wolves are aiming for. So they're gonna kite in the start, hit on these tanks here, and just wait for that Katarina to come in, and whenever she jumps, you turn your attention to her, you blow up, and that's how you win the fight.
There's a dangerous game of chicken back to the Current as they look to try and bait the Baron. Just try to keep the attention of Rocket outside of their own base. Meanwhile, Woolite pushing in the middle, but there's no one back home. You're right. This is going to be very, very rough for Rocket. They have to go in, and they have to go now if they want to make something happen. They're losing towers. Tornado's not going to connect. Oh, that is good timing, or very, very lucky for Rocket. Now they have about a moment to go in. Overpow is going to be the one to do it. Airwalks gets the wild growth on him again. He gets knocked back in. There's going to be Woolite picking up a kill and a killing spree for himself, but that's all that they're going to get right now. Soren looking for revenge, but they've popped a speed boost.
All they need again to stop Copenhagen Wolves. Get that one kill. It's only Airworks in the front. Nukeduck didn't manage to pick it up. Instead, Woolite got another one. He's really been getting all the kills in the fights. And I said if he goes to that 50-minute mark, he will be catching up.
Yeah.
And we're getting close.
They're hanging on, but it's really dangerous for both teams here. Youngbuck taking some serious damage. Woolite as well. The Orbit Deception is starting to sting quite a bit. Copenhagen Wolves, though, not quite as sure of themselves as they were. They've given up some map control here now. If only Rocket can start pushing out on the map, they can grab that for themselves.
It's so insane if Rocket managed to come back and win this game. Because then it simply means the two teams are tied in the standings. They play, Copenhagen Wolves play Giants tomorrow. Rocket plays MYM, two teams you are expected to beat. So they will end up, securing 2 wins for Rocket, 1 win for Copenhagen Wolves, be tied for that potential playoff spot. And if Elements as well manage to go 2-0 this week, they would be tied with them, and we're going to have a 3-way tie where the winner goes to the playoffs and the loser goes to the promotion tournament. And obviously, again, in the middle, we got number 7, who's going to be safe.
And one team gets some time off.
Yeah, they get some time off.
But the point is, this is very, very close. Rocket are doing their damnedest just to make sure that they do not let themselves be on.
They have to win this game.
End.
They have to win. Otherwise, they're going to be fighting to avoid promotion.
Yeah, you cannot afford to take the Dragon when Copenhagen Wolves are sitting on the Baron. They are going not to start it up as they see the blue trinket coming out to sight them. Crucial use there by Woolite. Rocket are in position.
Every single fight, just look at the Katarina. Just try and follow her around. That's the key for both teams. One team needs to shut it down, another team needs to obviously make her go in and kill everyone.
Well, there's also a Kog'Maw too.
There is.
You never discount anything.
He's second. Again, we
He's
gotta get
in
the
a safer
Katarina
position.
first. Unless obviously you can catch him out, but there is QSS for Woolite. You got the Jenna most likely standing next to him as well still protecting. Once Nuclear goes in, he's on his own. Didn't even bother to upgrade his trinket. I mean, it's
They've got
just
so
pure
many
damage.
They've got so many speed boosts too on the side of Rocket. I mean, 2 Righteous Glories, a Talisman of Ascension, also a Random Omen just to keep the slowdown if they do get these fights going. So it's really all about getting the move speed, negating the opponent's move speed. Now Woolite is going to be able to sneaky grab this Dragon. It is number 3 for Rocket. So now Dragon number 4 for either team will be the next. Rocket are hanging on here.
Byron. That is correct.
Yeah. They're 9,000 gold down, but again, it doesn't matter quite so much when you're still able to fight.
And the Wolves realize that baiting that Baron is probably not the smartest again because they keep taking so much damage from it. Take an open fight on this inhibitor if you want to fight. Down to 50%. Can Rocket find the engage? They want to go for Freeze here, but he's already stacked up with all these shields here. You see Youngbuck standing in the back, always shielding Freeze as well.
They have to do it soon if they want to make the
Yeah,
defense.
they want to
There's another
save
wave
it.
coming. This could be extremely dangerous for Rocket. They look like they are about to lose this one. Now would be the time to start. Airwalk's actually very low, but Jankos eats a charm. Orbit Deception follows suit. Inhibitor very low. Just a few hits would do it, and another wave would be all it takes. Soren and the rest of the Wolves, however, have bailed out.
Have to make them back away. Now obviously Rocket cannot fall asleep in their own base. You gotta move out so you stop that potential Baron as well.
Well, it's going far here. Gotta be careful.
Never really... You can never just sit back once you've fallen this far behind. But obviously they are back in the game. 9k gold lead for the Wolves. They're setting up a small trap.
Vander doesn't check close enough to it.
The ward, they saw them on the ward beforehand before he used the sweeper on it.
They ping it. They know this is happening.
Where they're moving from, all right?
Oh,
Nope.
Oh, that bush is full of Wolves. You gotta respect that, but the Wolves also have to respect Rocket moving in force. And now, looks like the fight might start. Overpower's the one who's knocked up. There's the tidal wave as well as he's pulled in by the Fate Skull. In comes Soren around the side. Vander does not go down. Nuke and Woolite, keep your eye on him, that's for sure. It looks like Overpower's gonna be the one bearing the brunt of the damage, but the Wolves, unable to capitalize on anyone, have to back away.
So fun to see how two teams, they don't really want to commit because again, that is waiting for that one champion to make a play. Nuke needs to see an opening and the Wolves need to see him go in. And they just played so safe every time. They got Vander down, they're starting the Baron again. This ward will spot them, now it's being cleared out. And the rest of Rocket is already here to stop it. Wolves have been poked down. Son has no ulti. Wolves needs to back away from this one. They don't want to take a fight right now.
No, they don't. Now the Skullcrab trying especially going to be able to speed up Rocket. Looks like they're going to go in for it. Twisted advance. He got hung up on a wall, but he goes in anyways. Soren, he could go down in this one. Is he going to? That's the question. No, he gets Wild Growth moving around the back. Meanwhile, the minions are going to be pushing in on the inhibitor in the bottom, but the Wolves look like they're the ones losing this fight. Youngbuck goes down, courtesy of Vander. 3 members of the Wolves backing away. Could this be a Baron for Rocket, though?
It will be, for sure, for Rocket here. The Wolves, they started their Baron. No ulti for Soren. He was barely out of mana as well, almost out of mana. Did lose inhibitor in the bottom lane, but that's a fine trade for Rocket by getting this Baron. Hourglass coming in for Nuke soon. Currently sitting on only 500 gold. That's going to be a bit of a while for him, but the 2 carries he has really caught up. 2k gold for Woolite, 16,000. Getting towards his late game build.
Well, the map objectives have definitely been split this game.
This
Baron apiece.
This Baron for the Copenhagen Wolves, they tried so many times, and it's cost them a lot in this game.
It's very dangerous to go up against a Katarina that's definitely ramped up, a Kog'Maw that's definitely ramped up, and a team that is hell-bent on protecting the both of them and starting the fight at any cost whatsoever. Copenhagen Wolves, they were stalled out in the mid-game. Yes, they grabbed some inhibitors. Yes, it looked for a moment, horrible moment for Rocket that they might lose then and there, but they were able to fend them off time and time again. This game is tense.
It is, and look at Freeze build here. We obviously see BT first on Kalista fairly often, then he went to Phantom Dancer, then he went Blade. That really delayed his Infinity so much. He's building towards it now, but not even having that completed 47 minutes into the game hurts your damage.
Yeah, he's only got 378 AD right now.
It basically means for him, it's the Blade, and then obviously his rent damage that counts. But when you have these 2 tanks in your face, it is tough to get enough stacks on them. And suddenly it's going to be more about him trying maybe dive past them and get to these squishies, but you're not going to do that. Rocket is the ones deciding when to go in with their carries and when not to.
You got to wonder if Freeze hadn't gotten the damage earlier, if they maybe had been able to clear those Barons and those objectives a lot quicker. But as it stands...
No, that's not really the problem for him. It's more them, you know, going back to Baron over and over has made it very easy for Rocket to defend because they just got to show themselves at the Baron. And now
they show themselves in a brush. Airwalks, though, he is once again going to get that Wild Growth off, but he's knocked back and isolated from the team, and they take him down, Wild Growth and all. The Wolves, licking their wounds, have to run away from their own trap.
We've gone really late game here, Pyra.
Yes, we have.
Yes, we have.
Although we've seen Rocket games go late game not end so well for them.
But that's often been when it was all about Woolite.
It's true. This time
one of the first times. Yeah, this is one of the first times we see Nuke on a bit of a more, you know, a carry really in the late game. Often for him, it's been more these assassins where he was going to shine in the mid game, and then it was about Woolite in the late game. Now it's really about both of them.
And now Rocket have a siege. You can see how quick they're starting to take down these turrets. The inhibitor one being fired under. There's a teleport coming in for Overpow just to try and force the Wolves back. Their own inhibitor could be in some serious trouble. And it looks like it will go down. The Wolves have backed away and they've allowed this to happen. But what can you do against a team that's taken it down that fast?
Not a whole lot. Just gotta surrender that one. Dragon, 20 seconds. You said earlier the fourth one is gonna be the next. And you are honestly incorrect.
Depends on who gets it.
Depends on who gets it.
It's true.
It's a 3-3, so someone will get number 4 now. Rocket is in prime position. They just gotta make sure the Wolves don't suddenly rush the base and get an inhibitor, and that's why they're backing away. The Wolves, bit of a mind game here. You know, the Wolves trying to go mid to force Rocket to go back and defend, and Rocket obviously don't really want to give up the entire Dragon area. Seems like they do for now.
They need to stall for a moment because they didn't have Overpower. It would have been dangerous taking 45. Yeah. They're going to give up this Dragon. They have to defend their dead inhibitor still. So the Wolves will pick up Dragon number 4, but they haven't arrived at number 5 yet. So Rocket, they still have some time. 50 minutes on the clock right now. We are getting into very late game territory, Deficio.
I mean, we see how fast Airworks dies now when he goes in. He's on his own. When he jumps in there,
he's the tankiest member.
Yeah.
With a Wild Growth.
That really is the worry. Suddenly the Copenhagen Wolves got to completely change the play style and keep looking for flanks.
I think he's going for a Guardian Angel.
Could also be a Thornmail.
That's true. But there's a lot of AP as well on the side of Rocket.
The thing is just, I mean, for Copenhagen Wolves here, if you want to get Woolite, gotta flank around on him. Otherwise, you're never gonna get to him. Unless he, of course, makes a mistake. If you want to get to Nuke before he jumps in, it's the same deal. And that allows you again, or that requires you, to like sit and wait in the bush, like we've seen the Wolves do a few times in a jungle. The problem is, Rocket doesn't really have a reason to go into the jungle for the next many minutes. Baron is gone. Your base is open anyway. You just wait in your base. You don't risk face checking for, like, say, a red buff. So finding those traps for the Wolves are extremely hard to do now. And then you will get these big 5-on-5 team fights out in the open, where it's Rocket deciding when to send in the carries and when not to.
Yeah, we've seen the pace of the game really turned on its head in the beginning and much of the mid game. The Wolves were really the ones that were dictating the pace 100% of the time. Now you see Rocket with these 2 mega tanks, a couple of iron elixirs on them. I mean, really, really, really big front line to deal with. And then there is the threat of Nuke Duck, the double-pronged threat of Woolite. And of course, Vander's been fairly solid at landing the Monsoons when he needs to keep his team alive and just to salvage any fights that go awry.
There's so many movement speed buffs as well. Double Righteous Glory, you got the Talisman for Vander as well. No Captain's Boots, however, for disengaging. Instead of going for the Home Guards earlier. Can change that one once he feels like he has to go for it. And it simply means for Rocket, whenever they want to fight, they can go for it. They can decide to keep forcing the Wolves to play super careful. Freeze now has that Infinity Edge we mentioned earlier. So no defensive items for him. If he gets caught up by the Katarina, he dies in a few seconds.
Indeed he does. Rocket aren't keen on letting any of themselves get caught out, even though even though Woolite is on his own up in the top. Not truly, because the rest of them are moving there right now. So this time Rocket, they're the ones who are able to push where they want. They very much evened up the gold gap. We saw a graph just a few moments ago that it had kind of been going down more in favor of Rocket and evening up, and now they're only about 2,000 behind. I mean, considering how down they were, almost 10,000 in the hole, it's a massive comeback for Rocket in the economics department.
It is. They really got to that late game point. So what they're doing now is you look at the bottom lane, there's a big wave being pushed from Rocket. That's why they go for the top lane, because they also know if Youngbuck shows himself, he's part of the wave clear from the Copenhagen Wolves, so that should mean they can push in at least 1 tower. In this case, for them, they are just going to back away, though. For
Baron
now.
is less than half a minute
that's
away.
the focus
This is
instead.
very much what both teams are after.
Nuketox still didn't upgrade his trinket. We are very late in the game because 250 gold to upgrade
It's
it.
an extra ward, man. That's really useful.
Yeah, it's a fantastic upgrade. It's super
Come on,
gold
Nuketox.
efficient for you.
You can afford it.
You can even swap it in so you get the pink wards here in the late game if you wanted to set up the likes of Baron. There's still a Copenhagen Wolves pink ward in the pit. Hasn't been played yet from Rocket side, so they're not going to be able to bait anything. Not really trying to either, just dancing around. We're going to see another big fight in this river, that's for sure.
Yep. Stakes are getting higher and higher. Jankos is going to go ahead and dash his way over the wall. There's a Copenhagen Wolves ward there that they're standing on, unaware of it. Meanwhile, Wolves themselves are passing by a couple of Rockets. And back to wave clearing in the middle. There we go. They should be able to clear the wards out of the Baron pit. Vander accomplishes that.
Troll from Rocket.
Yeah, they got the Scuttle Crab Shrine. They're not starting this one yet. Very, very dangerous. The Wolves are here. They've got something to prove if they can finish this one off. Inhibitor's coming back up now for Copenhagen Wolves, so they won't have too much to worry about for the short time being. Gotta be careful not to get poked out, though.
This is like
Artillery is getting a little heavy.
It's like one of the worst moments as a player, because you know both bases are so open, so if you lose that team fight, they can rush straight down and finish the game. And it's so tense, because nobody wants to make the mistake, which often makes players play more careful, because they don't want to risk anything. Instead, though, Rocket going in, they tried to force Nuketox away. Can they get anything?
You'll see in a moment, Vander, he's going to be able to pop his ultimate, and in comes Airwalks to try and push them all back. Nuketox is going to shunpo onto the ward, but Soren picks up Vander, into the pit goes Airwalks. It's a double kill, going over to Soren. They get picked up the line here. Nuketox, he's down in the middle of it all. The Wolves, it looks like they have done it, but there's still some work to do. Jankos being chased back into his own base, dashes and flashes, but will it be enough? Soren fully on the aggressive here, but with 3 members down and a minute on the death timers to Fischio, this looks like the Copenhagen Wolves are ready to wrap this one up. They're not even going to wait for the minions. They're just going to go ahead and tank up these Nexus turrets. Can Jankos and Overpow save the day? They're certainly going to try. Fensel Maelstrom on the tower laser, still firing on Airwalks, but it's down. Number 1, Overpow. Can he make the defense? They're trying. Airwalks oh so low. They've taken out Freeze, but there's just too many members of the Wolves here. Overpow, he picks up Airwalks. Oh my goodness, Soren is able to answer back. It's only Jankos now. 30 seconds still on the timer. There's still a turret left here.
They won't be able to finish now. Get Inhibitor instead for the Copenhagen Wolves. Jankos, they managed to defend. Okay, it's not over yet.
He's caught in the charm. There's a bubble. There's the polymorph. Jankos, he's going to try to, oh my goodness, the shutdown on Soren as his mana runs out. Big fat man's hard to kill. How about a double kill? Can we see a triple? Almost as Unlimited gets the bubble. There's the dash, there's the barrel, but it won't be enough. And the Copenhagen Wolves, they don't have enough to finish this game. The flash, tornado, Unlimited, the barrel. It's an ace for Team Rocket.
Wow, this game.
It's not gonna end.
It's not over yet. Baron is still alive. There's loads of minions from the Copenhagen Wolves. Rocket gotta clear them out. There's still one Nexus.
There's 2 downed inhibitors.
Dragon is up now, so number 4 for Rocket. We might even get a potential 5th Dragon in this game here. The Wolves. So they got 2 inhibitors. Didn't lose the Baron yet. So technically, despite them dying here, didn't really lose too much. Nothing Rocket could really take other than this Dragon. Then they can go back to base. We reset the whole thing again. No, honestly, Rocket might be able to go Baron here. Wolves are going to lose a lot more. Ignore what I just said before, because look, 15 seconds on Soren, 30 seconds on
20 on Youngbuck.
They should be able, once Overpower is there, you got Woolite as well, to take this Baron.
I think this is the plan, absolutely. Copenhagen Wolves, just by virtue of the fact that they weren't able to end the game and they tanked up the turrets due to a lack of minions, yeah. There's going to be a blue trinket coming down. So this is known to be happening here. Airwalks is in there. You could potentially try and smite seal. Youngbuck's going to TP straight off the back. Do Rocket have enough damage? Yes, there is only 3 here, but how much do they dare to risk it? Baron is oh so low. They're getting chased out of this one. There's going to be the Baron going down. The Glacial Prison won't do enough, and Airwalks is isolated from his team. The Wolves, have they made the fatal mistake? They're going to try to bail out of this one as Rocket has the Baron. They're still pushing forward. Airwalks with the Wild Growth staying alive. Jankos dashes, and he gets charmed on the backside, but now Rocket have to go back and defend their last Nexus turret. I don't think they're going to get it in time. Down it goes. That's a naked Nexus here, but Rocket got Baron.
Oh, Woolite trying to recall in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, he could be caught. He's going to be Freeze takes down Woolite. The That's a power play right there for Copenhagen Wolves. What can they do
Look
with
at the
it?
coaches here, Dentist and Ducky, going crazy.
Not the only ones this game,
Moonlight,
Joe.
why would you recall in the middle of the lane?
Got caught out again.
Again, but the Wolves, Freeze is gonna blow up Nuke Duck. Airwalks finally is going to be going down. The fight's going haywire now. Soren in the middle, he gets the Zanyas, he dodges the barrel, and Jankos is still gonna take him down. But Freeze is right in the middle. Can the Fat Man dodge? I don't think so. Overpow trying to save the day, but him and Vander are the only ones left standing for Rocket. The Wolves, it's been a hard-fought battle, but the Nexus is bare. The Wolves have done it, and Rocket are out of the playoffs. One step closer to their own playoff dream as Dentist hugs the Wolves. What an emotional match.
That recall,
Cost them the
your
game.
AD carry 58 minutes in, gets caught out, dies. Katarina follows after. And the game is over, and like, this game, we have seen this from the Copenhagen Wolves before. They do so well, like early to mid-game, they get a massive goal lead, and then they just seem to stop. They don't seem to know how are we gonna push this one. They went Baron probably 15 times in this game here. Got stopped 13, 14 times, got one Baron, if I remember correctly. But it bought so much time for Rocket to come back in this game. Make it so close. You get 58 minutes. And as you said, Rocket are now out of the playoffs. They're gonna be fighting against Elements for number 7 and number 8. 8 down to promotion tournament, number 7 safe. Copenhagen Wolves now can basically decide themselves. If they beat Giants tomorrow, they're in the playoffs as number 6. Unless, of course, Elements win both their games, then we might have a tie.
It's true, we still have a chance for that one, but for Rocket, the chances are over. They needed that win, and just at the end, that one mistake did them in. It wasn't the only thing,
You know what,
for a
Pirate?
while.
We lied to people here. If the Wolves go 2-0, they should be a win ahead of Elements.
Yes.
And in the playoffs.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
So now,
We're getting a little too emotional on this one.
we were
but-
there. They can decide it
Yeah.
themselves.
Yeah.
That's the
You
important part
guys
for the
decide.
Wolves.
Oh my goodness! But what a game! It just was so back and forth. The Wolves they hit the brakes a little bit too much that game, as you said, and really, though they're looking good in the run for this last playoff spot, I think they've got a lot of work to do.
Yes, again, the early game is where Copenhagen will shine. Look, we talk so much about these standings here. Let's just pull them up so we can look at this playoff picture for the Copenhagen Wolves. They have one more game. That is tomorrow against Giants. We can see Rocket now is out of the playoffs, only fighting against Elements for the last few spots and see who goes down to the promotion tournament. And the Wolves, if they win tomorrow, they will be 9-9, and therefore won't be able to be caught by Elements and Rocket, of course.
Yeah, so they're definitely looking like the team that's most likely in this situation. There's still a chance, of course, if they do lose tomorrow.
Yes.
And anything can happen. We are, of course, at the European LCS. So.
If you have to go to 58 minutes, despite being so far ahead in the mid-game, it can always go wrong. I mean, it's one mistake from one of your players and the game is over. I mean, Rocket was so close here. It's not a guaranteed win tomorrow against Giants for the Wolves here. But there will be big favorites, of course.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I mean, that's all we can say for them.
That
on
recall,
Rocket's
man.
side,
That recall.
It's heartbreaking to see that happen.
Yes, it is.
Because they were so in that game up until that moment.
It was
and then
fantastic comeback.
Chaos got unleashed.
Honestly, Rocket did everything they could to get back in this game here. And then it just goes wrong. And you can just see on the faces of the players, okay, they realize. Obviously, again, as a team, Rocket has been disappointing everyone, honestly. Expectations were very high coming into the split. Also, when you talk to the players, they felt like they had a great lineup. Synergy wasn't there. Clearly, a lot of things to work on for them. But even if they do go down to the promotion tournament, I'm not afraid of Rocket dropping out. I am pretty sure they will get back into the LCS.
They're definitely still a great team in that potential in being able to stay in the LCS. They shouldn't have too much trouble with that. However, they've got a lot of work to do. For a team that goes from being a very, very highly top tier of the European LCS, at least, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th place kind of team, to now being on the verge of being in the relegation tournament and promotion tournament, it's really, really disappointing considering how much hype they had coming in, especially.
Yeah, I heard Jankos, he made a vlog 2 days ago. We talked about, you know, this week, playoffs, and he was like, if we get into playoffs, we're going to show we're a top 4 team. Now, they won't get into the playoffs. And now they got to show that they're an LCS team very soon. Potentially tomorrow, we will have a tiebreaker against Elements, deciding who goes down the promotion tournament. I think I've said it now 10 times, but I'm pretty hyped for that one game if it does happen.
Pretty sure of it, yeah.
That's going to be the big one now. Obviously, they play Meteor Makers tomorrow, Rocket, a team who's still, down as number 10. But they have looked better. Yeah, they have looked better the last few weeks, and certainly not a guaranteed win at all. They really stepped it up, honestly. We've seen Mr. Rallis and Corey do well, so that match is going to be super exciting now.
Yeah, well, that's about it for us for that game. Now, for a closer look at that Wolves win, how long as it was, we're going to go ahead and hand it back off to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pyra, as we are joined by both Airwax and Freeze. You guys came through at the end, but it was a much longer game, I think, that you guys had anticipated coming in. Freeze, talk me through the game plan initially, because it does seem that you guys just wanted to go hard and finish it early.
So we had the plan to 2v2 the bot lane because we felt like we can destroy them with what we had, and we kind of did. So that went well, and we snowballed from that. We swapped bot lane, took all the tower, swapped mid lane, took the tower, so we were super ahead. But then we kind of felt really unsafe going into the team fights when Katarina was pretty strong. And it showed that she can insta-kill us, and we had to take all our ults and CC to stop her in the team fights. And that was like why it took so long.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at one of those teams fight where it doesn't work out so well for you guys. Don't worry, we have a good one later as well. Freeze, talk us through this and what went wrong.
It's okay, Overpower engage, and we're trying to disengage because right now they can really screw us over if they engage. But Katarina gets an insta reset on Airbox and then flashes towards and get almost the reset again. This one, like if she would get the reset, she would insta kill all of us, and yeah. We were without Ari as well, so we had only one carry, they had 2 carries, and Soren manages to find a few targets since he was in the team fight and they were low. But yeah, it was really scary. The nuke that got fed from this team fight, and after this team fight we didn't want to risk anything, we wanted to take it slow and finish when we killed the Katarina.
So one of the things I kind of wanted to talk about a little bit here is the Katarina pick. And obviously you guys put a lot of focus on Nuke Duck in picks and bans. 3 bans aimed towards Nuke Duck and the Lulu taken away as well. Were you expecting Katarina to be his next pick?
We honestly had no idea. Like we banned everything what he played, and then we were just waiting here with the cards and what is he gonna pick? And then Katarina, we got surprised by it.
Yeah,
because it certainly tumbles down Nuke Duck's champion pool. You've taken away his top tier. You take away pretty much everything that he could play and leave him on a champion that wasn't so good. And I guess my next point is, after the Lulu, were you basically just expecting Rocket to pick the Cogmore for Woolite? Because you know he likes that type of champion, and he has to take it away from you.
We baited him into it. Well, we had the Kalista in our pocket pick. They didn't ban it, which was a huge mistake for them. And if they wouldn't pick Cogmo, we would pick it ourselves. And yeah, we would get the Juggermo, and they would actually have nothing to kill it.
Yeah, smart play there, baiting it out. And you got your beloved Kalista, and you guys really, really, as you said, wanted to make something happen early. Airwax, you were on Sejuani, who we know might have quite of a harder time very early in the game, and you haven't had the best games last week. So how did you feel going into this game and then pulling it out in the end?
Well, we prepared a lot of Sejuani. I actually don't know why they banned Nunu. I played it for fun in solo queue. And yeah, well, yeah, I had a pretty good game. I managed to ult pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so with the Sejuani pickup as well, we've seen a lot of Gragas with that, and that's what we saw in this game out of Rocket. What are your thoughts on Sejuani and Gragas? Because every jungler seems to have a completely different idea of how the 2 junglers fit in.
Well, I think the damage of Sejuani are pretty huge, and Gragas provide a lot of CC, but not that much damage. So I think they are equal. It depends what you want to pick and what the team wants.
Yeah, and the ults, of course, do completely different things. You want to get out there and catch them. As we saw in the late game, a lot of times you would set up in the same bush a couple of times to try and catch someone out. And you did manage to get a winning fight at the end. Let's pull that replay up on the screen. And everything went right for you in this one. And most importantly, making sure that the Katarina can't get in there, Freeze.
So here we had a call to go on Katarina, catch her with Soren. And she got completely zoned out of the team fight. So it's 4v5 right now. Vula get insta-ulted and popped by us. And Soren manages to kill it with Airbox, which is hyper carry down, the best scenario you can possibly have. Nuke Duck is not even in the team fight yet, and now he gets caught as well from me when I flash and insta-kill him. So it was a really good team fight from us, splitting them up and managing to kill Woolite really fast.
So with regards to splitting them up during the team fights, is that the reason that you didn't opt for the Hurricane on Kalista, which is what we've seen almost every Kalista? Was it just the damage for tanks and you knew you were going for one target and one target only?
I went for the PD because it provides a lot of crit and they had 2 tanks. If you play versus 2 tanks as Kalista, you go Hurricane, you will never kill them. That's like hitting a tree with the hand and it will never fall. So yeah, I had to go for the PD, extra crit, more damage, more DPS, single target, kill the tank.
All right. Well, congratulations. You guys are still controlling your own destiny when it comes to the playoffs. And as said, Rocket is now completely out of the playoffs. And this also has implications for Elements, actually, because now they have to go 2-0 to also keep a chance on those playoffs. So a lot of moving parts here, but congratulations on winning and pulling it out.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, now coming up next, another great battle as H2K and Fnatic will go at it on Summoner's Rift as they're going to fight for sole possession of 2nd place and a first-round playoff bye. Now, as we take a break, let's revisit the madness of last week's Fnatic Unicorns of Love game and listen to Primetime League's mic check.
Okay, they can't finish, they can't finish.
Good, guys.
But they will try to finish. They will try.
I'm alive in 4.
They can't.
You need to stall for 15 seconds.
Hit the tower! Okay, nice. Hit the tower, they are alive. Hit the tower. Hit the tower, hit the tower, hit the tower, hit the tower,
Nexus. Nexus.
No! Can we finish? They have the one Nexus. Lissandra maybe has TP. Can you pick one?
They might have TP, What are we doing against that? We can't do anything against that.
Go.
We just need to hope they don't.
Look. No. Go. Okay, I stunned him. Nice! End the game! Go. Slowly.
I got him.
Okay, keep going. Get damage on whoever you can. They want to end. I'm going for game.
Can you run?
Just go mid. Just hit the Nexus.
What?
Let's go.
Play smart.
I placed it.
Please end the game. Please win it.
Lissandra.
I'm on Sejuani. Try not to die. Okay, we need to go then. You need to all in. Okay, nice. We got it. Get him. Can we end? No, like 20 seconds. It's like 20 seconds for Curse and LeBlanc, you can't end. But you got 5 minutes.
Minions! Kill this one! Oh my god. What is this game?
Go Sejuani,
I need to ulti myself. I ulted myself.
Game, go for the game,
I can Sejuani alone. I'm gonna sacrifice myself.
Go game. I can still stand it back.
Slowly.
Can you have me?
You need to kill her.
You can push, you can go. She's dead.
Let's go
Nexus.
They will go for us.
Guys.
Together.
Go.
They cannot hit the Nexus. Oh, no, yeah.
Should heal, no?
I have TP when I'm up. Nice.
Get there.
Welcome back to the European LCS. Relive that moment once again. One of the best moments I think we've ever had.
It is the most exciting game I have ever shoutcasted.
Yeah.
Bar none.
Yeah, it's incredible, and everything just comes back when you hear that mic check. Fantastic. Now, though, we're up in the battle between H2K and Fnatic. They're both 11-5, and what this is a battle for 2nd place and that first round bye in the playoffs for the both of these. H2K, they absolutely need to win as Fnatic owns the head-to-head. Let's dive straight into the lineup for H2K. They're on the blue side for this one. Odoamne, Lulex, Ryu, Yarnan, Kasing, and Prali. They are 9-1 in their last 10 games, and what we could do is focus on the game they lost versus Elements and that broke their winning streak. I don't think it is fair because it was one team fight or maybe two that decided that game. I think it's more important to look at the journey that they've gone through from going the challenger to now being a contender for winning the European Spring Split.
Yeah, it's been a massive journey for them, and it's been over a very short amount of time as well. There's been a lot of growth, especially around that week 4 time here in the Spring Split. You take a look at the team when they're back in Challenger. Forbidden was still on the lineup. They were still pretty much dominating everybody in Challenger, but came in and then struggled. They changed Forbidden out. He went to Fnatic. They changed the bottom lane as well. And in that week 4, they brought Kasing. Prolly took what seems to be a bigger lead in the team. And they've just evolved immensely ever since their challenge days right here into LCS.
The interesting thing, this is a team similar to Copenhagen Wolves where one individual part is not big enough to carry the whole team. But when they come together, they all of a sudden fantastic. You've got very strong players. But you wouldn't necessarily call them the best in their role. But when you put them together, this is a team that's 9-1 with one of the biggest and most impressive winning streaks in the Spring Split.
Yeah, the team has absolutely come together, and this game is so important for them as they are up against Fnatic on the red side with Huni, Reignover, Febiven, Steelback, Yellowstar, and Daylor. Not 9-1, but Fnatic are 7-5 over their last 12 games. That means that they've been trading losses more frequently and haven't looked as solid or straightforward as H2K. And then last week, that game versus Unicorns of Love almost giving you a heart attack, Trevor.
Yes, it almost did give me a heart attack. And the thing is, Fnatic are a team that are super, super aggressive. And their play style is so oriented around finding picks and then using those picks to get to their advantage. I think part of the reason they have lost 5 games in the last 6 weeks, 5 weeks rather, is the fact that if you have vision and if you have strong enough lanes to not give up those kills, there is ways to beat Fnatic. The only problem is you have to be so good at dealing with that aggression. One misplay and you're out. One mistake and all of a sudden you can get taken down. I mean, the highlight reel showed you Fnatic in Unicorns of Love base over and over and over. It wasn't enough in that game. Argue luck, argue play. But either way, Unicorns, instead of going the control route, they went, we'll fight you with aggression.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting them from H2K. I'm expecting a smarter gameplay from them. Wards, vision, and maps.
Yeah, that is very interesting to see how this will match up in terms of style, because I think obviously Fnatic is very aggressive, but I also think H2K is aggressive, but in a very controlled manner. They set up their vision early, they set up their plan, and then they hit and become super aggressive. So what will be the right route here?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big discussion that you and I have had over the last week and a half. We've been talking, you were saying Fnatic, yeah, the most aggressive team. We've been talking a lot about how H2K are aggressive in their own right as well, and it kind of reflects in the stats. Fnatic are the bloodiest team. They have 50% higher kills per minute than any other team here in the EU LCS. And then you take a look at H2K. Their aggression comes through objectives and towers. They have actually the highest towers killed at 20 minutes themselves, so they're both very aggressive, just in completely different ways.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. And for H2K, those towers they get actually gives them that gold lead. Yeah. Something that we've hit so many times in the cast today is by 20 minutes, H2K have the highest average gold lead, and it comes through those objectives.
Yeah, last week we also saw that for Fnatic, and Reignover said it. I love playing tanky junglers. It's like, whoa. There's more he can do, and he's already so dominant on champions like Nidalee and Rek'Sai. 5.5 really seems to be working in their favor as well. H2K on the other side have come out and said we were a little caught off guard. Maybe we hadn't come together on the patch, so I'd love to see what they do here if they have had a little more time.
Yeah, look, they have had more time, and that's the important thing to note. H2K as a team showed that they can grow. They adjusted their play style, they play different compositions, they have different play styles, they punish mistakes, they react well. As a team, I think they're very, very smart. Did they find the magic ingredient last week? No, that's why they lost to Elements. They gave Elements a scaling comp, they lost the team fight, they lost the game. We need to see if they can adjust more. I had a little bit of doubt planted after seeing how they lost to Elements, but H2K did bounce back on the second day and actually pick up a strong win.
One thing that teams really have started to assess, though, with H2K, especially during the end of their run undefeated, was the key picks that you can ban away from them and that makes them normally struggle. And we saw a lot of Annie and Sivir bans. Now, I think Kasing and Shannon have shown now over the last week or so they're not just Annie Sivir players, so there's a lot still evolving in H2K's camp. And can Fnatic adapt to the evolution of H2K here now a week later?
Yeah, and for the record, I think Kasing's Annie's probably one of the best, if not the best, in Europe. When H2K took down SK Gaming a few weeks ago, it was only because of Kasing. Like, literally nothing else. He got engages, he got the stuns, he got the targets, and it is very impressive.
Yeah, and Kasing as a player has evolved. It's one of the biggest things from when you look at his time on Super Hot Crew to his time now on H2K. His KDA has skyrocketed through the roofs. He's warding a lot more than he used to. He's just evolved so much since we last saw him in 2014.
It does help his teams helping him out, though.
It does. does. Yes.
Just a little. Both individual talent and the teams, just as teams stepping up. And by the way, FLICKR actually just tweeted that he was very, very nervous for this matchup, of course, versus his ex-team as well. So they have to keep all of their nerves in check for this one. Let's see how it turns out after Pyro Fish Show for Picks and Bans.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Yes, this game getting underway, the battle for second place, as we're calling it. I think it's been a while since they've met, all the way back in week 1, Deficio.
It's been a while, and we've seen two, as the analyst has talked about, two different teams in the way they play. You know, again, funny thing is, both teams seems to get the lead around 20 minutes. HSK do it by getting out of turrets, but I do it by killing people. Left and right.
So are we going to see them tied at 20 minutes? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe, or we're going to see the winner already around 20 minutes. We see who's snowballing right now. Is Fnatic getting the picks they want? Do they have this, you know, TP Hecarim top lane just running over people from Huni? We've seen it time and time again. I like the first ban from Fnatic. Odoamne is fantastic on tanks. Take Maokai away, and you either force him on Gnar, or to pick something completely different that's not tank related.
Oh yes, indeed. We'll see. The strategy reigns supreme this time around. H2K going for the ban. Huni, Strat, Fnatic.
Is Hecarim going to be the last one?
Is it going to be? That is the question.
Because we know he's going to play it.
If Maokai's off the board.
If it's left open now, he will go for Hecarim. Obviously, Lissandra is a flex pick for them. We know FLICKR likes to play it in the mid lane. And then Steelback has gone for Graves every single time he had the chance the last few weeks. Not exactly a first pick we would expect from H2K, so you can go for that in the first rotation, and then suddenly you got a winning lane, which Fnatic has used the last few weeks compared to the first ones, but they played like Corki, and Steelback will always fall really far behind.
I'll see what Fnatic does take as their last ban. They have a couple options here as the timer ticks down. The Zed ban against Febivin, of course, and what will it be? It's a Lulu. So there is...
Yeah, no Juggermore.
There's no Juggernaut once again.
They played that obviously last week, and Meteor Makers didn't really have a chance, honestly. As soon as we got outside of the laning phase, it was all about H2K and Yanin just running around killing people left and right. So that's now been taken away. Had it been like, you know, 5.4, we've been, oh, Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai's open here. Should be the first pick now.
But now there's a lot of...
But now there's so many junglers, and a lot of teams... now suddenly have like less value on first picking a jungler because there's so many other good options. Yes, Rek'Sai is still the best in terms of the early game, or well, her, I'm about to say him, her and Nidalee will be the best for like early pressure.
Rek'Sai is a girl.
But the thing is, exactly, when it comes to big team fights, the big tanks are obviously a lot better. So if you do go Rek'Sai, if you do go Nidalee, you gotta make plays early on. You gotta use that champion to create a lead, and that's also why we don't see Rek'Sai being first picked. But instead, Kasing gets his Annie. Also take away from Yellowstar, who's normally gone Thresh or Janna if Annie is gone.
Well, you know, Kasing hasn't lost on. He hasn't lost on a lot of champions, in all fairness, but it's definitely served him well. Fnatic now have some choices to make of their own. Hovering the Nidalee right now.
Will they take that Graves again? We know Steelback likes Graves early on here. Sivir is open, which has been a big pick for H2K as well.
Sejuani.
So Fnatic's not taking anything in terms of the AD carries. And yeah, no Rek'Sai, no Nidalee, no, we go for the big tanks. We get level 6, and then we start creating plays for Rainover, and of course LeBlanc for FLICKR. Honestly, a bit of a hit and miss champion, despite him having a fairly insane KDA on it. He's a very safe mid laner in many ways, and when he plays LeBlanc, and if he sees an opening and kills the enemy support, that tends to be enough for him, and therefore, even if he's 5-6-0, he doesn't really have the biggest impact. We're gonna have to see what he can do today on LeBlanc, and if he can get to these carries here, not just kill the poor support every time.
Not just kill the poor support. Well, it'll be a little easier for him to kill if that's what he's targeting out this time with the Annie. But let's see what H2K decides to lock in here, potentially favoring the Caitlyn. We haven't seen as much Gnar lately, and it does get locked in.
Yeah, this is the thing. When you ban Maokai against Odoamne, if he still wants to play a tank, Sion has not been a pick we've seen him use in quite a while, and his fallback has been Gnar. He used to be undefeated on it, now he lost obviously against Elements because they played around his ulti so well, and Gnar has received quite a lot of nerfs the last few patches. Obviously longer cooldown before you can get your Mega Gnar again, which is what you need for these big team fights, so it's easier to play around this Gnar, and a lot of regions don't even play it anymore. They feel like, no, it's too risky now. But Odoamne is still picking it. I want to see what he can do because he did not have a good game against Elements on this champion.
Yeah, potentially a risky move for H2K. We'll see what Fnatic answer for.
Yeah, so we know obviously now the 2v2 lane for H2K is going to be absolutely insane. So Fnatic can pick around that and say we're going to take a lane swap lane instead. We don't necessarily have to go for that Graves and try and win the lane. And
Huni's
we said it with the
horse.
When
they didn't have to take it right away.
No, when Rumble and Lisandro is banned away, you know he's going to go for that Hecarim.
He knows.
Oh, of course.
He's ready to play it.
This is his style of champion.
Oh, yes.
Focus on making plays through teleports and roaming. He's a top laner who never really aims to kill people on his own. He will always be with his team. He always want to set up things together with the rest of the Fnatic members. And that's where a home guard teleport Hecarim is just perfect.
Oh, yes, indeed. And we'll also have an Ezreal this time, since there is a little Blanc locked in. Shouldn't be going over to Febiven. Instead, it's going to be Steelback making his debut on this.
They might just do Janna Ezreal, which is a super safe lane.
Oh, yeah.
But you have 0 kill pressure. Like, you just sit and farm. That's all you do.
It's going to force a lot of attention elsewhere, too. Just curious to see what they end up going for there.
This is standard then into LeBlanc. When Zed is banned, you go for Ahri, you take the skill matchup in the mid lane here. Gotta see if you can time the distortion with your charm. And Nuno, obviously, seen him multiple times. Buff your AD carry. You're gonna win the fight when it comes to killing the enemy front line. But H2K here have a bit of everything, honestly. Decent wave clear. You got strong laning in terms of the Gnar, in terms of the Caitlyn. The problem for me is just how do you really protect the Caitlyn late game? Annie's not here to protect your carry. Nuno can zone with his ulti, but what is a home guard Hecarim gonna say about that? It's like, you know, I'm flying right over you.
I think they're gonna depend on being able to knock him back with a Gnar. I mean, it's really, really risky, but you're right. Like, what can you do to keep your AD carry alive against this team that has so much lockdown and kill pressure?
So much CC from Fnatic. You got great mobility. LeBlanc can always get to the back line. Ezreal can snipe the back line with his ulti as well. There's so many tools for Fnatic to get to this Caitlyn pick if you do go to full late game, and that's the one they gotta target. So H2K is gonna be way more about what they can do in terms of fast pushing with the Caitlyn to create a goal lead around the 20-minute mark, and then look for picks with this Ahri here and use that to really, you know, siege down a tower. Like, you get one pick, you put the Caitlyn with a blood boil, and you just destroy the tower.
It looks like Fnatic is going to go the Thresh route for Yellow Star as they lock this one in. The crowd's already getting amped, for Huni especially, as the timer will tick away. Looking at these two comps now.
Yeah, Fnatic's gonna have to swap. I absolutely.
Think you're right.
I hate Israel so much in the laning phase. He's so passive in many ways. You should never be able to really get a kill on him.
Well, he's up against a Caitlyn too. If you do take standard lanes. I think it's kind of a no-brainer to go for the lane swap.
Well, the thing is, Ezreal is a champion you can put in a bad lane, and again just sit back and farm.
That's true.
If you want that Hecarim one-on-one, but even Gnar can do fairly well in the early game against Hecarim, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a swap, and then you just double jungle with Sejuani and Hecarim. Hecarim is one of the best top laners at jungling as well, and you can clear it really, really fast. Then you swap back down and you get some decent XP at least, despite being in a swap on a melee champion.
Yeah, well, I've learned to never underestimate Huni. Hopefully, probably doesn't either. You see him shaking hands there with Daylor as we get ready to load up. This is going to be pretty explosive game again, I think, Deficio. If it's going to be as explosive as the last game, that's to be decided. Yeah. But now, it's time for you guys to make the call. Go ahead and tweet us at LL Esports with the hashtag FNCWin if you think this is where Fnatic locks in a first-round playoff bye, or if you think H2K is going to be coming out on top. H2K wins your hashtag. The crowd's amped. How about you guys at home? Let's get ready to go on to the Rift for Fnatic versus H2K Part 2.
And which team can finally get a lead at 20 minutes? It's where they both always do so well. Fnatic in terms of the kills, H2K in terms of the towers. And yes, they do have a good setup for fast pushing down a tower. If you have a lane swap, Nuno's great in lane swaps because you just send him, once you want to kill that tower, you just send him down to the lane with the AD carry, you blood boil him, and you just take down that tower in a matter of seconds. And you play around, obviously, having vision control in the early game. So Nuno is great in that department. It's more going to be what can they do to protect that AD carry if they get in a big team fight. If HK does not start getting down these towers early on, Huni will find openings through deep wards, which Fnatic will always go in place. Yellowstar is so good at finding openings to get deep wards down. That's where you get the teleport from a Hecarim with home guards. That's where your AD carry says, guys, I'm out. That's it. I mean, I have nothing I can do.
Yeah, in that situation. We'll see how this one goes. We had a brief pause, guys. It looks like we should be getting back into the game in just a moment. But, hey, everybody. I think you hit on really a good point here, but the difference between the two support players is that Yellowstar, yeah, he'll get the roam on, he'll get the wards down, he'll make sure he creates pressure around the map, whereas Kasing, he's going to want to set up his carry for some really, really early play. And I want to see how that dynamic goes down with the head-to-head. This is Kasing's first match against Fnatic, of course.
And honestly, it's the two best supports we have at the moment in Europe fighting against each other, and two really good roamers. Obviously, Yellowstar, always a lot of focus on division, where Kasing has been very aggressive. Like, he's going to flash in, stun your mid laner, and try and get a kill for Rio in that lane if he sees an opening. That's another reason for well, I guess another reason for both teams, honestly, to lane swap, because it opens up for your supports to roam around a lot in the early game. What we have seen is teams give, like, instant level 2 to the Annie, just give it, like, the Grump. Obviously, help her, and she gets a Grump and she goes mid. Oh, Yellowstar. He's gonna find Kasing.
Yes, he is. And Kasing, he's got his stun built up, but will he get a chance to use it? Looks like he will. Flash as well.
Oh, Huni!
And here comes Huni once again looking for first blood, and he gets it, cleaving Kasing in half.
Pyra, and look Huni here. He didn't start any potions. What he wants to do is do the Raptor camp, then he goes back to base, and he buys a cloth armor, and then he's really strong. He gets instant level 2. The crowd loves him, as always. Now he's going to get even more gold. He's sitting on 600 now, and he kills the Raptor camp. This is going to be a very strong Hecarim coming back to lane. We will get standard lanes as well. So as we said here, what you can do in that Israel is just sit back and farm, and Huni with that advantage, so they're going to look pretty good in that lane.
Yeah, should be able to push Odoamne back as well. And speaking of Odoamne, he has started the cloth and pots. Gonna go ahead and back away after he takes down the Razor Beaks. Meanwhile, in the bottom, Steelback Yellowstar able to push up freely as it took Yarn and Kasing just a moment to clear out the Krugs themselves. They don't have level 2 just yet either. There's a teleport for Huni. Back to lane.
Yeah, gets normally his W second, and that's his sustain together with the Flask. Got boots, a bit more damage there, a bit more mobility. Got the cloth armor, of course, and got that instant level 2. He's gonna bully Odoamne.
Oh, yeah.
This is exactly the same he did against Overpower last week. Completely the same setup. He just didn't get the first blood.
So this time it's looking pretty solid for him. On H2K's side, it will start a little bit more normal, but they're already in a slight disadvantage. Let's see where Rainover's going right now. Moving towards the Scuttle Crab. He does like to do this. Make sure at about the 3-minute mark he's down in there. Huni going to dash into Odoamne and knock him right back. Magnar's pretty close, but Odoamne is still pretty low, and he's a level down. Gotta be careful, don't want to take that fight.
So hard for Odoamne to do anything when he's already falling behind. Not even his fault. Kasing being caught out, simply Fnatic roaming up, finding him in the bush, giving the first blood over to the Hecarim. So, Rainover, as you said, got the early vision here. Is it already being pinged by H2K? They trade, we saw Lulix do the same on the top side. And then Rainover will get a blue buff. He's not going to be able to gank. We'll have to go back to base, where Lulix, of course, is very healthy, but a Nuno gank early is not always the most effective, especially not against mobility targets like a LeBlanc, unless they can bait the distortion from February, and then he can go in and force that flash. He's gonna see him, though, on the Raptor.
To place the ward down, yep. He's able to see exactly where H2K's jungler is. Huni now gets a ward down of his own over by between the Gromp and the blue buff of H2K. Goes right back to lane. Actually fairly even in farm between these two, despite the little edge. Huni's going to charge right on in as Odoamne hits level 4. He's not got nearly enough rage built up, though.
But it's very good information here early from Fnatic. You see, they get the ward on the Raptor. They even saw Nuno being there. And as soon as they saw Nuno was on the Raptor on the bottom side, Huni saw an opening to go in and ward on the Grump. So you got some good early wards down. This is a standard 3-minute one as well, because this one he got from the first blood. Means he can play very aggressive in the lane. Nuno doesn't really have any fancy routes he can take, unless he's gonna run through the lane up for a gank. Against Hecarim, like, that's the only route he can take, really. Otherwise, he's gonna have to walk through the river, and that's where this ward should spot him in most situations.
Yeah, it levels the jungle playing field especially, because as you mentioned, Rainover may not have the most... Okay, never mind. The potent ganks may still be coming in because that ward expired just in time, but Yarnan is able to move away. Rainover coming right back on in. The flail is still flailing. Steelback looks like he wants to pick up a kill himself. He's gonna play back. Kasing now, a 3-man stun, and they get nothing.
Rainover tried again to flash in here, get the knock up onto Yarnan, but he missed it. Yanin managed to escape, but there was a lot of summoners being blown. Both sides, honestly. 2 flashes from Fnatic. Obviously, a flash from Yanin. Rio trying to see if he can land a charm onto Febiven. Still fell low on mana, but standard in the mid lane. LeBlanc does have the early pressure, at least onto level 6. She's the one who can jump around Distortion. Decide the fights. Oh yeah, all 3 flashes blown from Fnatic on that gank and didn't even get the kill. Got to shove in the wave, however, instead, and got a good back timing, so that's okay for Fnatic.
Oh, Huni continuing on this chase. Yeah, you mentioned this is Fnatic style. They are one of the bloodthirstiest teams in the LCS here, and H2K very calculating. They've kept their losses to a minimum. Take a look back with your bot lane. You can see Fnatic has already backed away. That tier picked up by Steelback. He's going to be stacking that away, but he wanted a lot of damage to trade out with, and Arden's got a pickaxe.
He has 0 combat stats in the lane, so he really surrenders the entire lane pressure over to H2K. And it simply means Lulix can come down to this bottom lane, blood boil the Caitlyn, and you can fast push it in. And you can get quite some damage. So you slowly chip it down. Once you want to finish it, that's when Lulix joins, and you get the first outer turret. It's a thing H2K loves to do. And then you rotate the Caitlyn instead, you put a top lane. You do the exact same thing. You slowly take down the tower, and you create quite a gold lead from it. Now Reignover's second gang. Trying on Odoamne. Oh,
yeah, there's the hop. Oh, there's the flash. Onslaught of Shadows comes in. Odoamne is now able to push back, though. Reignover had to give up on it. He didn't have his ult just yet. Lulix, meanwhile, is going to go ahead and start off this dragon.
Yeah. And there's nothing Fnatic can do to stop it. Look at the mid lane's been pushed in by Rio. Bottom lane, we know the Caitlyn is going to push it on this Israel over and over. Maybe Yellowstar can do something. He needs to be careful he doesn't get collapsed on. Kasing is moving up now. Rio is moving down as well. And obviously Reignover was on the top side. He's not moving, he's doing the rapid.
Oh, the charm. Febiven walks right into it. And he can't get involved in this, but there's a teleport coming in for Huni right now. They definitely want to fight over, but it's too late. The dragon, it's already gone. They'll change their attention to Kasing. The stun lands again. But they're not done just yet. The chains aren't going to connect. Kasing will finally go down, but it's to Yellowstar at the end of the day. And a 1 support for Dragon is not a bad trade for H2K.
Oh, and look at the top lane here now. Odoamne is going to get quite some damage on that tower. Huni had no ulti when he TP'd down. He used it for the gank beforehand. So top tower going to get poked down. We know the bottom tower is going to get poked down later. Obviously, Home Guard Hecarim can return to lane.
It's a very early Home Guard.
Pretty fast.
Yeah, so he gets back. It's not too much trouble, but this has allowed Odoamne to really start stacking up some farm against him. He's also got some serious tank stats. The charm's going to land on Reignover. Orb Deception and the Foxfire as well. He's got to be careful. Ryu's looking for some blood.
Again, it doesn't look like much. You lose a bit of damage, you lose a bit of HP on your tower, but it's what H2K want. That's how they get that goal lead in the mid game, by taking out these outer turrets. So, despite falling behind 2 kills, it's not the worst start ever for H2K. They got that dragon as well.
No, not at all. And they're not down by so much gold too. It's mostly it's all the kills really that have made the difference. And actually, in a couple of lanes, we're seeing the farm advantage. Odoamne managed to grab some when Huni was gone. They weren't able to stop the dragon. They burned a teleport, so there's a teleport timing advantage here as he, well, not anymore, as Odoamne goes ahead and uses it to get back to lane. But, yeah, H2K, they're playing this out very smart, and it's working out well for them despite giving 2 kills over on Kasing.
79% for Fnatic.
Oh, yeah.
Don't think you can
can't take that away from
really
them.
debate too much anyway.
The fan favorites.
Yeah, regarding fan support here. H2K is still a fairly new team to the LCS. Haven't really picked up...
You couldn't guess by the Huni chance.
That's true. That's true. Now, H2K haven't really picked up too many fans yet, despite having some very good games here in the EU LCS. But of course, if they keep doing it, coming into the summer split as well, I'm sure fans will follow at some point. Now, this bottom lane again, whenever Steelback is on his own, he just farms safely. That's perfectly fine. He got back and got a pickaxe as well with the second assist. And then Reignover shows up for gank number 3. Oh, sorry, it's Huni. It's not even Reignover.
Yeah, Huni and Yellowstar are moving around. But there we go. The Tibbers is going to land the box as well in Yarn. There's the true shot barrage, and Huni with the onslaught of Shadows is going to pick up his second. Kasing now in some trouble as Febiven comes around the side, and even Yellowstar makes it out.
That was the top laner coming down to the bottom lane with no teleport. Dives H2K. Completely shuts down this Caitlyn lane here. Will get a lot of damage on that tower. Meanwhile, Reignover went top lane to defend. Rio is now roaming up there, so they might be able to pick up this tower at least. Oh, only because he's back again.
He is really fast.
Won't even get this one. And suddenly Fnatic getting quite a lead with all these kills.
Yeah, Huni's been involved in all of these so far. Rainover's coming up. Still, Odoamne pecking away at that tower. He does get some serious damage, but that is an acceptable trade for Huni, it would appear. Meganar about to happen, but Rainover's here. And will he make his great escape? The Gnar into the wall. It's Huni and Rainover who get caught up, but now it's Odoamne win the Glacial Prison. This could be trouble. Huni's taking a lot of tower shots here. Rainover's still going for the chase. Huni oh so low. Rainover will finish it up, but they both get battered and bruised.
Yeah, and this time there was no dragon for H2K to take once Rainover went for this top lane. You can see the pink ward in the tri-bush as well up on the top side, setting up a very easy gank for him. All you gotta worry about now is your bottom lane, but Steelback is sitting, trying to wait for that and backs away from this one. Yep. Again though, H2K, they keep dying, they keep getting damage on the tower. Can it be enough for them? Can they get down these towers then in 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes? Even out the gold, or will Fnatic be able to just keep making these picks? I mean, again, we've seen a top laner with no TP go to the bottom lane, sit in the bush like a jungler, and then just go for a dive 10 minutes into the game. I mean, who needs making some plays?
Oh, the charm onto Febivin. And he takes a parting shot as well. Gotta be careful against this Ahri of Ryu.
Look at the wards here from H2K. Full control on the bottom side they think. It's only the lanes they can't spot, which is where Fnatic has been coming from a few times.
Oh,
everything else instead of around, yeah.
Odoamne, he's not close enough to the transformation, but he is pushing Huni back with the boomerangs. Very, very tanky here now. Starting to get that way as he gets closer and closer to its Rando and Zoman.
Odoamne's done a good job farming. Now, this is what we mentioned a few minutes ago, how once you want to kill that tower, you just take your Nunu, put it down the lane with the AD carry, and it's a very easy push for you to finish up the tower. At the moment, 1200 gold for Yarnan, so he's still not very strong. Not really gotten to be a lane bully because of all these ganks from Fnatic on the bottom side, where Nunu is simply not able to respond. But by getting that tower, we know top tower is super low, so if Odoamne doesn't kill it now, you just swap Yarnan up there after this dragon is gonna get killed, and then he just takes that tower for himself. I think Odoamne should be able to get it now, and you can just go down and you can potentially take a 5-on-5 at the dragon.
Yeah, shouldn't be too much trouble for him to polish that one off, indeed. Huni's coming here to try and force something after it, but there's the hop and the skip. You take a look at the gold game right now, it is just about dead even after that second turret. So 2 towers roughly equals 5 kills. Today,
also, obviously, a bit of a small farm advantage for the top lane. What happened?
Exactly. Now Rainover and Steelback focusing their attention a little closer on the mid. Dragon's live. Odoamne actually, nearly Meganar runs right into the brush where Huni was hiding. We'll see what happens in the aftermath of that. Both top laners have their teleports available, but it won't do them any good if they're dead. Fnatic are gonna start off this dragon with 3 members.
Meganar just got popped here. Huni wants to recall now to base so he can sit with his home guards and teleport down if they need him. You can see in the minimap he's recalling now. If H2K wants to fight, they won't have Meganar, and they will have to deal with the home guard Hecarim. So they, wisely enough, go mid lane instead. There's just purely timing on the top laners for them, but this mid tower will take quite some damage, and Odoamne now needs to be very careful.
It's ignited. There's a True Shot Barrage coming in too. It looks like it's not going to, oh, it does clip Odoamne as he runs back down towards the middle. H2K have been thwarted there as well. They can't quite polish off the tower. They just need a few more hits.
Yeah, no ulti from Steelback here, but Blanca has to try and play with Distortion. That's a bit tricky for it to do if you're grouping on that tower. So H2K, if they get just a small numbers advantage, they need 4 guys to 3, they will take that tower down. But obviously Fnatic now setting up on the sides. They need a pink ward just above the edge here behind this blue buff. And then you have a flank opening for Febivin to come in if H2K wants to group on that tower. If he shows bottom lane here, expect Caitlyn to push up that lane.
We'll definitely expect that. Now it is 1-1 in the Dragons. It is 5-0. Kills in favor of Fnatic, but H2K are the ones with the objectives. So far, this game has gone exactly as we expected, Officio.
Yeah, kills for one team, towers for the other one. Not 20 minutes yet. Rio is going to try and look for a pick. Wants to charm Febivin.
He's got some more damage now. The Abyssal Scepter completed, as well as a Fiendish Codex. Reveals himself. Just going to go ahead and clear the wave away. Orbit Deception doing a lot of the work for him. Chain's not going to connect, and FebiVin walks it out.
I don't understand why H2K didn't just take mid tower here. You have Nunu coming from the top side. Kasing Rico, okay, now they're going to go for it instead. That's fine then. I was about to say, that was a free mid tower for you guys. And there it is, down. Getting the last outer turret now, so suddenly your wards are going to be pushed up a notch here. You can get it actually into the jungle of Fnatic. You can start spotting these flanks being set up. So suddenly there's very few openings for FebiVin to go in and try and get to that backline from H2K. It also means if Fnatic ever wants to push on the mid outer turret, you're going to need wards in the entrance to the jungle of H2K because you got to be able to see what's going on. If you get caught in a bad fight and your own outer turret is gone, you have nowhere to run.
Yeah, FebiVin still trying to play the bait game. Ooh, Ryu, dangerous to go alone. And check the brush, doesn't quite do it. He takes a little bit of damage, but FebiVin backs out afterwards.
Fight between FebiVin, who used to be the H2K mid laner, and Ryu, his replacement, who used to be the other Z. Now he's just Ryu here in Europe. This tower is very low, and Ryu had to use his ulti, so suddenly he can't really do a whole lot. See if he can hold it. Lolix is there as the good bodyguard.
They should be able to do it, but now Fnatic are eyeballing this mid turret themselves. It's still pretty healthy, and there's a number of H2K members around. Reignover getting dragged up by Yellowstar to look for Otawamne. However, as the boomerang hits him in the head, still looking to find any kills they possibly can around the map. Pings of flying. FebiVin and Lulex just look at each other in the brush. Well, FebiVin looked at Lulex. Lulex wasn't sure what he was looking for.
Laughing a little bit. This is the joy of Caitlyn. Once you get out of the laning phase, you just plant your behinds in the mid lane and you just sit there and you just wave clear. Like, that's all you have to do for the next 10-15 minutes as a Caitlyn. Instead, there's fights all around the map. Huni is getting pretty low here. Meganov Modomna coming in soon.
It's coming pretty quickly. I think Fnatic, they're going to try to
wall.
back away. The onslaught of shadows. Ryu takes down Huni. Yellowstar could soon follow. He blows his flash. Ryu's on the chase. He throws the box down, but the charm's going to connect anyways. Here's Reignover. I think he's going to leave him for dead, though. And they take him down. It's Otawamne with the kill. FebiVin should be able to get a tower on the bottom, but he's in no rush as he's chasing Lulex away. A couple of laughs, and that snowball goes quite a long ways.
Oh, he's down.
Oh, not over yet.
Fighting.
Lulex, absolute zero.
No,
FebiVin
it did nothing.
Moves away from it.
Yeah. Nuno's not going to do a whole lot in that tower defense. Instead, Reignover on Kasing.
Yes, so Kasing is able to dodge a little bit. There's a teleport now coming in for Hunia. Home guard, Hecarim, here he comes, and Kasing goes down.
Smack. Down goes Kasing. This game now has really opened up a lot of crazy fights. I mean, Fnatic were going for that top lane dive before, and H2K responded. It is still very close in goal. 3 towers obviously for H2K, 1 for Fnatic. In that bottom lane, FebiVin managed to take it. He's looking good on this LeBlanc. Question is just what can he do in the big team fights? He's going to be the one with Huni really to dive that back line.
Well, it's not the first time, too, that FebiVin's had a good score line and still not had the greatest impact for his team. We'll see if that changes this time around. But for the time being, yes, it is very even. Fnatic, they will take another tower up top. It's finally polished off by Huni. FebiVin still just hunting around this bottom side to see if he can get a quick catch out on anybody. Doesn't look to be the case. Next dragon, less than a minute away, so everyone's starting to eyeball that side of the map.
And this is where these early kills really become important for Fnatic, because it means even though they lost those outer turrets, H2K could never really dominate the map, because they were still behind in terms of items already completed or how strong your champion is at certain points. That's the stun. He can jump the wall, though.
Yeah, they're going to let him go for that one, but he nearly got caught.
That was Tipples and Flash. 20 seconds for this dragon. TP's down low from Huni. He used it before to get that kill. So there's a lot of important spells or summoners missing here for this potential fight. And you can see Otawamne. He's going to push in. Huni's not there to defend. So H2K is going to trade another tower for the dragon. And because it's 1-1 in dragons, that's a fine trade to take if Otawamne can take down this tower. Push mid as well. Just go Caitlyn, Nuno
no
over
reason
mid
not
lane.
to.
Go up, get some damage on this mid tower. And then you go up to the top side, get a few deep wards after you got a few hits on that tower.
3 members of Fnatic are backing, though. This tower, it should go down, even though Huni's already back. He's going to get in there for the defense, but it's already at half health. Yeah, they're going to definitely trade this one over.
All right, that was fine here.
So it stays even. two dragon advantage to Fnatic.
And look at the jungle now. 4 deep wards were just placed from H2K. So they made a good call here, knowing that the home guard Hecarim could probably come back and defend, and therefore they couldn't go for mid lane, instead just went straight top.
Yeah,
so
don't get too greedy.
Trade the deep towers, or the deep wards and the tower, for the dragon. Now is just back defending mid lane, and it's a good trade then from H2K's side.
Oh, Rainover comes in. The hook does not connect on Otawamne, but Rainover is going to get pulled back as he gets stunned. Courtesy of the Thresh Lantern, bailing him out of a bad situation. H2K now, 5 members up in the middle. Huni, however, is looking to push out in the top. Fnatic giving a little bit of ground here, and they're perfectly fine to do it because they've got some wave clear to do up in the top and bottom.
Not gonna push in on anything. Both side lanes are gonna push back now from Fnatic's side, and H2K need at least one of them pushing in if they want to go mid lane and use the Nuno Kate. You don't really want to fight at this point here if you are H2K. You only sit on an advantage on Caitlyn. She's very weak in a straight-up team fight at this point here. She's gonna get one-shot by Huni if he comes in with the home guard, or close to at least. So you don't want to team fight if you're H2K. You want to keep trying to trade objectives and play around the map itself. It's just so annoying against the Hecarim. I mean, he's so fast at moving between the lanes. You need multiple wards to spot him coming down from the side. And you cannot push too far forward if you don't know if every single ward behind you is cleared, because then he has an option to teleport to. So it's really, really tough. HK gonna have to move like super slowly forward. Always worry about the flanks. And that's really where Fnatic is gonna have that edge because of this Hecarim pick.
Just like that, they managed to knock themselves down another tower. Yes, indeed, the Hecarim has been causing some headaches for H2K. Huni's just gonna go ahead and start up on the blue, but there's a few members there to defend. You might want to think twice about that one.
It's been part of every single kill. He picked it up himself, but he got the assist.
There's been a lot of action in that top lane, but he's also been able to get across the map. Here comes the Ezreal. Wait. No, he didn't get it. It was really close, though.
Baited.
That's wipe the sweat off your forehead moment for you, though.
That was so close to get that steal. So Steel by K, despite having a tough laning phase, or well, on paper against the Caitlyn, because of these early ganks, he got that early tier. He's been fully stacked already. He's gonna get Trinity Force very soon as well once he goes back the next time. And then he's really hit the mid-game spike of an Ezreal, where he's gonna be extremely strong, at least for the next few fights, if Fnatic wants to go for them, and of course they do. They're just waiting for that one teleport to be ready. It's up now. Get a deep ward placed, and if H2K ever steps too far forward, you TP him behind, you kill them. So this is going to be a point again for H2K where they don't really have anything they can do. Now there are 3 guys on the bottom side.
And there's no vision of this Baron.
Ryu showed himself. There's 0 wards on the Baron now, and there's so many wards around him from Fnatic. This is going to be a free Baron.
Yeah, oh, there goes the blue trinket, but they've still got a lot of damage to polish it off. And there's no smite anywhere near it. It does get taken down. Fnatic, they sneak it quite handily at 23.5.
Play they've made before with these early Barons, and H2K having 0 wards around it, and 3 guys on the bottom side. Anyway, there's a wave pushing, but you can't really go for it. Again, there's too many wards for Fnatic. You can see how Huni's pinging on the minimap here. He's going back to base. He has home guard now. He can TP in behind if H2K stay in this mid lane. He's going now.
They are coming in. Oh, Moody, he gets a Tibbers on his head, but that's not going to stop Fnatic. Just slow him down for a second. Yarnan, onslaught of shadows onto him. Can he stay alive? I don't think so. It's Huni picking him up. Kasing just going to get melted after the fact. 2 for none, just like that, and a Baron up Fnatic charging down the mid lane.
And really, what is H2K going to use this Caitlyn for? If you can't even stand in the mid lane any longer. It is so hard. And remember, H2K banned Rumble and Lissandra, left the Hecarim open for Huni to pick.
Well, much to the crowd's pleasure, you cannot stop the man in Fnatic's top lane, and H2K cannot stop that second turret going down. Fnatic have just been on a tear, and now they're looking for top, roaming together to try and take yet another objective. Dragon's about a minute away as well.
And this one, H2K should be able to come in and at least sit nearby and stop Fnatic from pushing it. You got Caitlyn, you got Ahri, so your wave play is decent. As we can see, Fnatic are backing away. Obviously, Hecarim needs his TP back before we can see the next big play from them. But then you just go back, you keep doing 1-3-1 setup, you push down these lanes here. And again, if there's just one mistake in the warding from H2K, Huni will find an opening, or Fabian will find an opening to sneak in behind, and you do exactly the same. And Caitlyn is going to do nothing for 10-15 minutes more. And that really is a problem for H2K. They got the outer turrets down, but because they lost so many kills, they were not strong enough to apply pressure on the map after and push the next towers.
And this is it too, because though they have a teleport advantage window, and they know Huni can't necessarily come out of nowhere and make big plays, as long as he stays with the team, there's not a lot H2K can do here. You see the Dragon Shrine, or rather the Scuttle Crab Shrine around Dragon cleared away. Oh, Ryu, they're going to try to make the play here right now. Yellowstar taking a lot of damage as the teleport comes in for Otawamne, but Kasing already down. Rainover in the mix. Otawamne gets caught on a hook, and now Rainover, Yarden is oh so low. Steelback is going to be the one that picks him up with a True Shot Barrage, and a Dragon on top will come after this, but they're not done yet. Rainover burning away. Let's see if he can grab himself a little bit of health back. Huni in the front. They're going to catch Ryu as well. Oh, and he just gets taken down. Otawamne, he's got to bail out of there. Rainover is oh so low, but they just don't have the damage to finish anyone off. And it's a 3-for-0 for Fnatic. Forget the Dragon. They're looking at inhibitor turrets.
And remember, we still got the Baron buff at least for a few seconds. Now it's gone, but the minions were just buffed up. They're going to push this one and get inhibitor. You can go back, recall, reposition for that Dragon. You got time because there's still 20 seconds on Ari here. Kasing obviously getting poked down again.
He has not had a great game.
H2K cannot team fight. The only thing they can do at this point is either get a pick, which is what they tried to do, or aim to push down a tower, but you're never going to get in that position because you're falling so far behind. Look here, fight is on. Ryu tried to set up a pick, that's fine. But Kasing ends up dying. We know Fabian loves to kill these supports here. And then the fight is on. Huni joins in, ulti over the wall. No damage from your Caitlyn. She's already dead as well, and yeah.
I mean, when you've got a Gnar about to go Mega having to flash away from the fight, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. Here Ryu eats another hook, and from there it's just Fnatic rolling all over H2K. They grab themselves the Dragon on the way out. They managed to get away. Everything's back to where it was before, but Yarden, he's got to be careful. LeBlanc's starting to get pretty deadly. So I think we've answered the question this time, that Febiven has definitely been a very large part of the team play in this particular game, Deficio.
It's been at least getting some very good picks. He got a good split push earlier as well, but really, I mean, again, we talk so much about Huni, and there's a reason. Guy has been part of 9 kills on his Hecarim, 5 for himself. He's been all over the place. And you can just see here, Kasing has been the target a few times. 0, 6, and 0. And then obviously, Yarn the next one.
Really no protection. They don't have a lot of tanks. The only one they've really got is Otawamne, and that's situational. Yeah. So
it is always a tricky one. If you have like a comp that's built around like fast pushing down towers, and yes, you can get the outer ones, but if you can't keep pushing that lead, you don't really have anything you can do.
Start to fall behind.
If you start falling behind with a comp like this, there's so little you can, especially against all the engagement from Fnatic, all the mobility from them. And that's obviously why this game is so one-sided now. Because Fnatic are a team who really knows how to push that mid-game lead. I didn't even see who was ahead of 20 minutes, despite us always talking about it. 2 teams who often have the lead at 20 minutes.
No, I think we've answered the question of who gets the lead. Maybe not at 20 minutes, but now that we're at 29, for sure, Fnatic are the ones pushing on forward. Remember, if they get a win here, they lock into that #2 playoff seed, owning the head-to-head against H2K if that happens.
Yeah.
Got it in their sights.
Obviously, #2 in the standings will be facing the winner of #3 against #6 from the quarterfinals, which at the moment would be H2K against Copenhagen Wolves. Winner of that game will then face Fnatic in the semifinal, and then SK Gaming would face the winner of Gambit and Unicorns of Love, as it looks right now.
Well, even if it changes, right now it's looking pretty good for Fnatic, that's for sure. H2K going to try to set up a bit of a trap, and one of the few brushes not warded out by Fnatic. We'll see if they take the bait. I feel like Fnatic might know a little bit more about death brushes, though.
They do, and they also know about taking a massive wave and pushing down a tower. H2K were clearing super minions in the mid lane. I believe so, at least. I'm not sure what else they were doing in the mid lane. But this tower is down super, super easily. It's basically just going to be a matter of time for Fnatic here and see how fast they do want to end. Take another Baron. H2K, if they show up and try and fight for this one, it's all Fnatic wants. Look at your minimap here.
Huni's just
Hecarim
sitting on
is
the
sitting in that base, yeah.
Yep.
They want to start this Baron. They're going to say, H2K, come stop, please. We got multiple wards behind you where we're going to teleport on, and we are going to destroy you.
Oh, they've caught Lulex.
That's the teleport.
That's the start. Here comes the teleport in. Lulex taken oh so low. Huni just going around the side, and he gets the flank on. They are going to get the Glacial Prison. Rainover is going to make that fight start out really, really well for Fnatic. Otawamne with the big Gnar knocks him back for just a moment, but that's not going to be for very long. He's taken down. That's 4 kills for Fnatic. They're pushing in. They could end it right here.
Oh, they will end it, Pyrus. Such a good game from Fnatic. Once we get to that mid game, every single time they make some plays, and don't give Hecarim to Fnatic. It's the perfect champion for them.
You cannot ban out Huni. He's got at least 4 champions. You absolutely have to respect. Hecarim proved to be one of him. So much kill participation in this game. Fnatic, they take the 2-0 against H2K all time this spring, and they are the number 2 seed here in Europe.
Yeah, as we said, this guarantees them a spot in the semi-final and also a trip to Madrid, where we will have the final. Obviously, the winners match and then the match for 3rd place. So we're going to see Fnatic and SK Gaming for sure at the moment in Madrid. And honestly, I mean, this game, early kills for Fnatic, as expected. Early tower pushing from H2K, as expected. They got down these outer turrets, but then simply if you also look at the comp here, it was just too weak to keep pushing on, and because there was this Hecarim who could always teleport in behind you, you could never really set up proper pushes. You couldn't get to the tier 2 towers, and that's why you couldn't use that Caitlyn. And suddenly she falls into a bit of a slump where she just sits and be like, okay, I need 10-15 minutes of farm, otherwise I'm not going to do anything, and that's why Fnatic just snowballed the game.
Yeah, and this really comes down to them just being able to fight much better, being able to force the picks and then go full hog in that game. 3 of the members of Fnatic did not die. There were only 2 kills for HK. They were so prioritized with taking down the towers, and then when they got stopped, Fnatic turned up the heat so quickly. You can see how happy they are to be locking in that number 2 seed for the spring playoffs. First round bye, very, very important.
Super important, of course. You get to scout as well. The team you're gonna get to watch their best out of 5 in the quarterfinals, and you can learn so much because for a team adapting, you know, from one week to another, that's really tough when it comes to you play 5 games potentially. Everything is going to be shown for Fnatic. They can see how you play from behind, how you play when you head, how do you close out games, what kind of compositions do you build, and then suddenly if you do, I mean, you have a week only to change for that team who has to face Fnatic, who's now going to get 2 weeks of extra practice and time to prep. So really, really important to get that bye here. And of course, we got the standings again with Fnatic being secured as number 2.
Yep, so not only have they secured that number 2 place in the standings, but they have locked in the last remaining bye, as we said, to the playoffs with SK Gaming. You take a look at that on your screen right now. Of course, still in the race for that 6th place spot, but it's starting to look a lot clearer here.
Yeah, and suddenly we're going to have to start looking down at the bottom here instead. Yes, Giants and MYM are not going to make the playoffs. However, one of them is going to be auto-relegated. So
which one's it going to be?
We're going to have to see which one is going to be. If they both go 0-2 and end up at the same score here, there's going to be a tiebreaker match tomorrow between these 2 teams where the loser is out of the LCS. No chance to requalify. And the winner would go down to the promotion tournament and face one of the challenger teams. So that's going to be a tricky, tricky one. MYM plays SK Gaming. That's next game. We're not exactly expecting them to win that one, even though upsets have happened in the past.
Very, very true.
SK Gaming obviously want to win and secure, completed that number 1 spot. And then obviously Giants taking on Elements and then facing Copenhagen Wolves tomorrow. So 2 teams who's not exactly going to take them lightly either.
Yeah, I mean, really, you have to think down to the wire. Obviously, we've been saying it for weeks, every game counts, but now especially when one game definitely determines where your future is, and the LCS are out of it. I mean, it makes teams a little more dangerous than usual, Deficio. You'd think anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and I wouldn't even be surprised to see some, you know, new picks maybe. MYM trying to
We've seen a lot already on 5-5.
We've seen, like, was it 48 picks?
Yeah, well, and we've seen we saw Katarina today.
We saw Katarina. We've got some new picks to add in as well. We got to see Hecarim again for Huni. I like that.
We got to see Ezreal
very
80
much.
carry.
Ezreal 80 carry.
That's good for us.
That's kind of boring, but we'll take it. It worked okay. It was a safe lane. But hey,
it worked out, you know, and to be honest, Chardon really never got rolling. He goes 0-4-0 on Caitlyn this game.
In the lane.
He had some real trouble. I mean, Kasing got blown up so many times. I mean, Annie's is good in theory. He did fantastically on it, but
true,
this
but
time
like,
it just
the enemy top laner shows up at minute 10 and ganks you from the lane. You're like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, you're done. What are you going to do?
That's it.
Well, for some more insight onto their win, we're going to go ahead and hand it back to Shox, who's joined by Fnatic's Yellowstar and the man in the mid lane, FLICKR.
Thank you very much, Pyra, and congratulations, you both. With this win, you lock in the first round bye for the playoffs. You'll be going to Madrid. Tell me what it means, Yellowstar, knowing that this was a huge change for you coming into the season, and now making sure that you especially have that first round bye.
Oh, well, it gives a really huge advantage. I'm really proud of my team, even though no one really expected Fnatic to be at such a high level. We didn't have a lot of time to practice going into this season, so I think we've been putting a lot of effort into hard work, and it really pays off. And I know that a lot of us were really stressed before this match because it was really important for us to jump into the semifinals directly. But now we've made it, and everyone is just super happy.
Yeah, congratulations, Febiven. He talks about a lot of hard work. There were a lot of nerves involved as well, and you tweeted beforehand, I'm so incredibly nervous. So how did it end up in the game? Did you miss a couple more CS, or do you think that you did okay?
In the game, I played in every game, so I didn't really feel nerves in the game. But before the game, I was shaking and my hands were like sleeping, and I didn't know what to do. I was really nervous, and I never had this before. I don't know what happened, but yeah.
It might get a little bit worse if you go into playoffs, but I'm sure you'll be able to keep that in check. Tell me about H2K and the way you beat them. You guys are obviously a very aggressive team, and you got a lot of kills early, but H2K always manages to stay in the game. Did your game plan change at any point, knowing that, oh, we seem to have so many kills, but H2K is still taking towers?
Well, H2K was prone to be really aggressive before the new patch, but coming to the new patch, the meta really shifted into like really hard hyper carry, and we expected them to play like such comp, so that's why we banned the tools to protect the Como, and then they decided to go for the engaged comp like they are used to play. We were prepared for both of the situations, and it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, Febiven, Yellowstar is talking about them on the new patch and maybe the picks that H2K comes out with. You obviously know H2K very well. Why do you think it is that even though H2K has the better record as of late, you guys have actually had a couple of more losses in the last couple of games, that you're able to beat them so convincingly?
I think H2K is a really good team, but I don't really know a lot about them, even though I was in the team. Like, so many things changes.
How do you think they've done on the patch, for instance? Because we've seen, for instance, Odoamne going back to that Gnar once again when there could have been different things, but he doesn't seem to be comfortable.
I think we outdrafted them because we had the Ezreal in the AD, we had LeBlanc, we had Hecarim top. Basically, Ahri can never kill Ezreal and LeBlanc because you can dash away. So there was no way from them stopping us if we got our core items. So if we got a good early game, so we just snowballed that into a Drake lead and a Baron lead, and then we just took everything.
Outdrafted and outplayed them, and Stress, you actually had an interesting point about the draft coming out of H2K as of late on the patch, that they don't seem to be as innovative maybe as other teams.
Yeah, that is one of the things that we were talking about when we were looking at the picks and bans, is that first picking Annie straight away was a little bit of a... I guess it goes along H2K's kind of picks and bans. You guys must have expected that, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't think Annie right now in the meta is a first pick material. I'd say like it's more based on tank champions, CC and all of this, so she's pretty squishy and really vulnerable to ganks, and I mean, it's the way they want to play, and I really respect that, and we really punish that lane.
No, you didn't go for the Nautilus second time again. Did you get burned, or what happened there?
No, the thing is, I was really thinking about it, but we wanted to snowball that bot lane, and with Thresh it's way easier. Even though the first gank we didn't manage to take one kill, we burned the flash, and Caitlyn is not as efficient as she is now, as she was.
Yeah, well,
with
good pick in the end. You guys pulled out. One final question. We didn't hear that much from you guys before the season. Obviously, you were also kind of waiting out how it would be and how the synergy would be. Turns out it is pretty good. You guys get that first round bye for the playoffs. So tell me about your expectations for playoffs, because you can dream big with the things that you've shown so far, Bora.
Yeah, we are working really hard every day. We really want to improve. Everyone wants to show that Fnatic is still here. We already have 3 European titles, so we're going for the 4th one.
Yeah, I love that you say we, your new teammates, gearing up to get that one. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, for now, though, we need to take a break. But when we return, Meet Your Makers will look to score a win off #1 SK Gaming to climb out of the last place auto-relegation spot. Is getting awfully close to do or die, so don't miss it.
Actually, if I carry alone, I go nyam 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 nyam. When I eat every ult.
Yeah, you should.
Nyam nyam nyam.
But there we go. The Timbers is going to land the box as well in Yarn. There's the true shot barrage, and Huni with the onslaught of Shadows is going to pick up his second.
I go move.
Caitlyn! I'm really strong. Thank you.
No! Here comes the teleport in. Lulex taken oh so low. Huni just going around the side, and he gets the flank on. Fnatic, they take the 2-0, and they are the #2 seed here in Europe. Welcome back to the European LCS, where Meet Your Makers and SK Gaming are settled up on stage behind us for the clash for the last time this split. Unless MYM can pull out a win here, it could be the last time they meet this year.
Yeah, Meet Your Makers gotta either tie the Giants for the tiebreaker tomorrow or win one more game to avoid the auto relegation. Now, SK Gaming, not exactly the team you expect to beat.
No, definitely not. Let's go ahead and take a look at their lineup. The number 1 SK Gaming in the top lane, it's going to be Freddy 122. In the jungle, it's FLICKR, and mid laner will be Fox, Forgiven the AD carry, and rated support, and their coach, Inner Flame. The number 1 right now, sitting very firmly. They've secured a bye. They win here today. They will guarantee themselves the number 1 position. Definitely. They've been changing their picks a little bit here to Fisho. They still kind of have the same style, I think.
Oh yeah, it's the same style, some new picks coming in. And one of the reasons I guess SK did lose a few games was also FLICKR in that jungle here. He still plays the same style, but again, yeah, he's also, you know, most likely having to adapt his picks. He's still playing Rek'Sai in Italy mainly. Rek'Sai he played last week, and he was really good on it. So despite him having a poor IM performance, he came back to Europe. He's been looking better and better. They need him at his top level for the playoffs.
Yeah, and they cannot take this Meet Your Maker squad lightly. It's been a totally different team since the introduction of their support. Let's go ahead and take a look at their lineup, of course. It is going to be Meet Your Makers. That means in the top lane, they've got JWoww. In the jungle, they've got Horo. Corey will be the mid laner. Rala's the AD carry. And the support Noxiac with Coach Yamato Cannon. They've been totally transformed by the addition, though.
As you said, after Noxiac joined, it's just been looking so much better for Meet Your Makers. They finally have someone who's not afraid of roaming around the map, not afraid of starting a few fights. And if you really look at, like, let's say Noxiac himself, 80% kill participation. That's great as a support in the games he's played so far, even 4.4 KDA, despite being on a bottom team where you normally would die a lot more. But also, you gotta look, you know, at the rest of the team. Mr. Alice and Corey, the 2 carries, have looked. Well, okay, I guess we can say Mr. Rallis has looked a lot better since Noxiac joined. Corey's the same, you know, he dies quite a lot, but he has a few games
where he's been a little
looking great,
more explosive in general. We'll take a look at them.
Look at Mr. Rallis here. This is before Noxiac joined. 3.5 KDA. That is not great for him. Like, he used to be one of the big carries. Obviously, Corey down to 2 KDA. Again, he dies a lot. But then, after Noxiac joins the team, Mr. Rallis, 9 KDA. There's a massive difference. Suddenly, he has a better laning phase, and whenever Noxiac roams around also makes plays, that allows Rallis to just sit and farm, get into team fights, and that's where he's really, really strong, and one of the ways he managed to carry Super Hot Crew last year. He's gone back to that form here, and that means Meet Your Makers suddenly have tools to win games.
Yeah.
And they need to, if they want to avoid that auto-relegation.
Yeah, they need to be 1 win ahead of Giants to avoid that auto-relegation spot. And, you know, they need to, of course, tie them to force that tiebreaker. You don't want to be in that last position. You don't even have a chance to fight for your LCS life. And they're starting to play like it, so we'll see what happens. Now, before we load up into Champ Select, let's get a sneak peek from MYM's Horo and hear about his list of the top-tier junglers in this patch 5.5.
I think Nidalee is still very viable with specific team comps, but you have to play very decisively because once you die, you are worthless as Nidalee. And I think like Sejuani and Zac, I think those are the best tank junglers at this moment.
Well, we've already seen a lot of different jungle picks. Maybe Horo will pull out some more.
But we really, again, hear right here why so many teams favor taking the tank junglers now. And Rek'Sai and Italy has been open in the games we played so far today, and nobody's has gone from this in the last game. It was just tank junglers, Nuno one, Sejuani the other one. Simply because, as Horo is saying here, if you do fall behind, if you make a mistake and you die, you do nothing compared to a massive 4k HP tank in the late game. So unless you are very confident in your ability to snowball an early game, you shouldn't go for these early junglers here. But I still think they're great. But yes, there's a pressure on you. SK Gaming is a team who can use that early game and win from it. We know it's the playstyle they like to use. Nidalee being banned often means they leave the Rek'Sai open and then go for potential first pick for FLICKR. Unless he has changed his playstyle as well, we're going to have to see.
Horo's going to be fairly happy with the Nidalee ban. It didn't sound like he was intending to play it. The last time they won, it was up against Gambit last week, and they pulled out the Olaf. Let's see what they do here, though. Cho'Gath also banned away. SK Gaming going to go ahead and throw another one. This time it's at Fizz.
Okay, that's against JWoww in the top lane, obviously, even though we have seen jungle Fizz as well from Airwax. But JWoww has played it, and honestly, this is just the snowball picks SK Gaming are hitting towards. They say, we will beat you every time in the mid game. We will beat you in the late game. We have the better teamwork. Obviously, the 2 coaches, wow.
I think they're coordinated today.
Yeah, matching the ties.
They look
the
good,
shirt, everything. Almost look the same.
Yeah.
Who do you prefer? Inner Flame or Yamato Cannon, just by the looks?
That is a tough question.
That's a tough one.
They're both quite fly.
They are. They're good-looking men. Good-looking men. See, I'm not using beautiful. Good looking now.
Handsome, I think is the word you're looking for.
That's very true as well.
Sejuani is also banned now. So a fair amount of junglers thrown out. There's the Cassiopeia ban. You know, Corey ran Victor a couple of times.
This disabled sadly though here, yeah, on 5.5.
So he's not going to have a chance to run that again.
No, that is gone for him. So Cho'Gath, obviously, we would assume being a mid lane ban. Clearly, MYM knows something we don't from the potential scrims that's been happening over the last few weeks. But yeah, SK Gaming, as I said before, they target all the snowball picks from Meteor Makers. Now, JWoww, if he wants to notch him where he can be a carry, it would be Aurelia for him. He locks in, but he's gone Maokai a few times already if it's been left open. Look at the setup here. They can go Nunu Lulu if they want to. They can go Nunu Maokai. And then suddenly, you can build a combo around Mr. Rales, the guy we just talked about, has gone from 3.5 KDA before Noxiac joined to 9 KDA. Lulu and Nunu are two of the best champions on this current patch, and they should never be put together, because there's going to come a hyper carry from Mr. Rales, and SK Gaming need more than a Z to kill that.
And here's the thing, too. So not only do they take away the Lulu, which, well, N-Rated's been moving in slightly different directions lately. That was kind of his mainstay support. They've also almost dared SK Gaming to go out of the comfort zone on AD carries since they've left Lucian up, but they're also kind of saying here, we will get a hyper carry and we will make him big.
And Lucian obviously doesn't have the same early power as a Graves. Lucian is like a discount version of Graves in terms of the laning phase, at least. In terms of the mid-game power as well. It's more late game.
Still a bully, does a lot of work.
He's still good, but not Graves level.
Exactly.
In that sense. So, Svenskeren looks to be going to Rek'Sai again. Problem is, Nunu is a jungler who can control these aggressive junglers really well because he gets that early side stone, and even if Rek'Sai finds him, you just snowball him in the face and you run away, and there's not really any kill pressure in that sense. It just means that Horror needs to be careful if he goes for a gank, because if the counter gank happens, that's where he can get shut down completely in the 2 versus 2 situation. But we're fully expecting a Juggermore composition from Meteor Makers in this setup here. They got everything right. They can even go Maokai top lane for JWoww, and you couldn't ask for a better Juggermore setup.
No, not at all.
I guess, no, sorry, I mean, it's going to be Lulu top, I guess, in that case.
Well, okay, so here we go. We have been seeing Jinx rise in popularity, not just the Kog'Maw. This is a champion, though, that can get a little bit more involved in the active fight as opposed to just poking the back line with the ult. They're going to lock in the Ahri for Corey. Will they lock in the Jinx? That's the question for Rales.
Yeah, I think they're talking about which AD carry to take for the late game, and yeah. Again, would assume then it goes for as a Lulu top lane. They would have loved an army, been taken away by SK Gaming, so instead might have to just fall back to Janna, which exactly is not the worst thing. And that can also be why they do more of a protect the Jinx setup instead of that Juggermore, where you often need that Nami just to add.
They can take a Thresh, though, too. They can add the mobility if they want.
If they want, you know, some more early roaming pressure, you can go for Thresh. You want the Lantern, obviously, for Jinx, but...
Or a Braum for its front line.
Janna is just so good against Zed, because if Zed ever goes in on your AD carry, you just monsoon him away, and he's not going to get back in there to deal enough damage. So I would expect Janna for Noxiac, and obviously their lineup speaks for itself. It's going to be, hey, Mr. Rales, are you fit? Great. Can you just kill everyone? Awesome.
You know what else I learned is good against the Zed?
Tell me.
Urgot.
That's very true.
Found that out watching NA.
But then we would have to be like Ahri, top
we could have Urgot top and support Lulu. But let's not speculate on the craziness. There's a Maokai and a Lucian locked in for SK Gaming. So they go back to tried and true. What do Meteor Makers end with here? That's the question.
Well, as we repeated like 10 times, I would assume the Janna for Noxiac. Unless it's going to be Lulu support and instead they take like Aurelia for him top lane, which can try and beat out this Maokai and he can become a bit of a split pushing threat, and you have that 1-4 setup. I do not want to see Leona. That is not the support I want to see here. You don't need engage.
They're thinking about
Your entire comp is built around kiting and avoiding the all-in from SK Gaming. Like, look at SK Gaming's side here. Lucian and Zed, they spike insanely hard in the mid-game in terms of their damage. So once you get past that point, all you have to do is kite and you kill everyone. I don't know why Leona has been picked into this setup. I want to see what Noxiac is going to do. Is it because of the early roaming, potentially, against SK Gaming? Janna would have fit in not so much better.
Not entirely sure. However, it's definitely a pick that Meteor Makers have run quite often, although the success has not really arrived until Noxiac joined the squad. He's had one Leona game. He did fairly well on it. They did win. But yeah, I'm kind of questioning this one too. I think the Janna would have made a lot more sense. Or even running the Lulu support and picking a different top laner.
Again, you're already looking at SK Gaming's comp here. What happens when you have a Jinx Nunu is if the enemy team runs a low amount of mobility, you're like, great, your tower is gonna die in a second and you can't even engage on us. That's why you don't even need any engage on the side of MYM, because all you do then is simply you group on a tower and you just push it down instantly. And if there's no engage, well, fine, we take that tower. Now this Leona here, suddenly we're gonna have to see if we can get some early roams from Noxiac and if he can create some picks. Otherwise, it's not gonna do anything for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really tough game for them unless they can set those up particularly. Take a look at how that goes in this game. SK, though, it's a tough team to set up early picks. That's when they are at their greatest. But now, it's time to let us know how you think this game is going to end up. Go ahead and shoot us a tweet over at LOL Esports with the hashtags MYMWin. If you think Meet Your Makers can pull off the upset, or SK win if the leading squad is going to come out #1. We're going to go ahead and see in just a minute. The crowd's hyped up. How about you guys at home? It's SK versus Meet Your Makers.
Are you hyped, Pyro?
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's good.
Always hyped.
I almost spilled water all over myself there. That's how
I'm glad you didn't, though. I'm glad the hype was contained slightly.
In my water bottle. Anyway, so SK Gaming, very standard setup for them. Only, I guess, difference from the normal SK is Maokai is being picked for Freddy, but we know he's a great tank player. And obviously, wants some way of trying to shut down this AD carry in the late game from SK Gaming side. And because he's not going to get as many buffs as possible, that can work for them. But really, we're looking at the Zed, pressure the Ahri in the mid lane, then you can roam. You know Zed and Rek'Sai are way, way stronger than an Ahri Nuno setup. So the mid lane pressure is... It belongs to SK Gaming. Lucian Nami is a fantastic 2-2 lane, so MYM do not want to fight against that. They're going to have to lane swap. Let's see if SK Gaming is going to counter it, or they're just going to fast push like they normally do if you swap away from them.
So far, it looks like we might be up for standards. Rollins is going to throw the ward down, actually backing away. So yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, now Noxiac's going. No, they don't want to take that standard lane, and they will go up to the top side.
Trust me, that would have been a very easy lane for SK Gaming to win. So,
the wise move here, then.
The wise move. And it's fun again with SK Gaming, and I want to see if they also will, if they keep doing this in the playoffs, because they are a team that never cares about, trying to counter your swap and go top lane, meet you in the 2v2 there and say, haha, we have the stronger lane in your face. No, they're always happy doing lane swaps and simply fast push down these towers instead. You got the Lucian for Forgiven, he can do it. It's not a Graves, but it's enough. And obviously, the small Raptors ends up dying. Freddy picks them up, returns to the top lane, and he doesn't need to blow teleport this time around. He will always sit in that lane. Let's see if Rallis is freezing it. That's what you have to do against Freddy, unless you want to go dive him early. He's setting up a freeze, so I like this from MYM at least. Noxiac is not going to do a whole lot, though, to really zone away this Maokai.
Yeah, he definitely won't now. Forgiven and the Raider are going to go down to this lane, able to deal with it on their own right now. As Noxiac's just keeping Freddy away from the farm. But yeah, you're right. He can't really go all in on him without putting himself in some serious danger, overextending into tower range. So he won't be doing that for now. Meanwhile, Jungle Buddy system for JWoww and Horo.
Yeah, and as you can see, Freddy's doing everything he can to get in range when the minions are dying, just to get the XP. He knows he's not going to get the farm at this point, but he just wants some XP. Early on from Enrated, trying to force a flash potential from Corey.
All right, there's the charm, but Fox
that's the bubble.
Is going to be able to step forward. Corey, he's not going to get bubbled. Good flash timing. Right into a couple of friends.
And a very good roam as well. No early ward being placed. That's a small mistake from SK. You know when there's a swap, the support can roam. You need an early ward on the bottom side of the map, or well, to the side where that support is. So you can potentially spot him coming in. Nothing was placed, even though you have a ward on the Nuno as well from Horo. And therefore, flash blown, making it very tricky now for Corey in this mid lane. Zed already does really well in the early stages. Ahri really needs to get that arm guard. She needs to get the blue buff before she starts taking over that lane completely. Well, not completely, but before she can really start fighting back.
So Forgiven and Rated still unopposed in this side. JWoww is going to take a little while before he's going to be able to get very competitive, but he's on the same level as Freddy right now. It's actually 3-3 in farm since Freddy's been zoned back quite heftily rather.
But now MYM is pushing the lane now on the top side, which means you need to have some response to Freddy, because you know he's going to sit under that tower. So what they're doing is they're taking the two guys, the Lulu and the Nuno, move them to the top lane, and try and put pressure on Freddy. If he stays on the tower, you go 4-man and you just go dive him and you kill him. Rek'Sai or Svenska normally doesn't help Freddy at all in these swaps, and Red doesn't help him either. So Freddy now just gonna back away, give this one over. Fast push coming from MYM, but SK Gaming is doing the same. The main difference is, if you look in the jungle, Rek'Sai has just been farming, not been doing anything, while the Nuno's now been forced to sit here with the team, push this one in, so they're gonna trade towers, but more farm for Svensson on Rek'Sai, and none of the top laners really getting any advantage. Even a dragon is going to be taken now.
Yeah, this is the thing about going for the bottom side and forcing the bottom side. You get that dragon advantage in the early game. SK's been so great, especially in the beginning of the split, at just managing to take dragon after dragon after dragon. But Meteor Makers are not backing off of this. They know they have to give that one up, and they're going to try and push again.
Yeah, they can push the next one here, at least get some damage on it. They got still the cannon. You have the blood bow from the Nuno to push it down. It's only Freddy here trying to defend it. He will get a lot of farm. So MYM would honestly have loved to see them stay just a little bit, push it down. You got Lulu.
Really wasn't much threat from Freddy.
You got Lulu already in the bottom lane, clearing the wave. You know SK Gaming is doing that early dragon because you haven't seen the jungler, you haven't seen the support in a while. I feel like they could have gotten some damage on that tower, but
I think so too.
Decides to back away instead from Rallis, who didn't have enough gold to get a BF sword, so only pickaxe and boots. While Forgiven on his side has 1,500 gold exactly and will get his own BF sword. So now you have an item disadvantage in terms of the AD carries. So if they do get in a 2-in-2 lane, that's purely in favor of SK. It was already just from the matchup. Now it's even worse because of this item disadvantage. And that's not good for MYM. Playing a bit to SK Gaming's terms here in the swap.
Yeah, for the time being, Forgiven is actually going to move up to the top to help Freddy push out the wave, or rather Freddy's going to back away. So this will give Rallis a chance to get a little bit more relevant, get a little bit more gold in his pocket, and he's going to be unopposed. However, he's still behind in the start of this one. SK's still looking good in the early game.
Yeah, so basically what SK Gaming likes to do as well is once they're taking that dragon after the swap, again, you take this BF sword Lucian, who's currently one of the strongest members, 6 minutes in, and you take him opposite lane, you're pushing the second tower, because Lulu, whilst he can wave there a little bit, she's not going to stop them from taking the tower. They will always get some hits on that tower and take it down extremely fast. So as long as they prevent Jinx from taking the bottom lane tower, SK Gaming wins out, gets the global lead. Horror right now needs to go bottom lane, buff up this Jinx, and push in that tower as well. He's doing it extremely late. He was sitting in mid lane, but they will still get a lot of damage. Okay, TP as well. This is good. So MYM is going to trade towers again.
Oh, they're going to look for Freddy first. How tanky can a tree be? I don't think it's very. That's going to be first blood, and it's over to Rallis. They should be able to put some serious damage on the tower as well.
Yeah, trade it again.
Meanwhile, yeah, Forgiven and Rated are able to take one, but MYM get first blood, so that's a little bit of gold back in their pockets. We all know how snowbally a Jinx can get once she gets going. It's very exciting.
Freddy did everything right beforehand on the top side when he backed away beforehand, but here, for some reason, he didn't expect MYM to trade towers, and then he got caught on. They're going to take tier 2 as well. Both teams are just pushing in a lot of towers early.
As fast as they possibly can. Forgiven and Raid are doing this solo, however, or duo, however. Well, there's 4 members of MYM doing the same job on the bottom, but they accomplish the same goals. 3-3 is your tower score, and we're only 7.5 minutes in.
Yeah, again, that's what happens when you trade.
Uh-oh.
SK Gaming is going to get tower on the hip. They're stopping the recalls here. That's perfect.
Yeah, they stopped Noxiac right now. He's going to burn his flash, and not quite yet, but it's only a matter of time. Down he goes to Svenskeren. Deathmark now on to JWoww as Fox gets in
his tower.
They're buying so much time, and so is JWoww.
8 minutes in, Inhib tower is gonna die.
This is like back to the 4v0 meta, Officio.
This is SK Gaming, and early tower pushing.
4 towers for them. 3 of them have been in the top lane. They did not stop after that, and now they'll back away as Noxiac comes back off the fountain with the low death timers. Oro smiting down the blue as Svenskeren was trying to take it away, but SK Gaming have done quite a lot in this early game.
Yeah, and what should have happened is after MYM took the tier 1 tower and SK Gaming took the tier 1 on the top side, MYM got the bottom one, JWoww should have recalled. You didn't need him anymore. You have Nunu buffing up a Jinx. That's enough to push down against the Maokai. Even if Rek'Sai shows up, you can get some damage on that tower. And then you send back JWoww to start defending. You should be able to push in the tier 2 as well. So you trade those, but then you already have defense to clear some of the waves so that you won't lose that inhibitor tower. MYM invested 4 members on one side And also, remember that AD carry disadvantage, pickaxe to BF sword, that also mattered in terms of how fast SK Gaming could push. So, simply by keeping too many guys on the bottom side, that cost MYM. And obviously SK Gaming doing a fantastic job stopping the recalls in the end. Getting 2 kills as well for themselves.
And now they're looking to push you in the middle. They're 3 members strong now. But there's a lot of SK Gaming here to come very, very soon. And yeah, Horo is just kind of hanging out in the jungle as well. They didn't bring him to the party. They might have gotten a little more damage on it had they done that. SK defends that one out successfully. It's not even 10 minutes yet, and we're looking at 7 total towers already down to Fischio.
Yeah, I want to see Horo though stay with Mr. Rales here. Obviously you want to farm for that Cinder Hulk, but whenever they go for these pushes, you need that Blood Boil really to maximize your damage on the towers. And it's the way they're really trying to play against SK and counter them. By getting fast pushes down, by taking these outer turrets and then match them in terms of the global gold they get. Because again, what SK Gaming likes to do is they take down these outer turrets, they get an item advantage. You can see it already in terms of the AD carries, or it was before at least. You get the item advantage, and then, as we always say, they do the 1-3-1 setup, push every single lane, and they're stronger in every lane because they got that global gold. That's why MYM is trying to counter it by, you know, trading towers all the time.
They're just not fast enough to do it, though.
They just very few small misplays, which then cost them the 3 towers in the top lane, or at least inhibits the tower in the top lane. And now, while we have the arm guards for Corey, it does delay his core build a little bit, and that's where Zed in the mid game is really gonna start shining. We know he's gonna go to a side lane, he's gonna become a split pushing threat, and nobody can stop him before Ari gets that hourglass. Then she can at least farm against him and just hold him at a tower, but she will be pushed down every time.
Will indeed. Speaking of pushing, Forgiven and Fox are looking to make this tower go down. It's 5 seconds on the next Drake. Noctic coming around for the flank, but does he want to go in? No, just pop a ward and clear out the Rek'Sai tunnel.
Well, now for MYM, setting up for this dragon. Remember this Leona pick. It needs to pay off around these fights here. We're gonna need some perfect ultis from Noxiac. But Forgiven should never be caught by that. He can just dash out of it and save himself. So all 5 from MYM are here. SK Gaming is moving in. They want to fight for it. They can push in the mid lane, and you already got top lane pushing, even though that minion wave will be stopped, at least on the way. But there's no tower to reset it. So MYM, if they start, or if they had started their dragon, they would have lost a lot more. And there's the engage.
Yep,
no?
Fox gets stunned up. Oh, he gets caught. He goes in for the death mark as well. Can he finish off? Absolute Zero coming in. Fox taken very low, but he's not taken out. Meanwhile, Horo forced to flash away as Ignite takes down his health bar. Freddy's very low. Corey coming in for the flank now, but SK, they might be softened. They haven't gone down.
Got a lot of flashes though here. 3 at least blown from SK Gaming. I didn't see if Enraid also has to flash away here. Straight back.
And the tower was defended too, important.
Yeah, that's the important one. And they didn't lose anything from it. Yes, okay, the tower took some damage, but they were about to be caught in a bad situation where they were getting simply out-rotated by SK. Freddy, no home guard, so he's just teleporting in.
Yeah, he saves the pink ward and he sets up for the dragon all in one go.
J-Raw has ulti, but Noxiac is late for this one now. Can MYM try and stop it? I don't think so. They're going to be too late for it.
I think they're just going to try to push middle, but Forgiven's already there to clear the wave away. So I think you're right. This one is going to go over to SK Gaming. That will be dragon number 2 for them. And they continue their control of the dragons. A wave comes out.
Oh, they went
waves goodbye.
That means the mid lane is suddenly open here. Forgiven's going to have to use his ulti to clear the wave, because all of SK Gaming decided to back away through the bottom lane against a Jinx and a Nunu. This tower, it's going to take a long to block the calling. There we go.
Yeah. A couple minions go down, but it won't be enough. This should be a tower taken by Meet Your Maker, so they will be able to answer back. They get their 4th tower of the game. It is 8 towers total, 4-4, 13 minutes into this game. 2-1 is the kill score in favor of SK. It hasn't been quite so bloody as we might have expected. And there's the Rek'Sai Scream. It's only going to be a farm alarm.
Yeah, so Dragon 2 Dragons so now for SK. We'll try and respond with the mid tower, but MYM is already here. Freddy has no TP. They know he's no TP. They can engage. They're going in.
Yeah, they're going in right now to start this one off. Svenskeren caught out, and he's going down. It's Rales picking up kill number 2 for himself. So they do trade that for the tower, but still.
I'm not sure what SK Gaming were expecting there. They just blown teleport from Freddy before. He shows up in the bottom lane, and they group 4 in the mid lane. That's obviously just telling MYM, hey, engage on us. We're going to be 4v5. We can't stop you from doing it. Like, free kill. Now they just gotta make sure they don't leave this mid lane unnoticed, because there's no proper wave play yet for Rallis. He's gonna need a shift if he goes for it, or if you just want maximum damage, he's always gonna go for Phantom Dancer instead. I've seen a few Jinx builds in these like Protect AD carry ones, where either you go Infinity Edge into, let's say, BT or Zeal, and like you don't complete like Static Shift or Phantom Dancer first, you just go like Infinity Edge, Zeal, and then BT Last Whisper, and you have an insane amount of AD.
Look at that fan vote there, and you know, despite the fact that SK, by their record, and by the way they played all split, have been clear favorites, or should be clear favorites in this one, only winning by the 10% mark versus MYM. There's still some hope there for this MYM squad.
What a fan votes at least, yeah. SK Gaming is a team that never seems to win the votes.
Or by a lot. That's a fair point.
Yeah, it's very close at least every time. So, after all these towers being pushed down, it's 4 for 4. The mid tower went down before. I like that trade from MYM, honestly. As long as they don't give up the next dragon, you don't have that 5th dragon potentially from SK, which we know they like to play around, but they haven't really been able to get that massive item advantage we normally see, because MYM has been so good at trading back towers. And this open inhibitor in the top lane is not really going to be a focus, because nobody can push down that far early on from SK Gaming side. So they're just going to be happy with the gold they've gotten from it, and that's basically it.
MYM are actually the ones in the gold lead too, and you know, it's important that they've been able to defend this mid lane turret time and time again, and they've managed to push in their own one on the side of SK, because it limits the map control that SK do have. Yes, they have an open inhibitor up top, but it's still going to be a little while before that's really a viable option to try and split push in. Let's see if they get this fight that they want. Freddy and Rated were stunned up for just a moment by the solar flare, but there wasn't anyone else there to really engage.
No, and this is where, again, SK often have problems, because they are not a team who plays around division very well. So again, if they cannot do the 1-3-1 split push, they group up and kind of surrender the map a little bit and give a lot of openings for the other team to find engages. We saw Noxic here try and engage because they saw Zed at recall. That's why he went for that one. Obviously, before with Svensson died in the mid lane. They still gotta try and defend this one. They need Lulu and Ari here to clear the waves fast enough. Chorus to show himself in the bottom lane though, so SK Gaming are looking for this mid tower.
They are indeed. Fox reveals the waves are cleared. Brawl eats quite a bit of culling as he has to back away, and that should be enough for SK Gaming to take down the tower. Finally, 16.5 minutes in. That's their 5th of the game. They'll be able to back away now. Nice and safe. Dragon, 2 minutes away.
Next target for SK for sure. Otherwise, I just want to see them, honestly, just go back to your 1-3-1 once you get teleport ready from the Maokai. Put him in the top lane. Put the Zed in the bottom lane where there's a tower he can push in and take down. Even look for Corey. No, won't get to see him. But put Zed in the bottom lane, put Maokai in the top lane, or the Rek'Sai. One of them, it doesn't even matter almost. And then you just start that push in the top lane, because you know MYM is going to have to send someone to defend it once it reaches the inhibitor, because it's not going to reach it by the minions itself. And then you just focus on the mid tower and the bottom lane tower, the 2 tier 2, and you take over their jungle on the bottom side of the map near the blue buff, because once you do that, you also get the dragon control at the same time. So that should be the plan for SK Gaming. Zed in the bottom lane, 3 guys in the mid lane, either Maokai or the Rek'Sai on the top side, and you start pushing them down, and you force MYM back into their own tier 2 towers, and they give up dragon control completely.
We'll see if that is indeed the case. That dragon is a minute away now. Corey just pushing out the wave on the bottom side, as there are several members of SK Gaming moving in the general direction of the pit. Fox hanging out in the brush gets a clear, but there is no ward there. Be revealed. Svenskeren and Corey look like they might be button heads for just a second. The charm lands on Fox. Prevents him from going all in as early as he wanted to. Deathmark is on, but immediately Zanya's Hourglass. But I don't think he's going to last very long after this one, or is he? Looks like Svenskeren is the one they've caught out after the fact. Spirit Rush to move out of the way. Noxiac just trying to make the play, but Enrated was there with the save and the disengage with the tidal wave. Horo now having to move out, and it was a very, very messy little fight. Let's see what the Rocket can do.
Nope.
Oh! Hello, Svenskeren.
Oh my god.
Goodbye.
I was like, nope, that's not gonna hit. And then...
And the crowd loves it. That is a man advantage right now, and the Dragon is live for Meet Your
That is such an
Makers.
important play. You knew there was gonna be the 1-3-1 setup. You knew they were gonna have to surrender.
And Flame looks devastated.
Again, you knew they had to surrender that jungle pressure, and then to get the kill. Now Horo...
Oh, wait a minute. Horo might have just given this back over.
Still alive.
There's a heal popped, but still, SK Gaming
Okay, so now it's
Sven
time
still
for
has
Sven to
ulti.
come back up. He
Yeah,
has ult available,
ulti.
but still, there's a timing window that they have, and rated is really low. Here comes Sven Skaren to try and save the fight. Right into the back of the Dragon Pit. Freddy is starting this one off. JWoww's the one who's knocked up. Can he stay alive? The bubble connects on Corey and Rallis, but they're completely fine after the fact. Freddy goes down. Rallis on a rampage. Meteor Makers are taking health bars.
4v5.
They win the fight, but they're gonna lose the Dragon.
Well, Horror's coming now. Yeah, they will lose that Dragon, but they gotta kill. So 3 Dragons now for SK Gaming. They got what they wanted. But man, MYM, they have some good answers here for what SK Gaming is doing. They're predicting what's about to happen. That kill before was so good because it allowed them to walk into that Dragon and at least stay around it. Okay, they didn't win the fight because Horror got chunked. Only small mistake from them. Had it been there, that fight would have gone for MYM. Dragon would have gone for them as well, and suddenly SK Gaming would have been pretty far behind.
So as it was.
Now it's still 3 Dragons, but as it was, yeah. Horror, sadly for him, just had that one little mistake.
Let's see that
It's
rocket
really-
again.
It's really been the one for MYM here. They know what to do, but then there's just like one little mistake from someone, and it still gives SK Gaming some advantage.
But importantly for MYM, yes, they've given away a number of things, number of dragons and a number of turrets. However, they are playing the comp out the way that they need to. They are protecting the AD carry. They are funneling gold onto the AD carry.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately, that puts a lot of eggs in the AD carry basket.
Which is what they want. Mr.
this
Rallis
case,
is a great AD carry. And he's shown multiple times, at least last year, that you can put your goal onto him and he can carry. He's not a skill shot magnet like certain other AD carries in Europe. He's able to carry late game. So if I'm MYM, I would trust in him at least.
Seems to be the best bet for right now, but they're going to have to start grabbing some dragons back. SK, that 3-2-0. They'll have that extra move speed now, as well as their additional buffs. However, it's still MYM with a slight gold lead in this one. They're starting to march down middle, but they don't have nearly enough people here to defend. Sven Skaren and Rated, flanked by Fox and Forgiven, will be able to push that one back. All the same, MYM have refused to let themselves be pushed back further and further into their own jungle.
And SK now, again, because Dragon is gone, they want to swap the focus and try and take over the red side jungle or the top side jungle of MYM, because now they have the Baron pressure starting 21 minutes in. Honestly, I think they could still just go bottom lane. Oh, well, not bottom lane and mid lane. You got the tier 2 turrets there. Those are the ones you can play around. That's where you can use your Zed really effectively. Baiting out a Baron this early on is extremely tough, because if you do start it, you take a lot of damage. MYM just needs to not be caught right here.
And it looks like that's Noxiac who is getting caught, but can they salvage the situation? Sven Skaren going down, it's Rallis with an unstoppable kill as Corey. Zanya's his way out of a little bit of damage. A jungler for support traded, and what looks like a bad situation for MYM has turned even.
Turned even, yeah. Sven Skaren is trying to build some tank items, but it's going to be a while before he can do anything against Rallis, who's already completed their Phantom Dancer, going insanely teamfight focused, max single target damage, no wave clear with the static shift. And to go back to the point with the Baron here, if SK Gaming starts a Baron 21 minutes in, they take a lot of damage, and that's where MYM can come in and punish you. So it's a lot easier for MYM to kind of stay around and just prevent them from starting it and buy more time. But if you push the 2 lanes here around the T2 towers, that's where you can use your split push properly, and that's why they've gone back to it now, at least with the Zed into Ahri matchup in the bottom lane.
We'll see how that one unfolds. It's definitely been pretty close so far. A lot of members of MYM, however, hanging out around the backside of the pit. We'll see what they can make of this one. They're actually going to back away a little bit. SK Gaming getting in position, just rewarding it out, or actually just tunneling it out, I should say. Sven Skaren moves back.
They don't have enough out of the base at the moment, and Raider just recalled, so no wards in the jungle, so you couldn't continue your split push here. MYM just needs to keep wards on that Baron, and 1 or 2 wards the route to the Baron through their own jungle, and they should be able to move around. You got double side stone, which also opens up for these 4 sweepers that MYM likes to run very often. A lot of teams like to go for the greatest stealth totem on the top laner, but MYM almost always goes 4 sweepers and try and deny more vision than they get down themselves.
We will see what SK do in the Vision game. As we said, most of the split, they've definitely not been the wardingest of teams, if you can use that
I think that's
phrase.
safe to say. I don't think anyone will ever argue with you.
But it hadn't punished them too heavily until Katowice, and now, well, teams are realizing that that may be an advantage that they can use. We'll see what MYM is able to do. They're denying some vision inside their own jungle. Dragon's a minute and a half away So that's a bit of a while before SK is going to make into the contest for this one, but for the time being, Baron has been all but forgotten, just sitting up there with a couple of wards in his home.
Yeah, simply because MOM is denying SK from walking into that jungle here on the bottom side of the map. They cannot split push properly, because if you push too far up and you don't have vision in that jungle, you're going to get collapsed on and you're going to die. You're not going to be able to react in time if they engage elsewhere on the map. So MOM is doing a very good job of denying entrance to their own jungle. Really making the Z pick ineffective in that way. So he can't get his one-on-one plays. And we know what's going to happen in the late game teamfight once QSS is completed for Mr. Rales. Well, then Zed is not going to be a problem for him. Rexa is not going to kill him. We know Lucian is not going to get to that AD carry either. And then suddenly it's about MYM kiting around and relying on the fact that Jinx with a Nunu buff and a shield from a Lulu is going to melt that Maokai a lot faster than SK Gaming can melt anyone from MYM. Except for maybe Noxiac. We might have to sacrifice him.
Might have to. See how it goes. Siege now on in the middle, but it looks like MYM's more interested in just pushing the wave back. They're actually the ones in SK's jungle. They're going to clear out this pink ward outside of the Dragon Pit. 23 seconds remain until that one comes up, making sure SK don't have an easy time of getting in there. They have no intention of backing away. There's the Void Rush. It's just going to go over towards the mid. They see him available there. Horo trying to zone out the rest of SK. Uh-oh, he could be caught. It looks like he's going to flash away, but he's not going to be for a very long. Wild Growth will keep him alive still. This could be dangerous. SK's actually the one who looked like they might be losing this fight. Deathmark is on. JWoww staying alive. Corey's going to pick up Fox in the meanwhile, and there is going to be Freddy moving in. The shutdown goes in. Forgiven takes out Rales, and with that, the damage threat is gone. It's a 1-for-2 trade for SK Gaming. They can pick up Dragon number 4 right now. That looks like that's what they're going to do.
And this is the second time where MYM set up so well for these Dragons here. They know what SK Gaming is about to do, and then Horo walks in on his own, is forced to flash away, so he's out of the fight. There's no blood boil for Rales, and also the ulti from JWoww was used on him instead of his AD carry. You saw how Rales, they had 2 members really low, but he dropped himself. There's nothing to help. So let's see it again. Good setup here. Do you want to take that big fight? Horo completely caught out for no reason. He walks into them. Ulti used from JWoww. He's out now. And then look at the rest of the fight. Rales has no blood boil, no shields to protect him anymore. And while they do get 1 kill, as soon as Forgiven sees that opening, he goes and finishes up Rales and wins the fight for SK Gaming. So, massive mistake from Horo. The second time now, where he's the guy being caught out. You're playing Nunu, just sit with your AD carry. Zone for him with your ulti, and that's fine. You don't have to be the guys who start the fights.
Yeah, I think they want Noxiac to do that one. So that mistake buys another Dragon for SK Gaming and also buys quite a lot of kills. And now they're trying to clear out the Scuttlecraft. They will do it. Freddy's on the chase. And he gets smited and slows up for just a moment. But SK, you know, they have caught a whiff of some weaknesses with MYM. We'll see what they do with it. Corey takes a whole culling charge and has to back away. Now Noxiac starts the fight onto Freddy.
Corey's in here.
Fox and Forgiven are here. This is not a good fight to start. Noxiac just gets blown up. Here comes the wave. It's going to catch Rales. Absolute zero, but Deathmark is on. Rales oh so low, but Fox is the one going down. It's Horo who picks it up. Can he get even more? He gets a double. However, oh so low, Forgiven comes in and gets a double for himself. It's a 3-for-2 for SK Gaming.
It's a good little choke point that got them into there. A lot of AoE damage coming, but that was Corey being chunked in the mid lane, and he was very far away when that fight started from MYM. Is basically starting a 4v5, and they're really giving Forgiven so many openings in this game here to just be the big carries. Now 5-0
going from
Lucian.
0-0-0 especially. Like
he's just been cleaning up. I mean, you know Forgiven is an AD carry. He's not afraid to dash in. And you know, even get to your backline if there's a chance.
When he knows you can secure the kill, he will definitely go all in on this one. So now, after the Void Rush, they wait in the brush. See if they can get a catch on Noxiac, trying to clear the wave away, but they are all on him. He should be able to get out. Lulu's shield coming in to help him. He's not going to be much help in the next fight, though, unless he gets back to base pretty quick.
Rales is still doing well on the Jinx. 5 kills, near or close to the BT. 5 on the goal for him, so he needs obviously a little bit more before he gets it. But Forgiven, yeah, really been able to pick up a few kills. It's about the 280 carries at the moment. Obviously, Corey on this Ahri is doing a lot of damage in the fights as well. MYM just does so many things right And then when it really matters, that's where you see the mistakes from them. And it's such a shame because they deserve to be ahead in this game with the plays they've made. They've read SK Gaming like a book. And that should also be a bit of a wake-up call again for SK Gaming, saying, okay, if MYM, number 10 in the league at the moment, can do so well against us in the early to mid-game, we need to, again, look at our strategy and where can we fix some of our mistakes. Because coming into playoffs, you cannot make the same kind of plays or mistakes.
Not
And
against
you
Fnatic
cannot
or
expect not to be punished, at least, from it. It's not over yet. It's just 4 dragons for SK, so that 5th one is going to be important now. Of course, Freddy coming in.
Noxiac is going to get taken down by Forgiven. They're looking for Horo as well after the teleport had come in. He's taken down by Fox just like that. 2 kills, no smite available for MYM. SK is thinking Baron, and there's not much Meet Your Makers can do.
Oh, Baron for SK, then Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes. Can start setting up for that one after.
Smarting shots on the back.
Just that, sending a message.
It's not about getting the kill.
Sending a message here from Raz. But yeah, Dragon, obviously for SK, is going to be number 5. They got 4-0. They can even start pushing on this top side. The inhibitor is open. And MYM currently is not in a position to defend it. Corey's going to try and set up a little trap here. Then realize nobody's going to come down. SK Game is going to play it safe. Go for that Dragon instead. Set up with a few wards. You got a pink ward on and rated at least. And then you take that fight here. MYM is going to be forced to fight. They can still win it. It's not like Baron buff is impossible to beat. But you cannot go against a Baron buff and a 5 Dragon buff team. Especially when you have an open inhibitor. So MYM needs to be here and fight for this one.
It's going to be so hard for them to do, though. They need to deny Dragon buff number 5. You're absolutely right. But against a Baron buff team that's already gotten 4 Dragons to tier 0, if they can get the right angle of engage, anything's possible, I suppose. But they cannot afford to get caught out here, and they cannot afford to give this one away.
Cannot. They're moving in now, but SK Gaming have taken control around it. Oh, engage on
Solar Flare.
Potentially. Oh, got the flash.
They did get the flash out. They also burned the Solar Flare.
Fairly short cooldown on it.
It is a short cooldown. Much shorter than a flash, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
Forgiven's going to go ahead and take down that buff. Freddy's still causing some havoc around the side of the jungle, but they're just not getting the right flank to start this one off. It's still 26 seconds until the Dragon is up. Forgiven's going to spend the calling. Noxiac just eats all of it. So throws down a ward to walk away. SK right back to middle, and they're showing their dominance here. After the mistakes of MYM have allowed them amass a decent lead in this game.
Got the bot lane pushing, they got the top lane pushing as well. It was before, at least for SK, so don't have to worry about the side lanes at all. It's just full focus on this 5-on-5. Horo is going in. Noxiac is very low.
Dragon's already done. They get it. They get the charm on Freddy, but they can't afford to take this fight. Horo, he's in so much trouble. They're going to Twisted Advance onto him. Can they maybe push him back? No, he's melting way too fast. Absolute zero. Maybe they can. Yeah. Freddy's taken down. Horo actually living through this one, but not for long as a double kill comes in for Fox. Taking down both Corey and Horo. A triple. He's going for more. Can he find Noxiac? He's taken oh so low. Shut down finally by Rales, but they will pick up Noxiac. Rales, can he defend on his own? Well, SK's not going to go for the middle. They're going to go for the juicier target up in the top.
Get that open in here for them. You can go back to the mid lane after I'm pushing that. So, or let's see if they can go for anything else. They got a massive wave here buffed up with the Baron. You got 5 dragons. This tower is going to die extremely fast.
Oh yeah, and it looks like Rales might be the one to follow once he can get out of there. He burns his flash immediately. Tower 1 goes down. It's still a few seconds before anyone's coming back up. Have SK done it right here, Deficio? They clear away the Nexus turrets, but now it looks like they might have to back away as Horo comes back up to push them off.
They have not, Pyra.
Not yet.
Everyone is respawned, but they got 2 Nexus towers. And Forgiven is getting another kill.
Yeah, he does pick one up, and he does also avoid the Zenith Blade. He's going to get stunned, however, and he's going to get shut down by Rales, who gets excited, looking for N-rated now.
Oh, is the zap?
It's not going to connect. JWoww chasing Sven Scarens. All the same, they took down both Nexus turrets and an inhibitor up at the top. We'll see what happens with the rocket.
See if he can get Sven. He can spot it.
Oh, he's going to launch it!
Whoa.
And it's dodged out. Sven learned his lesson.
That once, at least. Oh, Corey.
Oh, but Corey's here.
Did he now, Pirate? Did he learn that lesson?
He learned how to dodge Jinx rockets, but maybe not. Ariel charges. Noxiac, however, has not learned his lesson. He goes down.
7 times he's died now in this Leona. I would really prefer the Janna. Just saying.
I hear you.
But MYM has still had some good plays in this game.
Some very good plays.
Very good plays. It's just simply been key mistakes that SK Gaming have punished. And it was the same deal when SK Gaming played Giants. It was a fairly even game, honestly, for quite a while. And then Giants started making some mistakes, and SK Gaming, they capitalized on them completely and won the game from there. 4 Dragons now. We just got the 5th one. It's running out now. They can wait for Baron to respawn, get the next Dragon if they want to, as the same setup. Still no 6% for MYM. Even though this Jinx is extremely strong at this point, you're still very far behind, just in terms of the map.
I mean, at this point, you can protect the AD carry all you want, but if your entire front line goes down and it's just the Jinx, then it gets a little bit rough. So they're going to go ahead and give Rallis the red buff as well. Makes a lot of sense. Considering the composition and the situation, they want to make sure everything goes to him. Not quite full build yet. Corey nearly checks into a whole heaping pile of damage, but the rest of MYM are here. As long as they can keep that wave pushed in the top, they can do anything else they want around the map and raid it. And the rest of SK are looking to polish this one off, though, and they will handily. And with a wave at their backs, they eyeball this next inhibitor turret. Noxiac dodging the Praise Seeker. Let's see what MYM can do here to defend this push from SK Gaming.
Playing the wave now, at least. They need Corey here, and they need JWoww to be, again, the ones to really fast clear them once the wave comes in. And we can see SK Gaming, they don't feel like they need to do anything. They just want to wait for the Baron. They want to wait potentially for that next Dragon as well before they do a whole lot. Rallis is going to hit that QSS soon. It's obviously going to be the next item for him, but he's only sitting on about 700 gold at the moment, so that's going to be a while. It won't be here for a potential Baron fight.
Yeah, meanwhile, SK has turned their attentions to the mid. Rallis is going to get bubbled up as they just continue to push this one back. 7-2-4 on the Jinx. He's definitely been a monster, but SK Gaming have gotten quite a lot of kills of their own. Forgiven, it's 8-1-5, considering it was 0-0-0 for a long time. He really thundered back into the score box after a couple of fights went awry for MYM.
He's playing like he always does. We know Forgiven. We know he's going to be a big carry for SK Gaming.
Yes, indeed. 33 seconds on the Baron. It's being pinged right now by MYM. SK have the vision control of the pit, and they have the mandate to go for it, considering they've got a downed inhibitor up top. And some waves pushing in their favor. Looks like down bottom, they will look to start this one off, but there is a ward. Well, in 15 seconds maybe, they'll look to start it off.
15 seconds. I like this ward right outside the Baron pit from MYM, because the ward, the ping ward you place in the Baron pit itself won't spot it, so it requires a sweeper. Now it was killed from SK. They got the Oracle Lens obviously from and raided, but
they know JWoww's up top right now, so they know they have a number advantage, and there's no teleport still just yet.
Question is, do they have the exact time on that teleport or not? Or do they think it's ready, seeing as he's sitting there clearing the waves? Because it is very, very close.
It won't matter in a few moments for MYM.
They have to again.
If they can stop this, Noxiac, he didn't back afterwards. He's going to throw a ward in. This is going down really fast, though. Oro is here. The best they can hope for is maybe a steal. He go in. Oh, they don't quite get it because Fox is the one who's able to secure the Baron. Meanwhile, Deathmark onto Fox, or onto Corey rather, as Fox goes around the back. Oro, he's got nowhere to go, and he goes down. Forgiven is going to pick him up, and over the wall they go. Over the wave they go. JWoww's going down. It looks like the rest of Meet Your Makers is going to follow, and that is looking like it might be Noxiac hustling back to his base, but he's the only one there to defend and try to stop what's going to happen next. SK Gaming in full force, looking to push this one in, looking to end the game. There are no Nexus turrets, and that's going to be it. SK Gaming cement their #1 spot in the spring split.
Yeah, guaranteed #1 now
for the playoffs.
In the ULCS. So, second time they managed to win the regular season, at least. They did the same in the spring split last year, and then went on to lose to Fnatic in the final. And obviously Fnatic went to All-Star, but this time around, I'm sure SK Gaming wants to change that and be the ones to represent Europe at MSI in Florida between our 2 splits.
I believe you are correct there. So, they take the win. It wasn't the most convincing, as MYM had some very good plays, but mistakes after mistakes let SK amass the lead they did, and they went perfect on the objectives. The Barons and the Dragons, they all went into SK's pocket, and they were looking like they did at the start of the split when no one could top them.
It's basically what SK Gaming has showed us now in the last few games is they can play the same style, and even though you might have answers to it, if you make one mistake, they will punish you for it, and they do it Because it's not like it's just, oh, one guy made a mistake, we won the game from. No, it's every single time MOM made just a small mistake. SK were there, got a kill, secured that dragon. Even times where they weren't supposed to get a dragon, your jungler dies just before it spawns, and yet you manage to get it because you get a kill on Horror then. So SK Gaming are really showing that they can keep it super cool and wait for your mistakes.
Even when behind, yeah.
Even when behind, or, well, even, but I really must say for MYM, for a team that looked so lost in the start of this split, the change to support has really been fantastic for them.
They brought it back.
But it's just great to see a team, you know, not giving up. Keep practicing, keep trying, despite all the problems you had in the past. You keep trying, and you get to this point now where every team is honestly respecting MYM. They say, well, MYM, they're pretty good right now. They're not a free win. Yeah. MYM plays Rocket tomorrow. Normally we would say, oh, Rocket is going to win that one, and then, oh, they can tie elements, what's going to happen? No, I'm not sure. MYM can win that game and play spoiler for Rocket and force them down in a promotion tournament.
Yeah, and you know, it all depends on what Giants does as far as the auto relegation spot too.
Sure.
I mean, there's still, it's very much up for grabs. Giants have a couple of tough opponents. They haven't really improved as much as a team, not nearly in the level that Meet Your Makers have, and this is just really, really, really big for them. So with that win, SKs, they locked in the #1 spot in the standings. Let's go ahead and throw those up on the screen.
Yeah, as we've seen a few times already, top 2, Fnatic SK Gaming is locked in the books. Rocket obviously being eliminated. Meet Your Makers, despite losing to SK here, if Giants lose the next game against Elements, they are still tied, and that's the important one. That's the main objective of MYM. Don't fall behind in terms of wins at this point to Giants. And then, of course, middle of the table, as we've mentioned so many times, they're fighting for this #6 spot. Copenhagen Wolves look pretty good at the moment, and should get it if they win tomorrow.
Yep, and now with that first place position also comes a bye to the playoff semifinals. Let's look ahead at our bracket as it stands so far on the board. So 4th and 5th seeds, they may be matched by Gambit versus Unicorns of Love. Match we'll see later today, but so far this is what it looks like.
And as we can see here, so SK Gaming with the #1 seed, they face the winner of, at this point, Unicorns of Love against Gambit, #4 and #5, and then Fnatic, obviously with the #2 seed, are gonna face either Copenhagen Wolves or H2K if we look at the standings at the moment.
If everything stays as it is.
SK Gaming and Fnatic are guaranteed to go to Spain. Join us there for our roadshow, because they will have to play. If you lose the semifinal, you play for 3rd place, because we have points now. And you gather these points, and then in the summer split, there's more points you play for.
It's a lot of
and
points.
You might get a spot at the World Championship in Europe. So you want to get that.
You just might. They definitely do. Now, for a look into that game, we're going to go ahead and head on stage where Quickshot is joined by SK Gaming's Unrated.
Thank you very much, guys. First of all, congratulations on the win, and congratulations on locking in 1st place in the spring split, something that SK actually did during the regular season last year as well, as Defish has already said. Let's talk about this game. During picks and bans, you gave away Lulu, hyper carry the Nunu. Was there ever a concern or a worry that you were giving away this hyper protect the AD carry comp?
The thing is, we were more worried about, since it's lower teams in the standings and we were not scared of individual players in their team, it was more of a concern that they get lane dominant picks and they're actually snowballing from lane. Like if they get several kills, someone can't lane anymore, the farm doesn't go into our favor, we can't really come back from it. That was more of a concern. I think during the game, it might have been a concern. Beforehand, it definitely wasn't, because, I mean, a 4-0 Jinx with a protected Jinx comp is kind of scary, but I think as long as it wasn't Kog'Maw versus Maokai, there's a lot of room to play with that.
Well, it definitely worked out in your favor. It felt like SK was in charge of the game the entirety, definitely dragon control, but gold was very even for a very long time. Did that catch you off guard?
Not really, but we felt it. We felt more insecure in the game than we felt during preparation. I think that it was throughout the game kind of controlled. I think the team fights were a little bit messy. We might have to work on that coming to playoffs then. Semis will show. We just need to prepare better, and we need to be on point with what we're doing. We were slightly off, but it was enough to take the win this game.
Well, congratulations. You did lock in 1st place and another win on the board. Looking for 15-3, the dream maybe for SK. Let's look forward to that semi-final matchup. You've got an extra week to prepare. How much can SK or any semi-final team learn from the rest of the teams in the league before the quarterfinals, considering there's still 2 full days of games?
I think that up to some point you can maybe read like
patterns, the way they pick, the way they prioritize, but things change up drastically throughout this time because it's a whole week before quarters and people actually work on changing their patterns in general. So looking at quarters is going to be much more important than now. You can maybe read some smaller things out of it, but quarters is what remains like really important because you cannot like hide anything if you play quarterfinals. You have everything on the spot, therefore you just need to show up everything, and that's just going to help us preparing way better than these matches right now.
Well, it definitely sounds like you've got a great strategy and game plan ahead. I wish you all the luck in the playoffs. And with that, we're going to head back over to the analyst desk with Shocks and Stress.
Thank you, Trevor, and nice hearing from and rated there after SK locked in that #1 spot here in the European LCS. Him saying that we might have not prepared as well for this game. We were slightly off. That's from the side of SK, but I would like to focus on MYM because it is really unfortunate for them that it slips out of their fingers knowing that they are fighting to keep out of that auto relegation spot when everything went so good for them in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly, and it's really tough scheduling as well. When you look at, you go into the last week, your first opponent has to be the top of the table. So for MYM, that's a big mountain to overcome. And you know, there were a lot of positives from the beginning of the game. You wouldn't have thought, looking at that game, it was #1 versus a potential #10, because up until about the 15-20 minute mark, they were fairly even on gold. The biggest difference between the two teams, however, was the dragon control that SK Gaming had over the entire game. And it's something that I've actually been a little bit surprised by in today's pick and bans. Rek'Sai has been open in most of the games we've seen today, and that's the first time that Rek'Sai has been picked out by a team, and you saw how easy that early game jungler is just bullying around a Nunu who should have superb dragon control.
Yeah, Svenskeren is fantastic on that Rek'Sai, and as you mentioned, the Nunu, Dragon Control, Vision Control, but it seemed that MYM was always, they had it in their heads that they wanted to set up for Dragon, but they weren't positioned correctly or got picked off. And I actually want to get one of the replays up on the screen where Mr. Rawls is, I gotta say, a little bit out of position, or I'm not sure what was up with that flank.
Yeah, Mr. Rallis is over at the side. This is just after Haro got caught out, just trying to ward and get around in the jungle. You can see Rallis is actually on his own. And when you look at this composition that comes out from Meet Your Makers, they've got Lulu, they've got Nunu. Everything should be here to protect Mr. Rallis, and he's getting good damage done, but that's only while Forgiven is ignoring him. Forgiven turns his attention over to Mr. Rallis, who's out of position on the wrong side of the map, and he's an easy pick-off. And from there, SK just take the entire fight.
Yeah, because Mr. Rawls was playing well. He has been playing a lot better under Noxiac, but Noxiac dying a little too much in this one. And maybe I feel like MYM was kind of half committing to helping Jinx and not. And your composition is made or broken by peeling for Jinx, and they just didn't do that.
Yeah, exactly. And at that point, Mr. Rallis, I believe, was 5-0. And that was actually a really good kind of feeling for the MYM team. Their team comp wanted to scale late. You wanted to get Jinx a little bit later into the game, get the itemization. It just fell flat after a couple of team fights that didn't go their way. SK, it's actually very similar to the last time these two teams played earlier in the split. SK took 5 dragons pretty much uncontested and then rolled through the base. This time a little bit tougher, but they still took all 5 dragons, grabbed a second Baron, and barreled through the base.
Yeah, great on SK, and as I said, a bit unfortunate for MYM, definitely because we see improvement, and now they are one step lower, maybe closer to that auto relegation spot. We'll see how that evolves. Before we take a break to set up for our next match, let's hear from you guys at home, because earlier we asked you which team do you think is the most prepared for the spring playoffs and why? And here's what you had to say. Our first answer is from @Pitsenator. He writes, it has to be the Unicorns because how do you beat them in a best of 5? They beat teams better than them and you can't ban them out. Good point, and we saw it in promotion relegation when they came in and came back and got their spot here, and they've been looking so good.
Yeah, exactly. I've had the immense pleasure of casting Unicorns of Love for about a year and a half now, since the team's inception. And
I'm jealous.
Casting them in a best of 3 or a best of 5 situation is always a weird one, because they always have something in their back pocket. Previously, it's been the Yorick Cassiopeia. What have they found on 5.5 that's something a little bit special, a little bit magical?
Yeah, I think that I'm going to keep it in check, though, until the playoffs, but we might see something crazy coming out a bit later as well. Our second tweet is from @Kronai. He's backing a different horse and says, SK is definitely the front runner for playoffs right now. Even with the IEM results, God-given will carry them to victory. Yes, Forgiven again did very well here on that Lucian, which isn't the optimal pick for a lot of players in this one. I don't know, though. SK Gaming, if you look at how Fnatic has been winning their last games, even with losing a couple in the past weeks, for instance, they look so scary, and it's totally different sight if you watch SK.
Yeah, it's a very interesting thing to watch SK. When you look at it, is they're still making a couple of little mistakes, but Forgiven is going huge right now. Fox is doing a good job as well, and as a unit, they're overcoming their mistakes. And as you touched on the Lucian, he's starting to come back a little bit. Forgiven's been playing him all the time. I wonder whether we'll again see bans on the Graves, on the Lucian, like we saw at IEM. That's going to be the question here in a best-of-5 situation.
Yeah, definitely want to see what they have prepared if they come back in the playoffs, of course. And the last one is from @JasonKyle69. H2K, they're putting off a C9 Season 1 type vibe. Not enough people believe, but they earn it game in and out. That's actually completely true because C9 had also, before they went into the LCS, failed to qualify. Then they got into the LCS, they won everything, but they didn't get any fan support initially. So it's a similar story.
Yeah, it is a very similar story, but after today's game, it pains me to say, but I have to kind of disagree. H2K just didn't look like the same H2K that we've seen, and we sung their praises earlier. I mean, Quickshot was mentioning about Kasing's Annie and how good it should be. They first picked it, and yes, Fnatic did put a lot of pressure onto him, but H2K have to be able to take that pressure if they want to compete against Europe's best.
Yeah, we will see how they will evolve going into playoffs. Thank you guys so much for adding to the conversation and sending in those answers. You can chime in on Twitter throughout the day by tweeting @LL Esports with that hashtag LCS. Now coming up, there's two teams that need to win to stay in the league. Both Giants and Elements absolutely need to win. And we'll find out who rises to the occasion after the break. But while you have a couple of minutes, check out LOLesports.com/tickets because it has all the info on the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational. That'll be going on in Tallahassee, Florida. The top 6 league teams from around the world will be fighting for regional pride from May 7th throughout May 10th. We'll all be there and tickets are available right now. We hope to see you there.
Makers and SK Gaming for the last time this split, unless MWAM can pull out a win here. Could be the last time they meet this year. Little fight, let's see what the Rocket can do.
Nope.
Oh, hello,
oh my God.
SK's actually the one who looked like they might be losing this fight. Deathmark is on, JWoww staying alive, Corey's gonna pick up Fox in the meanwhile, and there is gonna be Freddy moving in the shutdown.
Go.
Just kill Leona, just kill Leona, just kill Leona.
Okay, can we get the Jinx? Jinx has no flash. Jinx has no flash. No flash.
I ran ins.
He's dead. Keep going.
Get him on.
Kill the Nuno.
Okay,
Good job.
Can they maybe push him back? No, he's melting way too fast. Absolute zero.
Freddy.
Maybe they can.
Yeah.
Freddy's taken down. Horo actually living through this one, but not for long as a double kill. SK Gaming cement their #1 spot in the spring split.
it's like it still is really tough for us, and we still have like a lot to prove and improve. So basically, it's just really rough right now, and we're just gonna take it one game at a time. The most important thing is either you hit playoffs or you don't, because that's where the points are given. But obviously, it's just as important to stay in LCS.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk at the European LCS, where we're taking a look at our next matchup between Giants Gaming and Elements. The Fisho has joined us. We have a Dane, a Brit, and a Belgian. Could be a start to a good joke, but it'll be the start to some good analysis.
Crazy good band, maybe.
Yeah.
Can you sing? I know you can sing.
I'm a drummer. Yeah, I can drum better. Anyway, the case at hand here is Giants versus Elements. MIM just lost the game, so Giants absolutely need to win this to retain their, or get a little bit further away from that auto relegation spot. They can also play spoiler for Elements because the Copenhagen Wolves won. Elements now has to go 2-0, so there's so much on the line here. Let's start by diving into the lineup for Giants. They're on the blue side for this one. Werlip, Frederick, Pepinero, Adri, Rydel, and Lozark. As said, they really have to win, and the game versus Elements that they played last time around, if you guys remember, they ended up winning because they got the Baron and then just pushed bottom and exploited a mistake from Elements. But Stress, I wanted to talk a little bit more about Giants as a team coming from Challenger into the LCS, because it hasn't been an easy road for them.
Yeah, it hasn't been an easy road at all, and even when they qualified, a lot of people weren't quite expecting it from them. They won a couple of small tournaments and then kind of exploded into the LCS. And the problem with such fast growth is it's difficult to fix problems that quick, and it's become apparent as we watch the games that Giants still have a lot of the issues that they had when they qualified. They still are very linear when it comes to how they win games, and they're still making a lot of mistakes.
It's just very obvious when you watch Giants play that they might not have, I'm not going to say they have the wrong players to get better, but they don't have the time, simply because every team is improving so much, especially over the spring split, and it's going to be the same for Giants. They qualified as the last team. That's what you have to remember. They didn't qualify like in the relegation being one of the favorites to do well, if the challenger teams know. So honestly, I feel a little bit bad for them because they have such a short amount of time to improve, but it's just not been good enough for them.
Yeah, and one of the issues that we felt that they really need to improve on is something that, again, was apparent back in expansion. Top lane, Werlib. When he's on Jax, he's much more comfortable than any other champion. He actually has a 4 times higher KDA on Jax than on any other champion, all put together as an average.
But that's the problem. It's not really rocket science saying, oh, I wonder if they're going to play Jax or not. I mean, if it's open, he's going to pick it. We saw him get it against SK Gaming, and that's why I got so surprised, because he got the Jax, he got like a kill earlier, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be the Giants from week 1 where they're going to split push. And he was like, nah, I don't want to split push. I'm going to go team fight into a Maokai. And that was like my last hope for Giants, because I thought they couldn't win with the Jax. But then when they even started team fighting on the Jax, I was like, okay, I'm not sure what's going on anymore, but that's a problem.
Yeah, indeed. Even though Pepinero also had a good week once again, it just wasn't enough for them. And they're up against Elements in this one, and they were on the red side. Wicked, Shook, Froggen, Reckless, their support Crepo, and their coach Nif. Elements last week, sign of hope. They took down H2K, broke that winning streak with the Carthage Jinx, and that there we saw a glimpse of the super team. And then the next day and night difference, Gamut with a double AD comp, just completely outplaying them.
Yeah, it very much seemed like Elements as a team right now, they can hurt themselves very much in a pick and ban phase. They went for Kassadin into a fast push double AD composition who offers 0 wave clear. And it was like, what's going to happen? Oh, your mid tower died, your top tower died, and all your towers just fell down, and there was nothing they could do. So clearly some mistakes still from Elements in that department, but they have looked better.
They have looked better, and the super team from the Super Dane, as anybody who caught PTL may be able to kind of relate with. But what I want to talk about with regards to the super team is, if ever there was a meta that should fit Elements down to a T, this is the one. Double tank, Wicked should be fine, Froggen should be fine on a scaling mid laner, and you take a look all the way back to Season 3 and Reckless's performances on the Copenhagen Wolves, he should be fine on hyper carries. He was known for his Vayne. Will he bring anything like that out? You have to feel they should be able to compete.
They should. I mean, he's played hyper carries already, so Wicked came back to the team. He's been playing mainly tanks. We haven't really seen too much from him. He had some fairly poor performances, honestly, from Wicked's side. And then, of course, Crepo joining the team is honestly been like the big breakthrough for them, at least to show some more potential. I think we can use, like, I have just an example of what's happening now for Elements. If you just pull up the clip, it's against Unicorns of Love, which obviously was a fantastic game. They went very back and forth. And what happens here is Elements are now making a very smart call because they know Vardex is doing Dragon, so they know it's a 5v4 on the top side. And that's been the thing for Elements. It's no longer about the shot calling being terrible. It's about individual mistakes, because what happens? Wicked gets caught out, he dies, suddenly it's a 4v4, Unicorns can run over them. Had Wicked not been caught right here by that charm, then this would have been a good call, resulted in a tower, potential inhibitor. Before Vardex was done doing the Dragon, they could have gotten a lot 5 versus 4 on the top side. So the shot calling, ever since Crepo joined, has looked a lot better for most of the game. Now it's just individual mistake from the team, which is weird because we always used to say they're fantastic players, they're going to do fine. Now it is those players underperforming, like Wicked here being caught out, costing basically the whole move from Elements.
Yeah, and on top of that, the mental issue, when they're individually underperforming, we saw a tweet from Crepo that said, I often think it was a mistake and whether I should have retired or not, going from a Worlds team to being mocked for maybe getting into relegation. I wonder how much that is weighing on the team, as he is a shot caller. It has to bleed through somewhere.
I mean, it's difficult because Crepo was very vocal about it. If he wanted to join a team, he needed to be at Worlds in his mind. And let's keep in mind that this isn't the be-all, end-all. They can still qualify potentially for Worlds through the summer split. They've just got to improve.
Yeah, and they can still go for the playoffs as well. We'll see what they do in this one. Everything is already on stage. I do think so. So let's go back to the casters to load into that game.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And as you might have noticed, swapping in on the desk with me right now is, of course, Trevor. Quick shot, Henry.
Thank you very much, Pyro. I'm looking forward to this game. You know, if you just mentioned that Elements, there is a minute chance that Elements can make it into playoffs. They need to 2-0, and they need Giants to upset the Wolves tomorrow.
Exactly.
And it's going to be difficult.
Now, and of course, you know, Elements, they may not be in this position had they been able to secure that win against Giants the last time they met. It's a mountain to climb still. They've got Fnatic tomorrow. The Giants, on the other hand, they're just trying to avoid auto relegation.
Yeah, you know, with Mecha Makers losing that previous match to SK Gaming, it means MYM 4 wins, 13 losses. They've got a head-to-head tie with Giants. If Giants lose this game, they're still in that potential battle to see who gets auto-relegated. We might have a tiebreaker for the 10th position, Pyro.
We'll have to see if it all starts here right now. Bans are coming in, and it starts with Karthus. And of course, it also starts with Jax.
Yeah, not surprising at all. Out of the 17 games that Giants have played, Jax has been banned in 14 of them, played in 3, and has 2 wins. Werlib went 2-0 at the beginning of the split because I think teams almost disregarded the strength of Giants and that champion. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough for Giants last week when they pulled it out. The Karthus, on the other hand, Froggen went huge and really had a very impactful game.
Yeah, and Elements, they definitely know what they wanted to ban out. So did Giants Gaming. These have been flying out pretty quickly now, and as they've all been set in, we have a Diana ban, the Lulu ban as well. 5-5 has opened just so many possibilities. We'll see what they do take Giants. They're going to lock in the Maokai first for Werlib.
So interesting that this week the Lulu is the focus. A lot of bans and fairly early picks across most of the teams. The reason I say it's interesting this week, last week I felt Kog'Maw was taken off the table more often than the Lulu. And as you can see this time around, fast lock-ins from Elements and also a lot of early game presence. Lee Sin plus LeBlanc are a very scary roaming combo, and when Froggen has gone rolling on Assassins this split already, I think back to his performances on Ahri, for example, he has been terrifying. The problem is Froggen's not been able to convert that level of play and those kills into as many victories as he would have liked.
Yeah, that's fairly true here. They're definitely uncomfortable champions for themselves. Froggen on LeBlanc, Shook on Lee Sin. Panero is relaxing on this one. And they will lock in both the Rek'Sai and the Corki.
So for Giants, a little bit of everything. They've got a strong front line. They've got a mobile tank, mobile jungler rather, as well as that mid-game AD carry. The only interesting question is, what does Wicked want to run in that top lane? They're leaving that last pick with Hecarim gone, with Lulu off the table, with Maokai off the table. Does Wicked want to run an Irelia and have a very aggressive run at team comp, or does he want to default to the Gnar maybe that Oda continues to play despite being less successful? That's a question I have left for Elements.
Yeah, we know that they've been prioritizing a little bit more of the hyper carry, so we see Reckless once again on Jinx. This will be his 3rd performance on it. He's got a win and a loss on it. And Crepo goes for the Thresh, so again, it's one of those tried and true combinations, but they are leaving up their last pick for Wicked last. Giants answer with. They still need themselves a mid laner and a support.
And Pepinero is quite versatile. He knows he's coming up against a LeBlanc, so got to be a little bit careful with the options that he runs if he wants to go Ahri. Always had Xerath in the back pocket. Going to be very confident with the Twisted Fate. And on the condition he doesn't get caught out by an aggressive Froggen, I like the fact that Twisted Fate is going to synergize with the Rek'Sai very well. With all of the hard CC from the Annie and the Maokai in the respective lanes, there is very, very real gank pressure. And against a Jinx with no escape, if Krepo's not in the right place with the Lantern, all of a sudden you can lock him down very quickly. Again, the question for Elements, do they want to run a tank top? Do they want to give Wicked the likes of Rumble, which he has run already, the split 2 games under his belt? Or will we see Wicked on something that we've not seen in the LCS yet? This is the player that has struggled more than most on the Elements squad.
Did have a brief hiatus from the team. Came back, he's played some Maokai, but that's not available to him this time around. Hey, you know Aurelia's open. He played it once. This split.
The only scary thing...
Oh!
All right,
okay,
so
there's a tank buster.
So Trundle, I love in 5.5 because of just the ridiculous amount of sustain that he's got. Because of the changes to both his passive and his W, he's going to be able to just stay healed up in lane for such a long time. And something that's great about Trundle with his ultimate, stealing the tank stats, he's going to be able to steal all of those statistics from Werlib's Maokai over and over and over. The Subjugate allows Wicked to, in theory, itemize a little bit of damage early and adjust. I like Element's team composition, maybe with the exception of the Lee Sin on 5.5, but I want to see how well Elements handle this laning phase. There is the possibility for Pepinero to ruin a lot of people's days.
This is very, very true. A lot of global presence from the side of Giants Gaming, should they choose to use it that way, but I'm really excited to see if Elements can pull off this comp. If they can win this one, they'll keep their playoff hopes alive for now. We get ready to get this underway. The two coaches meeting up here to shake hands in just a moment. There they go.
And you know, this is the first time that we're seeing Pepinero on Twisted Fate in the Spring Split. So, new champion for the Giants. It completely alters the way the team has to play and has to work, but it also puts additional pressure on Element's side. Elements as a team have been caught out in the mid to late game, and we'll need to see if the Twisted Fate can enable that again.
We will indeed, but now it's time for you guys to tell us if you think Elements will even out the head-to-head, or if Giants can get another Giant upset by tweeting us at LOL Esports with the hashtag LWin or GIAWin. We'll see what you think in the game. The crowd's ready to go. Let's get this one underway. Elements versus Giants, part 2 on the Rift.
And you know, something else that we also have to touch on is that if Wicked gets off to a strong start and gets to a, very beefy Trundle frontline, Corki is not a tank killer. Twisted Fate is not a tank killer. So if Wicked is able to get beefy enough and Shook is able to maybe snowball some early presence, they have a very, very powerful team fight composition with the fact that Trundle and the Pillar, the disengage from Thresh and Lee, as well as the mobility from LeBlanc can get excited. I think there's tools there, but for the time being, a little bit of pressure on Reckless. That's a ghost.
Quick ghost from Peppy, yeah. It looks like they won't get anything for it as Froggen was there to back him up. There's a gold card on. He's going to fling it, and that's going to force a flash out of Reckless, so a summoner traded. As Reckless goes back to base for the start of this game, Werlib taking a little bit of damage, but he returns it onto Wicked as well.
So it's going to be an interesting trade. Yes, Pepinero burned his ghost. It is a shorter cooldown than Flash, but the question is whether or not Shook or Frederick can actually take advantage of that summoner spell loss that the respective opponents have suffered. Again, Reckless is most likely going to be playing it safe with Krepo, and you can see with the lane swap scenario, as long as they don't get too overextended, the likelihood of that early summoner trade, I don't think it's going to impact all too much.
Should not if Giants don't take anything really tricky to start this one off. So Wicked's going to rove through the jungle, meet up with Shook in just a bit. Should be heading down to bottom lane in just a little while, but for the time being, Werlib's also going to be hanging out this time by the Razorbeak camp, trying the trick with the saplings. No one is there to stop him.
And we do see that the alternative top lane is, of course, Wicked. He started off with that Q. He got Chomp, and he's going to be starting off from that Raptor camp. So something that we've seen from Hecarim top lane is they do that early camp, clear the entirety, back, pick up boots or armor, and then TP to lane. And for Wicked, knowing he's coming up against what is going to be Ardri plus Rydal, there's a lot of auto attack harass that comes out from that Annie. So I'm most likely going to see that armor. We'll see what he opts to buy. And we're settling in for a lane swap. Pyra.
Looks like we are indeed. So Reckless unopposed up there for the time being. You can actually see Crepo moving in to the Giants jungle to actually just try to disrupt this blue, but it's going to get taken. Frederick's extremely low, though. Oh, my goodness. He burns away for first blood. Crepo picks it up. He stopped the blue. Shook comes in with a steal. Whirlib has to flash, and just like that, Element's in a fantastic spot to start this game.
It was just so incredibly greedy from Frederick, starting in the lane where your opponents have the numbers advantage. There was always going to be the AD carry and support top lane, and Rydell and Audrey were bottom, so if Frederick wanted a blue buff, the safe option would be on the bottom half of the map. I think that was just a very, very over-ambitious play, and it cost Giants.
Yeah, Crepo with the bloodthirsty first kill, especially thanks to the Ignite. You know, Frederick was really, really low in that. Yeah, it's so risky for them to try and do it that way when you know that the support's off, you don't have anything to back you up in that side of the jungle. Now Froggen jumping onto Pepinero, a serious amount of damage as he distorts his way away from the cards. Giants already starting to look behind.
Yeah, it is always going to be a difficult lane. LeBlanc into TF, as long as Froggen is landing those ethereal chains, then Pepe is going to be chunked down. He's already missed 7 CS, forced to back very early and pick up that second Doran's ring. So feeling the pinch. But what I really like from Elements, the fact they got the kill, we did see that blue buff secured by Crepo, I believe it was, thanks to actually, no, it was taken by Shook, now that I look at it.
He was there right in time, yeah.
Exactly, so Shook managed to clear it out, and you just caught a glimpse of Wicked defending Element's blue buff. It's not going to last too long, though, because Giants have grouped themselves up, and they're going to look for a tower dive, but Wicked not making the same mistakes of previous weeks, and he's backed off very, very early, Pyro.
Now, Giants are looking for a little bit of blue revenge. Wicked's going to spot that one out. There's not much they can do about it. So
oh, look at Shook.
There,
Pepe's going down.
Yeah, he's going to be in some serious trouble. Chains are on. He's got the card. Easy Q in for Shook, and he picks up Pepe. 1, 2, 3. A little razzle-dazzle for Elements. Even though they give up that blue on their own side, they're able to get a lot of pressure in the mid.
Yeah, very, very well played. And just what's great to see from Shook in particular, he's not at the same level of impact as maybe last year or even from Worlds. And this is the 5th game that he's playing on Lee Sin, 2 wins, 2 losses. Such a great confident start. The invade with Wicked onto Giants Blue, another dive in the mid lane, just going under the tower, knowing the gold card wasn't a threat. And Elements may look to trade a tower for a tower. It looks like Reckless is shoving that top lane, but that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, certainly not. He's going to actually take his time about it. He can take that tower down whenever he wants. Crepo's still continuing to rove around, and Reckless has just been completely unchecked. Giants unable to really do much about him to start this one off. And for Shook, it is really important that he's getting this early action, and he's getting involved in not just the kills, but able to back up Elements in these situations, because he's on a playmaker early game like Lee Sin. You want to be able to get yourself into a good position for a mid game and be able to just have a big impact. Audrey takes way too many tower shots on the back of that one, but Giants, they should be able to secure this dragon. However, they might have some trouble getting out. Froggen's caught a whiff of this, but it's too late.
And again, that's just the risk of the lane swap. Because of the fact that Elements didn't get that tower on early enough, and Reckless and Crepo had not backed, they were unable to look for the challenge, unable to set up for a fight. What they are doing very well is invading to get some vision down. You did see the Tremor Sense notifying Frederick of Shook's position, but as long as Crepo doesn't move, he's not going to give away. Yeah. I think it was smart, despite the fact... Oh, Pepe's hooked!
Oh, yes, they caught him. Waiting and baiting. Pepinero might have a gold card, but that won't keep him alive. Crepo gets another kill.
So the thing that's so good about that kill, Crepo, Shook, and the rest of Elements, yes, they lost Dragon, but they knew Giants were going to be back in. So what they did is, knowing their opponents were not going to be in lane, they instantly invaded Giants jungle. They were looking to get deep vision down, and they managed to secure themselves a kill. They've also forced a level 2 teleport. If Whirlib gets caught by CC, he's going to die as well.
Well, there's another chain, and he's going to twist an advance onto Shook. He's taking some serious damage himself as he safeguards over to Froggen. The Lantern was down. He didn't need it. Instead, it's going to be Froggen himself that takes it. So Whirlib and Frederick have successfully pushed Elements away, but at the cost of a lot of tower damage.
Yeah, a lot of HP indeed. And that vision that Elements had garnered slowly being whittled away. There is a pretty deep ward just in front of that red buff camp for Elements to play with. Pepinero at 7 minutes. 20 CS to Froggen's 47. Only level 4. Because of how often Froggen's been jumping on Pepe, he's just not been able to stay in range. 500 gold down already. And the fact that Froggen's now got access to his ultimate, plus Ignite cooldown shortly, you gotta think he's gonna be looking to pick another card and just drop Hippie where he stands.
Yeah, you can gamble as much as you want, but when you're 2 levels down, you're definitely not going to win that one. So Pepinero is going to have to be extremely careful dealing with Froggen right now. He throws in the wild cards, the chain doesn't connect. He still takes a lot of damage off the back of that.
Yeah, again, it's just a difficult matchup. The fact that Pepe's been so delayed in getting access to his Destiny just means he can't impact these side lanes. Frederick is trying to set something up, but with Froggen having W available and Flash, this might just be to prevent a counter gank, actually, thinking about it now.
Talk about the value ward, though.
Yeah, and knowing Pepinero was lower level, lower on HP, and that Shook had already ganked, Frederick was just making sure that there was numbers available if anything were to happen.
Pepe should be able to grab his blue buff here, but still, rough game for the Giants so far. They may have managed to grab Dragon 1. They find themselves in about 2,000 gold behind. Reckless, Crepo pushing up. They've caught Whirlip on a hook. They catch him on the chompers. They're really just dishing out a lot of abuse to him. Rydell doesn't quite have a stun. There he goes. Still, this Jinx is starting to run a little bit wild. Whirlip's going to have to back away.
Yeah, and the fact that Crepo's landing so many hooks already is actually a good sign for Elements. If you look at their team composition, there's not a lot of engage here at all. It has to be Shook or Wicked running at somebody or Crepo landing a death sentence. You contrast that to the engage potential of a Maokai plus Rek'Sai, it means Giants have more tools to begin fights. If Elements can keep finding those picks with those death sentences, the roaming Froggen, and maybe the long-range missiles, that's how Elements can maintain control of the game.
Keeping it for the time being. Another tower should fall pretty quickly. There goes Reckless getting excited. Now Frederick getting zoned out of his own red buff. Shook's going to be thank you very much as he gobbles that one up himself. Destiny's on. But Pepe's not going anywhere. Oh, wait, never mind. I called it too early. He goes down to bottom to clean up some farm.
Well, absolutely nothing gained. The fact that Elements have the numbers advantage middle, knowing Pepinero and the wave clear is now no longer there. They have the option to push, but you would rather have Reckless there with that BF sword. And very early lucidity boost from Crepo, again, alluding to the fact that they don't have engage. For Elements as a team, they need to be able to land the death sentence, they need to be able to solo out targets. But what I do like from Elements is the fact that they are invading the jungle and they are punishing Giants.
Oh,
they got him!
Oh, Pepe stopped. He's going to get his gold card on, but there's no way he's making it out of this one alive. Goodbye. Froggen picks up his first kill.
And again, all of that just from that earlier Destiny. Pressure from Elements in the jungle, forced Pepinero to show his hand. And now we're going to see Wicked actually, oh, he's TPing middle. All right, so the problem is, this tower is most likely going to go down because there's nobody else to survive, although the minion's being dropped down. And look top, Audrey's pushing top as well, so this is not terrible for Giants.
Frederick's actually really low here. He put the ice pillar up to try and block his escape. Shook and Froggen and move back. Meanwhile, Reckless and Crepo are still pushing uncontested in the bottom side, so this worked out quite well for Elements. Audrey's really not gotten a whole lot up top except some minions. Could easily take this tower with the Jinx, but Pepe's here.
All of the strengths of Giants' engage and flanking power with Pepinero's Twisted Fate is negated when Elements are causing a chaotic ruckus across the map. Elements invading, Elements pushing towers, Elements forcing these objectives means Giants never get to use their team composition to single targets out. It's very smart play from Elements.
And this is very encouraging from this Element squad because we've been saying all split that they have had a lot of troubles in being proactive. They've let the game pace get dictated to them. They've tried to play late game. This is a totally different type of Elements squad. And yes, it's against Giants, a team that's not likely to punish you as much for taking risks. Although it did happen the last time they met.
Yeah.
But this is the type of Elements I think a lot of people really wanted to see.
Yeah, I think so too. And the opening 10, I mean, it's not even 10 minutes into the game. With the amount of movement and lane presence, you wouldn't have expected it. Frederick is going to be able to force the flash from Froggen. The one thing I do want to highlight, despite all of the positive plays Elements have done, it has still cost them towers. It has cost them a dragon. It's a 2,000 gold lead. Yes, that is sizable, but map objectives, map play is actually in favor of Giants. And knowing the mobility with Teleport, with Void Rush, and with Destiny, as long as Giants can slow down this advantages they're giving their opponents, Giants actually do have some very good tools to bring themselves in. Because again, all of the engage, all the team fight powers with them. The catch, don't let Elements land more death sentences or surprise you on the map.
With the cooldown boots, Crepo's definitely going to be able to throw even more of them out than usual. Tower at about half health in the middle. They've drawn the Giants' attention. Hook does go wide that time. Shook, Krepo, and Reckless here to defend their tower. Froggen on the bottom to push things back. Peppy will be able to clear that wave away whenever he chooses. And right back to it. Teleport advantage to Whirlib right now, though, if Giants do want to make a play. But the window's closing because Wicked is moving down to mid.
I really want to see how this Trundle continues to play out. I'm a big fan of the champion, and I think when there are tanks available, Trundle being somewhat of a tank buster helps out. Krepo doesn't land the death sentence, and we'll see. That's a great pillar of ice.
Yep, and they've caught Rydal as well. He may throw down the bear, but it won't matter. Frederick going down as well. Froggen picks him up. Wicked just causing some havoc in the back, and, well, the back is now the front. It's a double kill going over to Froggen. They clear up 3 just like that. You can take the dragon whenever they want, but it looks like it's time for some towers.
Perfectly placed pillar of ice from Wicked, completely splitting up the Giants, allowing Element's backline to just melt everything that was in front of them. They take down 3 members of Giants, they get a tower, and they'll get their hands on this first dragon of the game. Very, very smart play. And again, Elements being proactive and punishing Giants for being a little bit out of position, not having the vision control they needed to make those sort of plays.
Pepinero's waiting in this brush, but I'm not sure what he hopes he can accomplish. Froggen, yeah, he's going to be sighted here, and he's going to run, prompting Pepinero to move out of the brush. The Destiny's on. I don't know where it's going. He's going in the back. They're going to look to try and collapse on him. Shook. They get the knockup as well. Oh, they might make him pay for this dragon. It looks like they do. 2 kills. 1 onto Shook, 1 onto Reckless, but Froggen gonna answer back, and he equalizes Rydal down to nothing before the rest of Giants can even react to it.
So 2 for 1. If you exclude the fact that Rydal was caught out by a pretty farmed LeBlanc at the moment, that is exactly what Giants need to continue doing. They comboed the Void Rush, the Teleport. They had all of the vision from Destiny, and they made a smart move. Resulting in a couple of kills, their first of the game, and another tower, so all the outers are down. The question remains, can they do that again? Because they need to use that combination of map presence almost on cooldown, because they're still 3,000 gold down.
Yes, indeed. So Elements, they grab 1 back, but they lost 2 in all of it. As you said, getting the dragon is important for them, though. Just wasn't necessarily the safest one. And Giants Gaming, they need to keep up their own brand of pressure and counter pressure. They want to try and push Elements back. Froggen waiting out in this brush. Rydal has had some trouble with Froggen this game.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And if you just look at the CS numbers, nearly 40 difference between the mid laners, and that's just Froggen solo. I mean, he earned that advantage. Yes, there was a gank from Shook, but Froggen was already relatively far ahead. Even on the AD carries, relatively even on your top laners. But what I like from Wicked is he's picking up some damage. And the reason I like that, Trundle can stick to targets so well. Chomp applies a slow, it reduces their attack damage. The Pillar of Ice is a fairly wide area. And if Wicked stalls that Pillar of Ice until Audrey Velks, you can then put it down, hold him in place, and run him down with your Frozen Domain, the W. So Wicked has so much peeling power in team fights, and the fact that he can steal tank stats, reduce damage. It's a very, very smart pick against a team that actually doesn't have all that many tank busters already.
Very, very true. And you look at Froggen right now, he's done a lot of what he's done in the last couple of minutes with a temporary item deficit. He's been sitting on about 2,500 gold. He should go back and spend it, maybe all in one place. Let's see what he does go ahead and get. Yeah, it looks like it's the Needlessly Large Rod and the boots upgrade. So he's going to be even scarier in trying to 100-0 somebody. Can Giants, however, stop these potential catch-us? Audrey's got to be careful not to get hooked up.
The simple answer is no, because Frederick at this point will get hit with a single. Actually, everybody except Whirlib is most likely going to die with 1 full rotation from Krepo. Frederick's caught out, and here come Elements.
Yes, they do. They avoid the Flame Chompers at least, but Whirlib in the front takes a parting zap. And in all the while, Wicked continues to push up on the top. Uncontested for the time being.
Very smart once again, knowing Elements have the TP advantage. If you recall correctly, Whirlib TP'd after that previous dragon. So Elements are allowing him to split push while grouping up, trying to force Giants' hands. And it's allowed Wicked to get the minion wave to the tower, I don't know if they're going to commit to this. There's no real support from Giants.
They should be able to do this. They've got the Jinx on, and here goes the Rex side to try and pull the flank. It's behind, but they don't even care about it. Whirlip is going to be in the middle of the entire Element squad, and he is going to go down. Shook is blazing down. His life is going oh so low. However, Frederick, he's going to be the one chased down. There comes the rocket. It's going to hit, and Froggen should be able to polish this one off. Yes, he does. 2 kills. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, Pepinero and Wicked had themselves a bit of a tango. And it looks like it was Peppy that maybe won, but he had to run after the fact.
So Elements grab themselves, kills Pepinero.
Oh,
he's
gold card's on. Didn't quite get the hook off either. Krepo's very, very low in this one, but Froggen's also there. Audrey, oh, he could get blown up, but he doesn't quite finish him off. It's Rydal that comes up with the kill, courtesy of Tibbers.
And again, over and over, this massive advantage is showing through. Froggen was involved in the entirety of the map. From the top lane, chasing Rek'Sai, even forcing Pepinero to use that Destiny. The thing that's so important to note, yes, Froggen died, but Pepinero was forced to use that Destiny, and at level 1, it's still a fairly high cooldown. It's over 2 minutes long. So you just keep buying time, buying these windows of opportunity for Elements to make plays elsewhere. We're approaching 20 minutes. Elements have got 4 towers to 3, 7 kills more, nearly 5,000 gold in the lead, and Wicked TP to defend that inner turret in the bottom lane. So they're set up very, very well with a team comp that I think will outscale Giants actually quite effectively, especially if Wicked gets his hands towards a Blade of the Ruined King plus Randu and Zoman. I simply don't see anybody taking him down.
It's going to be extremely, extremely difficult. On Whirlip's side, he hasn't had too much luck of it, just been trying to frontline for the side of Giants in the skirmishes that we have seen so far. Blue buff goes down to Froggen. Elements trying to keep themselves around middle. There is a minute left on this Dragon.
And you know, something that Deficio always points out when you have these Maokais that fall behind in lane swaps or have difficult early games, he's a very big fan of Maokai sitting on a Catalyst Protector and just using that through the entirety of the mid game and just buying tank early. The reason for that, Maokai with this Righteous Glory, yes, you've got a lot of hit points, but if you engage, there's nobody behind you that can stand up to the Element squad. So yes, you have this tool that can get you into a fight, but all that does is accelerates you to the death chamber quicker. So if Whirlip had invested more gold in defensive statistics to buy Giants more time in team fights, it would have been more valuable. We'll see whether or not that rings true. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. Destiny should be available unless Elements rush it. And it kind of feels like Giants don't want to give this one up, but they really, really don't want to pick a fight against a team that's this far ahead.
No, they do not. Frederick sends out the Praise Seeker after the Sonic Wave was dodged. The Scuttle Crab Shrine's in Element's favor here. At about the 20-minute mark, we could look to clear out the ward, but he got deterred by a sapling. Throws down the pillar on Audrey. Just bumps him up for a second, and we got a bit of a ward war going off to start this one, but here we go. We're gonna go ahead and turn on the Dragon Reckless, and Shook should have enough damage between them. Froggen going in to help out.
Peppy's miles away.
Giants, yeah, he can't get involved. Peppy's got the Destiny, but he's just not close enough to really make an impact. He was more interested in his blue buff. Dragon number 2 going to Elements.
I think that's not a bad idea from Giants, but I would have preferred them to maybe get some vision in Elements jungle. You contrast the decisions. Earlier, once Giants went for Dragon number 1, and they were bottom lane, started to recall, Elements instantly moved into Giants jungle, put vision down, put some wards. Giants were milling about, they pushed the wave out middle, Peppy was securing his own blue buff, and there's simply nothing gained. There's just defensive wards. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's like 5 or 6 defensive wards around the mid lane river area from Giants. And they didn't really do anything with that spare time, so unfortunate for them.
Not only that, they didn't have anything else they could grab. The outer turrets in the top and everywhere are gone, so there really wasn't an easy, low-hanging objective that they could go for. And as a result, you know, Elements, they got that one. They're still fairly well in the lead. 4,000 gold just about, as well as the Dragon advantage and a serious kill advantage.
Yeah, you know,
see what Giants can do here.
If there's something else that, again, wants to just really highlight the style that Elements are employing in this game, look at the trinket upgrades already from Wicked, from Froggen, from Krepo. You've got a Ruby Sidestone as well as a regular Sidestone between Shook and Krepo already. No trinket upgrades from Giants. Elements have got so many tools to place wards, as well as a plethora of pink wards in their inventory. Elements just continue to play the map, vision, decision game, because that's the weakness in Giants comp. Once Giants are deciding when things happen, they have the tools to pick the fights. And let's see, Destiny, will it get thrown down? Gold card's primed, and I think if he pops this...
We've got a standoff. Oh, okay. Now they know where Froggen is.
Peekaboo, they see you.
He's just fine, though. Again, it's all about that game of chicken. We'll see what Elements does. They've got some serious tower damage in here. The Rockets just keep on hitting. It's about half its health. Froggen goes down to the bottom side. Elements are not looking for a fight right now. They might have one on their hands if Elements focus on this bottom.
You know what, if Elements find the fight, they'll be super happy. Whirlib is still only on this Righteous Glory plus Ninja Tabai at 22 minutes into the game. And playing a game of chicken against Froggen, who is wielding a bazooka, is simply not going to work in your favor. And look at that, just brute force. Mid to bottom. Smart play from Pepe to at least push out the middle wave. But it's just a little bit of time. And Elements, it actually just prevents Elements getting that middle inner turret, as it's the only inner turret remaining.
Coalescing up in this middle right now, however, trying to make sure that they know where Giants can be at all times, whether they're in their jungle or not. And you can see Pepinero is able to slip away, but they weren't going to be able to catch him just yet, unless he sticks around up top here. There's a collapse coming in. There's the Destiny. Popped, and out he goes as the net closes, but he had to spend that ultimate to do it.
Yeah, and the only way Giants get back into this game is by looking for the gap in Elements' vision and then jumping in behind them. Because Whirlib can do it, Frederick can do it, Pepinero can do it. And it actually is, it will be relatively easy to kill a LeBlanc or a Jinx if you can solo them out. But Elements for the majority of this game, because look again, they're just grouping, they're pushing as a unit, knowing Destiny's not available. Reckless was pushing out that middle lane alone, and now he's instantly grouped with the rest of his team.
Elements here waiting, seeing if they can bait. Hook doesn't quite go the way they want it. Frederick was just out of range, so Elements will be backing away. Meanwhile, Giants trying to provide some pressure in the middle, but it's going to get cleared very quickly as Audrey and Rydell just shoot off a few more shots to try and make a statement at the very least, because they're definitely not making the lead.
Well, no, they're not. But something we do have to highlight that we haven't mentioned for a little while. Thanks to Pepinero playing the split push side lane game, he's actually now got a very big advantage over Froggen. Remember, he was down 40 CS at one point. The fact that Elements are pushing into the jungle, looking for fights, trying to pressure towers, means that they're actually falling a little bit behind on that mid lane CS, but they're being made up for. Reckless on AD carry and Wicked in that top lane. 30 ahead. Got that Randians completed, actually sitting on a lot of gold, 1,600 in fact.
Yeah, pretty close to being able to complete the Blade of the Rune King. Just a few hundred more should do it for him. And now, still a minute and a half away from this next dragon. Elements seem a bit indecisive as Pepe continues to lead the minions down the bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't know if it's indecision or it's just there's very little to gain, because, you know, the entirety of the game from Elements has been pushing into the jungle. Vision for inner turrets. There's one inner turret remaining. Elements know they have a team comp that's going to scale super, super well. They've got a Jinx that is not really at threat of being going down. With a QSS to get rid of that gold card and some support from Crepo, I think Elements are happy to play this one safe. Wait for Giants to force a play and then punish them because they're so far behind. In theory, anyway.
We'll see how that one works out, that's for sure. Pepinero might meet Froggen in just a moment. Here he comes, waits for the wild cards to go, and he clears them away. Destiny's on. Ghost as well. Froggen backs out. And he opts to get away.
And again, we just sound like a broken record, but as long as Elements are forcing Pepinero's hand, that is their key to shutting down this composition.
Yeah, they're forcing him to fold then.
Correct. I like that, actually.
Yeah.
I like that. Touche.
Take those odds any day.
Touche, young Padawan.
Aha.
Dragon's up in 5 seconds. Vision is definitely in Giants' favor, and the fact that they're pushing the middle lane helps them out. The problem is not having Destiny means that any reactive plays or trying to punish Elements is going to be difficult. If a straight-up 5v5 happens, Elements have got the advantage. The benefit here, Froggen is a mile away, Shook is a mile away, and Elements have given this one out.
Yeah, they give away a dragon here. It was gift wrapped over to Giants, so they pick up number 2 for themselves. Elements, they look to push down mid, but Giants are there for a flank.
Yeah, and that's all due to the vision. If Elements were to go in, they're blind checking an Annie and a Twisted Fate, which is never a good idea. So Elements, I think, wisely gave the dragon up because they get global gold and secure a tower. Smart, safe play. And we did see Wicked spending the money. Picked himself up that Giant's belt, completing the Merc treads. So again, just getting a little beefier, a little tanky. I really like that again. Build HP if you can on Trundle because you can just steal armor and MR as long as there's a tank.
Ooh.
Wicked's eaten by the Prey
Good
Seeker.
Prey
Nobody else is moving. Look at Crepo and Reckless. They're just chilling in the river. They don't want to give up the information to Tremor Sense. Elements have practiced playing against Rek'Sai because they're just chilling right there.
Quite a lot of experience with it. In comes Wicked. There's a teleport. However, Rydell's going to get the flash tippers on, but there's no one there to do any more damage to Reckless. And there's that ultimate burn. Peppy, he's very, very low. Wicked was going down a little bit to himself, but Reckless picks up the kill on Peppy. Let's see what Frederick can do. He's all by his lonesome, and there comes Werlib after the fact. Froggen, can he make his great escape? Giants just running for their lives, but 3 of them are already down, and Elements look to march up the mid. Can they push on the inhibitor turrets right now?
Their minions are backing up in just a little while, but look at top and bottom lane, Pyra. Elements can swing to any objective they want. Very, very smart play in a 4 versus 5. Wicked pulled the threat of every Giants member. Reckless and Crepa were on the back line, and then Froggen came in at just the right moment to defer or deter any further aggression. I think smart play, despite the fact Froggen was late, it didn't hurt them. Look at the minimap. You can see Froggen was going to the top lane, realized he couldn't interrupt the teleport, and then was forced to come to the party. But this is what I like. Shook plus Wicked, tag teaming 1, 2, 3 members of the Giants squad. And despite the fact Giants have this numbers advantage, they're simply too far behind. And the Ignite, I think, actually got that last tick of damage. Smart play from Elements, good attempt from Giants, but again, it's just too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, didn't net them anything in that situation. So Elements, they don't push too much more of an advantage. They didn't go on the bottom where the minions were building up. They back away. They don't give Giants any openings to punish them for overstaying their welcome. But they do grab inhibitor number 1 in the middle. They've got a few deep wards out now, and they're definitely playing with a little bit more confidence to be able to clear away the Skull Crab. Unfortunately,
no one saw that. No, come on, don't clap back.
All right. You can't hit them all.
2, 1, and 8.
Hey, the guy can't see. Give him a break.
Shook's doing phenomenal this job. And it's not that, you know, we've not seen this level of impact from Shook in a while. 30 minutes on the board. Elements, again, they're playing this one safe. They may lose the bottom turret unless Wicked decides to TP. But Destiny's going to reveal, and we may have a small fight in our hands.
Yeah, he's going to put the box down. Werlib will be a little slow after the fact here. He's going very, very low. Another hook comes in. This time they've caught Rydell. Can they blow him up? It looks like it. Crepo taking a lot of damage, but he's staying alive. Not for long. The rocket comes in, however. It is a 3 for 1.
Ooh.
Happy nearly catches Frog. Oh, he does get Frog, and I got juked on that one. Another gold card comes in. Maybe they can make the outplay, but it's not looking likely right now as Pepinero goes down. Reckless on a rampage as Frederick tunnels his way away. Still 3 members of Elements here. Can they take this Baron? It's only Frederick standing.
I'm going to go back to something we said earlier. Crepo's tweets and the play that he wants to put on, landing hook after hook after hook. And the thing that was particularly great about that, landed on Werlib, then he caught Rydell, and the Flay actually pulled Audrey onto those Flame Chompers as well. Smite is available from Frederick. Elements lost to Giants after a Baron steal a few weeks ago. Pyra, Frederick's trying to make it 2 for 2.
Can they do it again? No, the Chompers are in there. Shut. Hello, goodbye. This time, we covered our bases, boys, and they get Baron buff for everyone.
Oh, I was so hoping that was going to be Frederick going down. But the main thing is just look at Crepo here. The Element squad realizes there's no damage threat from Giants because their front line is splitting up. Pepinero is coming from the north, the rest of Giants coming from the river. And that's actually a lot of damage. Twisted Fate
got
plus
both the clone and the real LeBlanc.
Lichbane plus Death Cap. Pepinero hurts. And that's all thanks to the farm. 300 CS in 30 minutes. Yes, Pepinero's not been able to initiate, but he cleaned up. Unfortunately, it is just a small victory because Elements still secured the Baron. And a lot of it just very, very smart, decisive play. Not risky play. It's
yeah, they haven't
calculated.
exposed as much. And, you know, you can see their adaptation in that situation. There was an opening for Frederick to try and make the steal. This time, they were like, no way, throw down the Chompers. Shook gets in, Shook gets the kill, Shook gets out. No trouble whatsoever for Elements. And now Reckless pushing down the bottom. He'll be joined by the rest of his team. And the Jinx on this many items starts to hurt pretty badly if you're a tower. Giants push up mid, but they realize
they're way out of position.
Have nothing to be doing out there right now. This is going to be a free inhibitor for Elements.
I think it must have been siesta time because Giants were simply caught napping. Wrong place, wrong position. There's not enough people backing. Elements onto the Nexus turrets.
Yes, they are indeed. Elements have got it at half health right now. The hook goes on to the minions. There's just too many of them to count. But Elements are still causing quite a lot of pressure. Peppy is still in the mid, preventing the minions from flowing in. As he actually starts to try and take a tower here, Elements, they might have to answer pretty soon. There's a teleport coming in from Wicked, and he's forced Peppy to back.
So Elements with another inhibitor secure. The middle inhibitor will be spawning shortly. Pipinero, he wants a fight.
Oh, he flashes for the gold card, and he hits Froggen. There is going to be a Timbers coming down. Rydal kills Crepo. Shook now on the run. Do they have enough damage? The Ward Hop should secure his safe passage out. 2 kills, though, for Giants.
For the first time this game, Giants were able to punish Elements. The reason that worked was because Wicked had TP'd away. Numbers advantage in favor of Giants, and we touched on it. If Giants can punish that gap in the vision from Elements, Pepinero can find the engage. No death cap for Pepe yet, so he needs to really have the backup of his team. The question is it enough? Giants are still 6k gold down. They've got supers in the top lane. With Dragon spawning and knowing Froggen and Crepo aren't around, they might try Brave this one, but they have to deal with all of that damage from Reckless. If a gold card can catch Reckless, which it will not because Pepe's nowhere near, they're coming in instead.
Yep, Werlib is going to look for Reckless. Shook, however, got stunned up in the back. There's going to be a rocket coming in. They're going very low. Shook takes out Frederick, and they manage to get Werlib as well. Froggen moving in on this one as Wicked and Audrey, or excuse me, as Audrey and Rydal are running for their lives. Rydal's going to go down. Wicked picks that one up. And it looks like it might have been a bad situation for a second, but Elements capitalized big time.
What a different game that could have been if Pepinero had been with the team and able to get that extra damage on Reckless. Pepe has
taken out Froggen.
That he has.
And he's out. It's an escape artist. We got Houdini in the bot lane now.
And Pepinero has been the shining light of Giants all split. 326 CS after being down 40. It needs to be much more godlike. Look at the positioning from Frederick. They know Froggen's not there. Werlib's coming in from the river.
Giants are going bold here.
They're looking for the fight.
Yep, Crepo's a little bit squishy right now. Wicked himself is not looking too healthy. They're pinging it out. They know this is going to be happening, but can they get the kill? Reckless, he manages to take down Audrey, and just like that, the flank's not there in time. Shook, he's taking some serious damage. Crepo, Reckless, very, very low. Frederick coming in to try and finish the job. There's a shutdown. Pepinero manages to pick up Shook, and Rydal takes down Reckless. Wicked on the run. There's 3 Giants after him, and let's see if they can squish him down. It looks like it. Peppy comes up with it. 4 kills for 1 after the collapse by Giants.
I do not know what these teams have been doing, but games are just getting better and better over the last few weeks. Elements, a little overconfident. Crepo just trying to thread the needle, unable to catch Pepe. Despite the fact that Elements go down here, they were trying to buy time, and the flank from behind allowed Werlib and Frederick to just cause all of that disruption. Not enough lifesteal from Reckless, despite a really good attempt. Rydal, Righteous Glory engage is going to be enough to zone out the damage. And again, this is what Giants need to do. This is what Giants wanted to do 20 minutes ago. But Elements were in control of the jungle, were in control of the vision, were in control of the map. Now that Elements have to push so far, so deep, so often, they don't have as many wards to protect against those plays. So for Elements, they've got to be very, very calculated when they make those decisions. And Giants have stalled this game out. They're dragging it later and later. There is now tank stats on Maokai. Frederick's getting beefier.
Speaking of
Pepe's already popping everyone.
They get their 3rd after that, too. They were right in the right position to do it. The gold game, still about 5,000 in favor of Elements, but that's not looking so sure at 36 minutes into the game.
Try keep your eyes on the player cams. Next time Elements members go down, let's see if we can witness the memories of the last time Elements lost to Giants. Because after that previous team fight, there was just face palming from all of the Elements in that bottom lane. Pepinero pushing bottom lane. He can melt towers with Lichbane Death Cap. Exposed inhibitor middle.
They're not backing for him, though.
And there is Destiny available. This is going to be an easily secured objective.
Should be a
Pepe's
trade.
looking to trade.
Yeah, he does throw down the Destiny, but he hasn't gone just yet. He's looking to maybe go.
Base race.
Oh, it looks like we're going to have it, but it's a 1v4 in this situation. Inhibitor goes down. Elements, they can't quite push into this one.
They've got
Pepe,
supers.
He's still here. They've got supers at their back, but there's no one going back to stop Pepinero. This is going to be a crazy finish, Quick Shot. We've got the split screen on. How's it gonna go? One turret goes down, another turret goes down. They finally brought Wicked back. Peppy should be able to finish up this turret. I think it is. Can he kite around the Nexus though? They've got the Chris, oh my goodness, back in the bottom. There we go. Elements, they've cracked it open. They get their revenge, and Elements are still alive in the playoff race.
The way the first 20 minutes of this game started, I would not have thought it would come down to a base race. Pepinero did everything in his power to keep Giants alive, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
He was really, really rushing down those turrets. Finally, Wicked was sent back to deal with him, and in the end, Elements just had the stronger edge. They were able to force their advantage and take down the Nexus. But man, was it not clean. That game had so many things going on in it. For Elements, they really needed this win, and they got it, but it looked uncertain for a while.
Yeah, towards the end, I'd say. Broken hearts for Giants. They are still, they're not auto-relegated. They've got the same
they're
score.
still tied with Meet Your Makers.
4-13 with MYM. The potential for that tiebreaker for 10th, but for Elements, I think this game was actually very interesting. Again, the first 20 minutes, the way Elements handled Pepinero, forcing the Destiny, baiting the teleports, the map belonged to Elements. There was no doubt about it. The problem came in when they had to extend the front line all the way into the base of Giants. You noticed all of those gaps on the map, all of the overextended positions, and that's when Elements got caught up because the engage was on Giants' side. Unfortunate for Giants that they didn't have a better laning phase, because this game could have been very different had they not fallen so far behind in the first 20.
Absolutely, and you know, all credit to Peppy for making the pressure be felt by Elements all across the map. He was in the bottom a good chunk of the time. He was in the middle, forcing back minions. He did everything he could. The team, you know, they had some really great engages, but they just got edged out every time because, as you mentioned, their laning phase, they fell so far behind to Elements.
Yeah. And again, I really think the map play is the biggest story of this game. Peppy was pushing those side lanes. He ended 371 CS in 37 minutes. You just contrast that. Froggen was 220. The reason I want to contrast it, by 15, 16 minutes in the game, of Froggen's 220 CS, he had 120 of it. So over the preceding 25 minutes, he only got 100 minions. So, you know, it's just this really weird, interesting dynamic of who was playing the map better.
Yeah, it really, and it was all over the map, especially when you consider all those globals. Now, with that win, Elements, they do keep their playoff hopes alive, but will the stars align for them for the next match? We'll have to see. Let's take a look at the bracket right now as it stands, or rather, the standings as they stand. Copenhagen Wolves and Elements still in this race. Rocket are now out, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, the thing we have to highlight, Elements have to beat Fnatic tomorrow and hope that Giants beat Copenhagen Wolves. If those two results happen, there will be a tiebreaker battle for that 6th spot. Elements and Copenhagen Wolves have a 1-1 head-to-head. On the same token, Giants and MYM, they have one more game. If Giants win and MYM lose, then we have a tiebreaker for 6th and a definitive 10th. But of course, if both of those bottom tier teams do drop games tomorrow, we could be in for a 10th place tiebreaker match to determine who gets auto-relegated.
And then who, of course, is going to be fighting for that one. So yeah, still not totally locked up, but you know, there's quite a lot more to go. I'm really excited for how this one shapes up. And now for a deeper dive into that game, let's shoot it back to Shox at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Elements still have their playoffs hopes alive. They have to go 2-0. And we saw a lot of smiling faces there from Elements after the game, but to be honest, a lot to smile about in the first 20, 25 minutes, but then some serious question marks.
Yeah, serious question marks. And again, it's Giants that are the ones that are bringing them up. You saw Pepinero just shaking at the end. The adrenaline just flowing through his body because he nearly won that game. It was close. It was kind of a 4-versus-1 base race, which the 4 should always win. But that was a lot closer than Elements ever should have let it go.
Yeah, how does it get to that point after? Or maybe first let's analyze the early game from Elements and maybe their picks coming in. We saw Trundle, saw Wicked maybe being pushed to the edges of his champion pool, but he did make it work. Froggen was racking up a lot of kills, and Crepo on Thresh. He tweeted out that he was really beaten down after that loss last week. And I think Krepo is the kind of a player that when you hit that hook and you get that first blood early, you hear the crowd a little bit through your headphones. That must make him seriously amped up.
Yeah, you could see him in the player camera. The energy just went straight to him. And he hit hook after hook in team fights, out of team fights. Some team fights he was hitting 3 in the same duration because he had extra cooldown. So just made sure he could throw out hooks even more often. But what Elements really did well in the early game was controlling the pressure that the Giants should have been outputting. When you pick a Twisted Fate in a lineup, you're basically saying, I'm giving away all of the pressure on my own lane, but I'm going to use the Destiny to get across the lane and affect other lanes and get the rest of my team fed. And that's a little bit problematic when you're a team like Giants who rely on Pepinero a lot in their team composition. That got a little bit exploited with, the way they started the game for Elements. It was a little bit greedy out of Frederick for Giants. He started Grump, then did blue buff, and got invaded by Krepo, which is a little greedy. If you start on the side with the enemy duo lane, you tend to just take the buff, smite it, and get out of there, because otherwise Krepo comes in and gets the first blood.
Yeah, that early game didn't work out that well for the Giants, but yet again, they managed to force something when it's later in the game. Flashback, of course, to that game that they ended up winning versus Elements, and they have a Maokai with teleport, a Rek'Sai with a global ultimate, and Twisted Fate. I feel like if they had a bit better wave control, they could have even done a little bit more in that late game.
Yeah, that was a really big problem for Giants as they played through this game. When you have essentially 3 global champions that can affect the whole map, you want to be pushing in as many lanes as possible, and it's something that Giants just couldn't do. They were constantly using defensive Destinies out of Twisted Fate. A lot of the time when you're playing a Twisted Fate, you want to be kind of around the area where your Maokai is in the next lane, the adjacent one, so that you can kind of help him out and then go and kill the Trundle before Trundle becomes too much of a problem. So just the way they played the Twisted Fate in the early game didn't quite match up with what they needed to do in that mid-game phase. However, let's give credit to Giants. They sorted that problem. They started getting Pepinero into the fights, little skirmishes where Froggen, 1 gold card and a Q blows him up, and that instantly gives them all of that pressure back on the map.
Yeah, some hopeful signs. We did see them being quite sad after that game, of course, as they are still fighting to definitely not get auto-relegated. And in Elements, one last thing. Tomorrow, up against Fnatic, they have to go 2-0. Of course, Fnatic will have their bye locked in already, but I don't think Fnatic's the kind of team that'll be like, we're going to chill here. They're going to go just as hard.
Yeah, you have to expect that, but at the same time, it's the last week, and if the final week of Challenger told us anything, coming into it, Team Dignitas Europe had to 2-0 Reason Gaming. We saw it happen. Nobody was really expecting it. We saw Teemo. There's crazy things have happened and stranger things have happened in the LCS as well. So it's still all on the line. Fnatic can't hold up because Elements in the first 20 minutes showed what Elements should be able to do.
Yeah, we will see what happens in that matchup tomorrow. As for us, we're just minutes away from our last match of the day between the Unicorns of Love and Gambit Gaming, who are locked up in the number 4 spot in the standings. But before our sneak peek into the postseason, we'll take an inside look at how this Split's only 2-time MVP went from being the best in his family to one of the best in Europe.
It was the place where my pro career started, playing tons and tons of team-ranked games.
Welcome to Summer's Play.
I was playing with my big brother and his friends were showing him League of Legends. We kind of fell in love with League of Legends as well. And when we started playing it, we were just playing normal games for fun with a lot of friends.
First love.
Normal games are just fun, and it's really cool that our uncle is playing the game as well, and my little brother, and so it's just really cool to have fun in normal games from time to time.
I think we got around 1K already normal games on our accounts, and we started to play ranked. We were like, we can do better, we can achieve more.
Nice.
So we started playing, and I think we got quite fast to Diamond League. And we just created a ranked team with solo queue players.
We hit Challenger, but I played less because of university. And Tristan got offers to play for other teams.
So I was playing a lot of in different Challenger Series teams and Unicorns of Love. So I was like, they improved a lot. I can try it out for them again. They are quite good and they were quite friendly in the atmosphere. So I just rejoined them.
great petrifying gaze, catches Febiven the moment he jumps in. Power of evil.
Insane.
This is a guy, along with the entire Unicorns of Love team, that just seems to have some pizzazz when they play. You can't necessarily quantify how he's playing this well, but he just is, and it's great to see for such a young player. Power of Evil tries to put some damage in reply. It's in fact Kickers that goes down first. Yellowstar pulling the attention on the backline while Febiven and Steelback are being zoned away by the ghost of Christmas past. We did see Power of Evil get given the omen of death, and the Unicorns of Love come out with a fantastic team fight.
All of the other mid laners really respect him, and we can see when he's doing well, Unicorns of Love as a team, they follow him and they do well.
I mean, like, I was very proud of him, and it was funny. We always played together, and now all of my friends and Tristan's friends, they're all watching every game. And
ich war sehr stolz auf den lieben Tristan und wir haben quasi jedes Spiel verfolgt.
They're really supportive. They were supporting me since the start, and they cheer me up when I lose as well, or try to help me to improve as well, so it's quite good.
Was hast du gedacht, wenn ich besser wurde bei dem Spiel und dann auch quasi als erstes gekommen bin? Was hast du gedacht? Besser wurde
Ich habe mich gefreut einfach und hoffe, dass du auch weiterkommst und dass du auch in die Weltmeisterschaft kommst.
Welcome back to the LCS. Gambit Gaming and Unicorns of Love are currently setting up on stage, and I'm joined by two lovely people, the two coaches. We have Sheepy from the Unicorns of Love and, of course, Leviathan from Gambit. And guys, first question, what happened to the ties? LCS tie is going to be so angry. You guys are standing there with your shirts.
We're setting a new trend, of course, new ties, no ties.
I mean, I realize that it's so far into the season that I can't really make the tie playoffs, so I'm just conceding until the next split.
That's fair enough, fair enough. So again, we're going into playoffs now. We had best out of 1, entire split long. Now we're changing it to best out of 5. Obviously, for the quarterfinal, you guys might even be facing each other. As a coach, how does the prep change when you have to suddenly adapt to these best out of 5 situations? We start with you, Sheepy.
Our practice schedule sometimes seems a little bit different. We are trying to prefer best of 5s and play this kind of practice schedule. But also the preparation has to be more in depth. Right now, it's not enough to just prepare a best of 1 and pull out 1 cheese. You have a lot of cheese in your bag to pull out a win.
Yeah, so you need to make sure you have flexible strategies, and you can start off with like early rotation picks that can lead into multiple different comps. It's really good to pick up on patterns from your opponent's draft. So like if you give them a win on one composition, there's a chance they might go back to the composition. So you have to have things ready for what they may potentially play. And just making sure that your practice environment is like a best of 5 environment. So even though we already play best of 5s as a team, we go into the best of 5s and treat them with the proper prep in between each game. We're not analyzing between games. We're just discussing future strategies and not reflecting. And that sort of prep goes a long way in a best of 5.
So you mentioned now the cheese, or a lot of cheese, for a potential best out of 5. As a coach, when a player comes up to you and he says, I'm going to play Teemo Jungle, I think it's great. What is your approach then? Do you just say, oh, I trust you 100%, or do you like watch him play 10 times before you can confirm that it's an okay pick? Or how does it work like for you guys on the Unicorns?
Yeah, of course, you have to base your individual picks, let's call it like this, on the success you have with them. Either way in the solo queue or any kind of different environment where people think that it's really strong, and then we discuss over the picks. And usually it doesn't take long for picks to be shown as effective or not effective. And then you just, you check over with the team. Maybe you have somebody else prepared, and then you can couple that together and something amazing comes out. And yeah, maybe shown in Cassiopeia Yorick before even Cassiopeia was hot pick. We started playing this, and it just seemed like a really strong pick overall now.
So when you introduce a pick, the first thing you need to look at is like team compositions and where does this pick fit? Because in each team composition, every role and every champion has a job they're supposed to do in the game. So when you try to swap champions in and out, you try to find champions to do similar things. So when someone tries to introduce something, I ask, well, what job does it do? And every champion, I think, is viable, and every champion has their strengths and weaknesses. And it's just making sure that when someone says, I think this is good, you figure out where it's good and if the strengths that they have can contribute to a winning team composition.
So last quick question here. Who's going to win the EU LCS?
Unicorns of Love? Hopefully. I think that in the best of 5, we usually show really great upsets or best of 3 environment in big tournaments. So I have faith in my team, but we will see whoever plays the best, and hopefully that will be us.
So I think Gambit is going to win, of course. No. The reason is because like I always believe in my teams, and I always think that my teams will do well. And if I didn't believe my team would win, then I think we'd finish a place lower than first. And setting a goal of anything less than first is you're wasting your time. So I think with I guess going in believing we can be first and wanting to be first, it can give us the right mindset and attitude to actually achieve it.
Thank you very much, guys, and good luck in your game, good luck in the playoffs and everything. We're going to send it over to Stress, who's standing at the big screen, ready to break down Fnatic and the Unicorns of Love from last week in a crazy, crazy matchup.
Thank you very much, Deficio. And they talked a lot about unique picks there, but before we want to send it to the casters for a dive into today's match, I want to take a look back at one of the absolute craziest matches we've seen in Europe in quite some time. Last week's record-setting 64-kill bloodbath between the Unicorns of Love and Fnatic. And we talked about crazy picks. Let's start with the picks and bans from last week, because there was some crazy and some new things thrown in there, mainly by Fnatic on the new side. So Fnatic playing a pretty standard comp up until the support. You can see that they've got a lot of burst here with the Nautilus as well. A lot of crowd control coming out from this team composition. But it's the Unicorns of Love that we want to focus on a little bit here. And now Cassiopeia has come back into the meta a little bit, but Yorick hasn't seen too much play. But this composition as a whole is actually a bit of a Unicorns of Love special. They've run this before when they were in Challenger against H2K in the playoffs in the semi-finals last year, and ironically against Forbiven. So Forbiven should have had a bit of an idea of what was coming. Fnatic have the better mid-game comp, as we already said. Unicorns of Love, this is a high late-game scaling comp. Essentially, you use the Yorick ultimate on likely the Cassiopeia. If she's dead, then the Caitlyn at a kind of a last chance saloon, but this is a late-game comp. However, the mid-game and the early game were actually controlled pretty well from the Unicorns of Love. So when we go to what would eventually be the first blood here for Power of Evil in the middle lane, starting this clip off, the ult speaks for itself. I mean, you just see Forbiven get absolutely annihilated as he goes in on Power of Evil. So once we run this out, you'll see that very quickly after the beginning, Power of Evil will end up landing that ultimate. But the key thing here is the exhaust that follows straight after. Forbiven can't output any damage at the same time, and it's an easy first blood here for Power of Evil. And this play was fairly straightforward when it comes to an outplay from Power of Evil, but it's actually echoed throughout the entire game. Flash forward a little bit into a mid lane fight a little bit later on here, which was a 2 versus 4, which should have gone in favor of Fnatic. But as we roll this out, what you'll see here from Fnatic is they land a lot of crowd control and damage onto Kikis, and Power of Evil turns his attention once again to Forbiven, lands a lot of damage, blows him up to begin the fight, and then it's a matter of 2 tanks and 1 damage threat here from Huni that try to get onto Power of Evil, who, as he gets ultimated, look at the exhaust here on Lissandra as she heads into the team fight. The uncoordination from Fnatic, not having both damage sources there at the same time, nets Power of Evil a double, and it's a great outplay once again by the Unicorns of Love. What we want to do is take a look at how the team comp should work by the Unicorns of Love later into the game. So this is one of the fights a little bit further up the map in front of Fnatic's base. And you'll see that Unicorns of Love pressuring Reignover in. He gets chunked very hard. And as the team fight progresses, you'll see in just a second here that after Reignover's gone, Forbiven comes in. He's already got 2 kills and 3 assists to his name, but he just can't find the damage here once again in a team fight. And Power of Evil, as the ultimate comes in from Sejuani, ultimate is going to come down from Yorick here, brings 2 Power of Evils into this fight, and it's an easy cleanup. Fnatic use all of their burst, and it's only Forbiven that survives. So that's what happens when the team comp goes well. What happens when the team comp doesn't go so well? We're actually going to take a quick look and have a bit of another mic check into the team audio, as Unicorns of Love would end up losing a fight.
Can we fight them? Can we fight
them? Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go, I think.
They used ultimate on Sejuani. I'm on Sejuani now.
I'm on Lissandra.
Lissandra note,
I'm
hitting Sejuani for now. She flashed out.
Lissandra note. I can't get Lissandra.
I need to... Oh, I couldn't do it, guys. You need to back. There's a flash for me.
I will back up.
Yeah. They are 4 men alive though. They will look to push now.
They will try to finish again.
Yeah, they might try and finish again actually.
And you can hear Vizicachi there saying, I couldn't do it, I couldn't do it, I couldn't get the ultimate down. The rest of the team fights for the game, we all saw how the Nexus was so close twice. Unicorns of Love would win the last desperate team fights. If you caught Mike Check, there was a whole load of screaming in the later fights. But let's take a look at the player who tied all of the mayhem together. It's our Week 8 and the only two-time MVP of the Spring Split, the Unicorns of Love's Power of Evil. He had an absolutely amazing week last week. Bringing back his quintessential picks, the Syndra came back into Power of Evil's playbook and the Cassiopeia. He had a fantastic week in last week's games, and we'll see whether he can continue that with the last 2 games of the season. Now, to get us into our last game of the day, we're going to send it over to the caster desk for a look at today's lineups.
Thank you very much, Mr. Best Dressed Stress, but I digress. Both of these teams now, they have had their fair share of ups and downs, Quick Shot. It's kind of really been a crazy story for the both of them.
Yes, it definitely has. Both of them with highs and lows.
Yeah, it's been Gambit obviously starting off on a very big losing streak. Unicorns of Love kind of just going back and forth all the time. We actually have some interesting graphs I want to show for that one, because you take a look at the way that their rankings have gone, and you see Gambit had this atrocious losing streak, and then they bring it all back, and in the end, they come right back. But on the other hand, the Unicorns of Love, they kind of took a big dip before coming back to Gambit's side.
Yeah, and of course, this is the overall rank. So week 1, Gambit were ranked 8th. Unicorns have been hovering in the middle. And as time has gone on, you've seen the growth from Gambit. If you actually contrast that to the wins and losses per week, then of course, it's a very different story. Because for the Unicorns of Love, as you can very clearly see, up and down the entirety of the split, Gambit, they just found that on switch, going to that 8-game winning streak or 7-game winning streak before it crashed and burned against the Copenhagen Wolves, in fact.
Absolutely. And yeah, for Gambit, it's kind of been a bit of redemption for them, as they obviously had a really rough start to it. They brought it back in. The Unicorns, we've seen that they can beat anyone, but they can equally lose to anyone. Now let's go ahead and dial in on the Unicorns of Love. That means it's going to be Vizicachi in the top lane, Kikis in the jungle, Power of Evil the mid laner, Vardag's the AD carry, support Illisang, and their coach, you just heard from him, it is Sheepy.
Yeah, both of these teams, they have secured their semi-final spots. This is very realistically the battle for 4th seed between the Unicorns of Love and Gambit. And of course, the important thing to note is this is a taste of that quarterfinal, a best of 5. We just heard from the coaches.
Very likely the same matchup we'll have. So Power of Evil, as we heard from Stress, he is the only 2-time MVP. He was the MVP last week, of course. And
this year.
This year, yeah. Unicorns of Love, they have pulled out some really interesting picks. The Yorick was one that definitely caught me off guard.
Yeah, you know, Stress actually alluded to in their previous segment. This is a comp that the Unicorns have run before in the past. It's actually something that was super popular all the way back in Season 2. Cassio plus Yorick was one of the big things that actually helped SK and Ocelot win a lot of games. So it's good to see it back on the scene.
Yeah, coming full circle. And now, well, hoping for things to come full circle back to the old Moscow 5 days. Here is Gambit. We're going to take a look at them. That means it is Cabochard in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Betsy the mid laner, Pinoy the AD carry, Edward on support, and their coach, you also heard from him, Leviathan.
Yeah, the big thing to note for Gambit last week is just how quickly they destroyed Elements. It was a 26-minute game. It was, of course, the one that we had to rebroadcast due to the technical difficulties. But Gambit looked more coordinated, more controlled, and more decisive than we've seen all split long. They had a double AD comp, they pushed tower after tower, and they just strangled Elements off the map entirely.
Yeah, it didn't really give them a chance to do anything, not just hit a late-game stride, but at the same time, not even really get rolling. We'll see if they're able to do that to the Unicorns here. It's going to be a rough game for both sides. We'll see how this playoff preview goes. We're going to pick some bans.
Yeah, and the other thing to highlight with regard to the seeding battle, the highest seed in the playoffs will get the choice of side on games 1, 3, and 5. So whoever wins this match is very, very likely to lock in that 4th position because of tomorrow's games. Of course, it can shuffle if both teams go 1-1. So we'll have to see how this matchup plays out. It's the Unicorns that own the head-to-head. 1-0. So for Gambit, in the case of a tiebreaker scenario, they would want this win to make it more likely to get 4th or force that tiebreaker game.
Yes, indeed, they will. Added benefit for them here. Cassiopeia taken off the table for Power of Evil. Diana is also banned. Has been making a bit of a resurgence lately. We'll see what Gambit taken as next. It's going to be Kog'Maw.
So Lulu's still available, as is Rek'Sai, Nidalee. With the Sejuani gone, you have to feel those are the jungle champions that Kikis or Diamond will be looking at. You might see another one of those Gragas's, Gragasai. Grungles, let's go that one.
There we go.
Which did very well in Challenger Series last night, did very well earlier today. And I also want to see whether or not Pinoy is going to get his hands on Kalista if he wants to play that again. It worked for Freeze earlier today, it's worked for Pinoy in the past.
Well, Hecarim is the one that they are going to ban on Gambit's side last. This is going to prompt a Nidalee hover here. We'll see if Kikis does want that one. It looks like he does. It's a takeaway from Diamond too.
Not really surprising. With Sejuani off the table and not playing Gragas necessarily, Kikis was the first person to play Jungle Nidalee in the LCS several weeks ago and had a fantastic performance on it and is continuing to do well. When you look at Chachi's summoner spells, he had Teleport Ignite, so knowing that Hecarim was banned, that's actually quite smart from Gambit. They've done the research, they know what to take away from Vizichachi, and wisely so. So Chachi will have to adapt. Most likely going to take a Maokai if it's not locked in right now by Cabashot.
It does. And they also take the Jinx, so very quickly picking up on the AD carry, the hyper carry, with Kog'Maw banned by themselves. They're putting Pinoy on another champion that can do some serious tower damage. And
hello.
Oh, and we got Cho'Gath.
So this is most likely going to be a Cho'Gath mid. It's something that I know the pro players have been spamming a lot of in solo queue. We've actually seen it from the LPL as well. You go back again, you roll the years back. Cho'Gath used to be a meta pick in 2000 and Season 2, but that is a very, very long time ago. The one thing I do want to see, I'm not believing the Poppy, don't get excited.
It's just a little thing for Vizichachi there.
Well, let's finish on the Cho'Gath really quickly. Long range ability, a 2-second silence from that Feral Scream, as well as an AP spell that scales on true damage. Any mega tank has to have a lot of HP to get away from that very high damage deal feast. So we'll see what Cabashot can do with himself as the game continues to scale. But this is the first Cho'Gath that we're seeing in Europe.
Crowd is very disappointed that it's not an Urgot, but it will be a Vi for Diamond, and we see the Thresh locked in as well. What do Unicorns answer with here? Yes, we are getting to see the Cho'Gath, as you mentioned. So already even more diversity in this week number 9.
And the Vi is an interesting one because Vi is a champion that has not been played by Europe. You know, we're seeing so many other junglers. North America has been playing an excessive amount of Vi over the last few weeks. And I've spoken to Leviathan a couple of times, and he's touched on the different tiers of jungle champions. And he has raised that, you know, Vi as a jungler is underrated by the European region. So we'll see what Diamond can do. Lots of engage, lots of power to lockdown, especially against a Nidalee, against a Cho'Gath, so you can get past Nidalee's mobility as well as Cho'Gath's silence and knockup. So I think it's a smart pick, and it'll also play into Diamond's playstyle. He has been one of the primary engagers for Gambit, and will make those double dive buddies with Maokai super effective.
We've got a Graves for Vardags, and also there is a Fizz locked in for the Unicorns of Love. Should go over to Vizichachi. So yeah, back to the Vi though. Diamond has had the one game on it. They did win this one, but I agree, it is definitely an underutilized pick here in Europe. And I want to see what they can make use of it with, because there are so many squishy targets they can blow up if they get the Assault and Battery. And yes, Spart is enabled.
From the Troll King himself, Eddie always trolls. Betsy, the question is, what does he want to play into Cho'Gath? Does he want to play Ahri? Does he want to play Ezreal? Does he want to play something safe? Or, you know, how confident is he feeling? Last week, when Gambit took down Elements, they had Jinx, Thresh, Ezreal as their primary combat. I'm thinking that's when they're going to go towards. With the very strong front line of Vi plus Maokai, they had the option to go double AD, have decided against it. Going to go for the damage deal from Ahri and mobility instead. And for Gambit, it's a very standard composition. You've got Ahri that wants to flank, via Maokai lock somebody down, allow Jinx to get that super mega death rocket off. For Power of Evil on this Cho'Gath, he has to land his Ruptures. He has to silence Betsy the moment Betsy jumps in with Feral Scream, and hope that Chachi and Kikis can blow him up. Because if he doesn't, there is so much dancing and diving from Gambit, they can get around that zoning power of Cho'Gath.
Yeah, it's very difficult to really, I feel, play Cho'Gath correctly, because if you don't land those Ruptures, if you don't land your skill shots, yes, you do a ton of damage and you have fantastic AP ratios. However, you don't land them, it's all for naught. And yes, it becomes a variable tank later on in the game, so this is nice and flexible for them.
Yeah.
But it's still risky. Oh, there's some love. Giving Sheepy a ride.
Hang on a second. Since when does the unicorn mount a steed to leave the battlefield? Leviathan should have got on Sheepy's back there. For that to be thematically correct. But the one thing I want to see, I'm interested to find out how the itemization is going to play, because you highlighted the fact Cho'Gath does get tanky. His feast stacks give him a lot of HP. But there's no other tanks for the rest of the team.
Oh yeah. Now, the crowd's pumped up as we're loading onto the Rift. Why don't you guys at home go ahead and tweet us at LOL Esports. Let us know who you think has the edge in this playoff preview. The hashtags UOL win or GMB win. Get on that Twitter. But for now, the game is starting off. Battlecast Cho'Gath in the mid lane.
Oh, I hope he drops the beats. I'm so looking forward to that.
Built stereo system.
He does. It's good speakers. But this is, of course, the question. I remember, I'm trying to remember who tweeted it. Oh, it was Defisho again, actually. He was complaining about the potential of a Cho'Gath mid because of the proficiency of jungle tanks and how many jungles we're seeing top lane. It would have given us these massive, massive drawn-out team fights where you could just out-sustain your opponents by having this beefy, beefy team comp. Power of Evil, for the moment, 37 AP, not really got a lot of tank stats and already skilled at Feral Scream, so we need to see how he handles himself in lane.
Yeah, and a lot of the Cho'Gaths we have been seeing in high elo games, they really like to max that Feral Scream early on, whether it's jungle, whether it's mid. We'll see what Power of Evil does, but he's well on his way to that one. And this game looks like Unicorns are looking for an invade here, but there was nobody hanging out in that brush. They're going to be revealed, but they get a couple of deep wards down to their own, so Gambit won't be able to do much about it.
Yeah, and no reaction from Gambit either, despite the fact they spotted 4 members of UOL. Pinoy had already started backing. Maybe predicting this lane swap, in fact, because you can see Eddie and Pinoy both moving towards this top lane. So we're going to have top laners chilling out in the bottom half of the map. At least that's my assumption for the time being.
Looks like that's the case.
And we'll see how Unicorns can handle themselves. It's interesting because there's so much more damage on the side of Unicorns, but there's so much higher level of tankiness on Gambit's side of the map. So this could become one of these games where the team that gets ahead can use either their survivability to deal with whatever burst Unicorns is putting out, or alternatively, Unicorns can burst through Gambit. So the laning phase is going to be very, very crucial to how the mid game is going to get played out. The only thing that Gambit has in a much better scenario than UOL is initiation power. Vi cannot get interrupted at all, whoever she sets her sights on, and Hylissang is going to be tied to hitting level 6 and obviously having that flash available.
It's going to be very dependent on that if Unicorns can set up the right fights. Kick is going to get a little bit of his counter jungle on. Leaps over to the red.
And if anybody watched the previous game, Kikis is doing what Frederick should have done. Kikis is invading on the side of the jungle where he does have the ability to get support from his AD carry. There's not a lane swap in this scenario, so it's still a little risky, but it is much less risky than the previous matchup where Giants gave up first blood and the buff to Elements. So smart play from Kikis.
And he gets out scot-free too. Diamond came in time to just see it being taken. Be able to clear away the Scuttle Crab by the Baron Pit as well. And right back to it. Edward was on a little bit of a roam, but he decided to go back to lane.
Well, I want to have a look at this middle lane. See how Power of Evil's farming up on this Cho'Gath. Got himself a decent amount of CS. And of course, doing some battle.
Nice little follow. Still, this is going to be a little bit of a slap for a while. Yeah, back in that mid lane, you do see Power of Evil. He's got himself more of that farm. He's got a decent edge on Betsy right now, who hasn't really had much of an opening to really do any serious damage to him.
No, not a massive amount, but the one thing that is quite nice about Power of Evil's Cho'Gath is the fact that he's got quite a bit of sustain whenever he does kill monsters or minions, thanks to that Carnivore passive. And I would like to see how long Power of Evil sticks around as well as his itemization. Anybody that's played AP Cho'Gath when DFG RIP was still in the game, it's just so much fun. Rupture into Feral Scream, a little bit of a feast to nom down. I want to see how he handles himself, but Betsy not being caught out by the fairly predictable skill shots. With bottom
just yet anyways, yep. Kekis is going down bottom. Kabashard could be in a world of hurt. Let's see if he is. Dodges out the spear. Playful Trickster on. That's going to be a flash burn, but we could very well see first blood, and it looks like it will go over to Vizichachi.
Yeah, very smart play. And looking at the way the jungle picks worked out, first pick Nidalee resulting in first blood. There's also been a bust steal. Kickus on a very comfy champion. Oh, Eddie's been stunned.
Yeah, he does get away though. Threw his lantern down for a little bit of a shield. Pinoy was able to cover fire for him.
Yeah, the one thing I also think you have to highlight is just how important Fizz's W, that Sea Stone's Trident, will become. Because of the fact that Cabochard and Diamond will most likely build very tanky, very beefy, every single time Chachi jumps into melee range and gets those auto attacks off, it's dealing percentage HP damage. So Fizz is one of the better tank busters in the meta at the moment, as long as you can get him to a point where he can duel, where he can stand and fight and stick around for long enough. So a lot of pressure on Chachi to deal with these tanks as the game will scale and move into the mid game for team fights.
We'll see if he's able to do it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you can see Diamond making his way into the river, steps off the Nidalee trap. You can see he's gone for the skirmishers again. That's been one of his favorites, and it makes a lot of sense on Vi.
I'm trying to remember what Kobe said on PTL, the infatuation with Skirmisher's Saber from Europe. Could argue ahead of the curve or not. Kickus actually gets jumped on by Diamond.
Oh yeah, Diamond's able to return some serious damage, and Kickus just hasn't done that much. He's got the red buff though, so Diamond's gonna back off of this one.
And there's a very good example of why Skirmisher's Saber works out.
Yep.
Diamond jumps in, Vault Breaker, and gets those denting blows. So wins the trade, but it doesn't result in anything. There was no gank available. Diamond's still playing to get to level 6, and Eddie again eats a stun from Hylissang.
But at the same time, they couldn't pass any further forward without running straight into a zap. Pinoy's been protecting his carry quite well this game.
Oh, Hylissang.
However,
He's got
there's
the
the
stun.
flash, there is the stun. Eddie flashes out, but he can't escape the buckshot. And Vardax takes him down. Pinoy now on the retreat.
Straight up outplayed. Gambit got themselves into this 2v2. They actually spotted all of the unicorns in their jungle and took a Gambit as to where they're going to put their duo lane. And unfortunately, they've fallen behind over and over. Because Hylissang, every single time we look top, Hylissang is zoning Edward, zoning Pinoy. It's not resulted in CS yet, but the fact that First Blood landed on Vardax, he's got enough for a BF sword, it's going to give them even more burst potential before Hylissang's even hit 6.
It's true. It's going to give him a really, really nice boost in his gold as well. So we'll see what he does with that. Should be the BF sword. Does he have enough gold for it?
Most certainly.
Yes, indeed. And he also gets the boots. Take a look at that fan vote. 74% of you guys saying that Unicorns of Love are gonna come out on top. Wow.
It's fantastic. The fans at home really getting behind the Unicorns of Love. And, you know, we looked at those graphs at the beginning of the game. Unicorns have been a steady top 4, top 5 team through the entirety of the split.
Despite the inconsistency.
Yes, they've dropped games here or there, but as we said, you know, last week, they won 75% of the games of teams above them and lost 25% below them. So, oh, look at those Cabochard and Chachi. They're going back and forth.
Yep, up comes the Earth. Let's see if Vizichachi can finish off Cabochard. However, now that the ult's down.
It's tough to get excited for these really drawn-out fights. Hit him! Hit him with a stick!
Up! And he goes down.
I guess Cabochard just had to take a leaf out of that lane.
He didn't make like a tree and leave fast enough.
Took a really long time.
Yes, it did. In the end, though, it's still tank busted.
I don't know if busted is the right word. He killed the tank.
Okay, all right, you got me there.
But yes, either way, 2-0.
He wore him down.
He wore him down. I prefer that. I think that's better suited. Got to try to remember what Free said in the interview earlier. It's when you're playing against a Maokai, you're not fed. It's like trying to cut a tree down with your palm. Chachi's got palms of steel. But the scary thing with this, 2-0, the closer Vizichachi is to getting his Trinity Force and then beginning to roam with Kickus with Power of Evil, there's a lot of mobility and again, like we said, a lot of damage. Cabochard working his way towards this Righteous Glory, looking for more engage, and Chachi and Power of Evil, they're just diving in.
Yep, Power of Evil, he got the Rupture, but it's still very, very hard to take down the tree. Throws on the Vengeful Maelstrom. Chachi's a little bit low to try and get involved in this one. Meanwhile, in the back of it, everything's going a little bit crazy as Diamond picks up Hylissang. There's a Twisted Advance onto Chachi. Can he maybe pick one up? Oh, the Feast! Whoa. But he won't get the kill, and in comes Betsy for cleanup duty. It looks like he can get himself a double kill. Kickus is going to be able to get away.
Here
but the Unicorn
Diamond.
stayed oh so long. Diamond coming in. Not enough damage to get it. And Leviathan is just freaking out.
Yeah, he's not happy with that one at all. Or he is happy with that one. Sheepy with the unfortunate dive from the Unicorns of Love, trying their best to make that dive happen. And Cabochard survived for so long that it allowed both Betsy and Diamond to get into place. So they ended up trading a couple of kills here or there, but very importantly for Gambit, they secure the tower. For a team that was falling behind in Global Gold and that had given up kills, they do manage to pick themselves up. So this was Hylissang trying to just zone Diamond away and actually preventing Hylissang.
And the rocket.
Wow, didn't even realize that happened. Trying to prevent Diamond from getting involved in the dive, because had Diamond been able to jump onto Kikis, knock away PoE, knock away Vizichachi, that could have been an even cleaner fight for Gambit. So they do end up trading back and forth, and despite the fact Diamond blew his flash for that one, unable to get more. But again, power play, Gambit punish you well for the over-aggressive dive.
They do indeed. Now Unicorns thinking about pushing on this bottom, but it's just Hylissang taking a few pot shots at it, and in comes Cabochard for the defense. Now that they've secured themselves the top turret, Gambit can go down bot and wait for the next dragon to come up, but they've got a little bit of time on their hands before that happens.
Yeah, you can actually see Unicorns are dictating the lane scenarios at the moment. A few minutes ago, Vardags and Hylissang, recalled, picked up the BF, so went bottom lane. And Pinoy and Edward not looking for that 2v2, despite the fact the tower is down. They've still stuck the 80 carry and support up top. So Gambit need to rectify the head-to-head matches. If Cabochard is left alone in this bottom lane, Vardags and Hylissang should be able to push the wave in if they want to. For the time being, though, Hylissang is roaming. Unicorns playing a very, very aggressive red buff control. They've stolen 2 away from Gambit already.
Yeah, Diamond has still been able to make some plays, but that's definitely got to be frustrating. He's gone for the Warrior, of course. A little bit of extra damage, it never hurt. Now he's going to be joining Cabochard in the bottom side. Vardags has already backed away from this one, though. Edward's going to run face first into a spear and a trap. Turn right around after that. 2 minutes till the next dragon's up.
So Gambit got the first one uncontested. Just being in the right place earlier than their opponents. But the main thing to note here, Gambit are not responding to the invades. Edward is alone, and he's been stunned by Hylissang. But
burns his flash.
The problem here is Gambit have completely lost control of the top half of the map. There are some sweepers, but they're not moving into clear that vision quickly enough. And Diamond, they're going to set up another dive. Here comes the rocket from mid lane too.
Oh, yes it does, but it goes a little wide. Vardags is still going to go down. Assault and battery to finish him off. In comes Vizichachi. Diamond, he's got the Chum the Waters on, and he gets taken down. Vizichachi now, though, in a dangerous situation with Betsy coming in and picking him up.
So despite the fact Unicorns are sticking to their lanes well, Gambit is moving between them when engages are happening. Pinoy, he's found Hylissang.
Yes, he has. Let's see if they have enough damage to polish him off. Another teleport coming in. The Feral Scream was not really going to deter him from much, and Pinoy gets excited after picking up Hylissang. Exhaust is down, gets the zap out, twisted advance on. Power of Evil trying to salvage something, but he's going to fall. It's Cabochard picking up that kill.
That was a
getaway.
Great flash flay from Edward to keep both Power of Evil and Hylissang in place. After Gambit get the towers, after they get the tower dive, the tower on the bottom lane, Gambit is able to teleport up and support Pinoy and Edward in the middle lane to get even more damage on the map. Despite the strong start from Unicorns, they are falling behind the aggressive plays from Gambit.
So Gambit have managed to get themselves a nice little gold lead in this with that series of plays. And by turning the pressure up, Unicorns have found themselves on the receiving end of quite a lot of damage. 15 seconds till this next dragon is up. Gambit looking to get in position. Diamond already there on the scene, clearing the Skull Crab out.
Yeah, we need to see how Unicorns plan to deal with Gambit. If Vizichachi wants to play split push, he can deal with Cabochard at the moment, especially with that Trinity Force. The risk is he can get dropped so quickly the moment Diamond or Betsy go to help him out. So, for Unicorns of Love, their strategy has been to try to control Diamond, try to control his jungle, and while that's worked out, Kikis has got a 20 CS advantage, has stolen multiple buffs, it's not prevented Gambit getting 7 kills on the board. 3 of them, Diamond's been involved in directly, and he's actually secured 2 of his own. So, for Unicorns to adjust, I feel like they're going to be relying on Chachi with this Trinity Force for the next few minutes to buy time, seeing as neither team has those teleports. And look at that, Cabochard doesn't even pick the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit odd here. Now we see Gambit setting up for this dragon. They're all in position for it. And there is no teleport, however, for either top laner. We'll see if Unicorns want to try to contest this one. Cho'Gath's coming around the side. Diamond has already come on in here. I think it's going to nearly get stolen away. Kick has tried for it, but it's smited at the end of the day by Diamond Prox, who picks up number 2 for Gambit Gaming.
That was a really great smite. Kikis was throwing the javelin. We saw the collateral damage coming up from Vardags. Kikis even hopped over the wall to try to smite that one out. So very well played by Diamond. He did actually secure that one. So well played. Dragon number 2 at 15 minutes, not the earliest. But Gambit going to their roots, maintaining dragon control. And you know, the longer this game goes, the happier they're going to be. Eventually, Diamond's going to be able to set his sights on Power of Evil, on Vardags, and shut them down. We're hitting 15 minutes, and that's a fairly late Rod of Ages from Power of Evil. Additionally, you like to see that a little bit earlier.
Push a lot of damage onto that bottom turret, but they do have to back off. Let's see where Kikis decides to go here. He puts down a ward. Gonna try to just scare off Gambit, and it looks like it's worked. They should be able to secure this outer turret. But yeah, so far the mid Cho'Gath hasn't really done a whole ton for Power of Evil. He's 0-2 right now, has a later Rod of Ages, as you mentioned, with the double Dorans that had already come in. And Betsy's really never been in any serious danger. Most of the threat from Power of Evil has been on the roam, and he's also bitten the dust a few times.
That's definitely the case. And you know, it's interesting when you actually look at this. Power of Evil, a guy who has played Syndra, who can play LeBlanc, and had the option of Ahri. They second picked this Cho'Gath. Now, for Unicorns and Gambit, they've both, ooh, it's a big spear. They've both locked in their playoff spots. So the Cho'Gath pick could be just for some practice on the stage with it. Throw out that psychological battle ahead of a quarterfinal matchup against your most likely team. Edward, he's called Kikis.
Oh yes, he's going in. Pinoy's gonna launch the rocket. It comes in. Look at that damage as they take down Kikis. Vizichachi teleports in, looks for Cabo Shard, might be able to find him. He gets blown up, chomped down by Power of Evil, but now Power of Evil's caught as the tower goes down. Hillising, Diamond turns his attention to Power. Eddie's gonna get the kill credit for that one, but a massive Tibbers is gonna slow up Gambit for just a moment, and now they're right back to it. Vardags going down, Pinoy on a spree.
Oh, facepalm indeed from the Unicorns of Love. They got caught out. They trade 3 for 2, but lose the tower as well. So Gambit come out very far ahead in that particular engage, and I just love the initiation. Gambit do not hesitate after Eddie lands what was actually a blind hook. Yes, the ward was just killed, so he had the information to work with. Diamond even hopping over the wall with that assault and battery, but look how quickly Kabashar got melted. As long as Chachi can continue fighting, then Unicorns can do well. But because Chachi was forced so low so early, was unable to really clean up more, despite getting that last little hit. And Vardags with a very aggressive flash in. What was he trying to do? I think he went the wrong direction there. That
I think so.
Looked a bit odd.
Offered himself as tribute. Back to this one. So Gambit, you know, they traded a little bit better in that. They've got a tower advantage. It's a slight one, but they still have it in their favor. However, the Unicorns have definitely been grabbing some kills back for themselves. So they're definitely not out of this one just yet. Gold lead favors Gambit, but only by 1,500.
Yeah, it's not a massive amount because of the fact that Gambit have been unable to defend their towers, but they have maintained perfect dragon control. Only 2 of the game thus far. And I'm still, you know, just going back to that point, playing the Cho'Gath, maybe just showing it off a little bit, making your opponents think, is it a possibility? Is it something we should even consider in a best-of-5 scenario? If you look across the map, yes, he is 15 CS down. Got a kill, got an assist, is going to scale very well. Got all that free HP, so how do Power of Evil and the rest of the Unicorns plan to use it?
That will indeed be the question. The time being, Unicorns, they've controlled this side of the river, but it's still about 2 minutes before the Dragon is going to be coming up and available. Gambit have gotten the first 2, although that second one was very, very close. Unicorns are not keen on giving another one over.
Yeah, and look again, Vizichachi off in the side lane alone. The rest of the Unicorns grouped up middle. They're going to be using the teleport threat, but they're at a teleport disadvantage. Here comes a tree from behind.
Yep, he uses it. They're going to jump onto Power of Evil. A hook is going to fly in his general direction, and oh, so much damage onto him. Cabo Shard grabs that pick. Power of Evil back down on the stacks, but Vizicachi continues to push up in this top side. There's quite a lot of Gambit members in the middle, but they've not got mini waves just yet.
Well, disappointed fan indeed. The best that Unicorns can hope for will be a tower trade. Vizicachi's made it to the top inner turret, while the rest of Gambit have made it to the middle inner turret. The thing that I like about Gambit's play, they knew they had the teleport advantage, and they used it instantly, considering how the previous fights had gone.
Yeah, Vizicachi might be able to polish this one down, but he's going to start tanking a lot of turrets. Oh, he Playful Trickster's right back in as the next minion wave comes up. So they do get the trade, an inner for an inner. And they don't lose anyone, so you got to say Unicorns, it's one of the better things that could happen to them in that situation.
Yeah, and it is something that is beneficial, but it's also the champion pick, because there's nobody from Gambit that can really deal with him 100% yet, despite the fact that Cabochard's Maokai is getting beefier and tankier. It'll be a while before he's going to be able to sort of shrug off Vizicachi in that 1v1. And what looks to be another red buff steal. Unicorns evened up the gold difference with that tower trade. And I'm not sold on this Cho'Gath. I don't see what Cho'Gath offered the Unicorns that a LeBlanc and Ari. Also, as a quick note, Cabochard has got that little ring from Ventral Maelstrom. It's actually not on. It is just a visual spectator bug from our spectator client only. So don't worry about that red ring. You'll see his ulti turned on in just a moment because it looks like we have a fight coming.
Looks like we do. There's a teleport in, so Vizicachi shows force. And Gambit are going to be backing off for the time being.
The only risk in picking those fights in the river is obviously all the AoE. From Chum the Waters, from the Rupture, from the Feral Scream, Gambit don't want to run into it. And because they lose position, Gambit are the ones that are caught napping. They give up a mid turret. They were pushed deeper into the bottom half of the map. And Unicorns, with complete vision control of the Dragon Pit and River, can just peel backwards and bait Gambit to come to them. Force Gambit to mostly blindly check into Hylissang, into Power of Evil, or even into Vizicachi. This could get risky. Gambit look like they want to pick the fights.
But there's a lot of damage here on this Dragon. It looks like they've just managed to juke it out, but now can they get away? Gambit, they're not offering any battle right here. They're going to wait in the brush instead. No. Spear's going to come in and connect on Betsy. Here we go. The chase is on as Cabochard moves in, Twisted Advance after he pops the Righteous Glory. Betsy, a lot of damage there. The Rocket's coming in on Power of Evil. Cabochard is going to be the one to pick that up, but Betsy trying to get away. However, he's shut down finally at the end. The tick of Ignite was the thing that did it, and now Cabochard picking up a double kill, but Eddie's caught. It's a shutdown as Vardax picks up Pinoy. Edward, he is going to go down. They didn't even need the spear. And a 3-for-2 trade this time for the Unicorns.
Gambit unable to find the right targets. Cabochard, while he did initiate onto Power of Evil, the rest of the damage dealers of the Unicorns Alive split up. They were not really a threat. And thanks to the fact that Power of Evil has a ton of HP to burn through from all of those feast stacks, he just took such a long time to go down. Notice Vizicachi still sits in the river, and then he engages the moment you see Diamond, Pinoy, Edward in the pit. So Chachi's trying to zone away. Yes, Gambit were decisive, but they need to deal with more than just Power of Evil. Power of Evil has got a spell reel. He can get off 2 spells in a feast in that short space of time. Focus Kickers, focus Vardax, who can offer more, and then go for Power of Evil. They need to prioritize the other damage dealers before the Cho.
I agree with you on that one. Gambit, you know, they had a chance to really take that fight quickly and handily, but I think they focused too much on what was right in front of them. It got a little bit greedy, and they paid the price for it big time.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, Rupture, 9-second cooldown. Feral Scream, 13-second cooldown. Power of Evil doesn't have a champion that's going to get a multi-spell reel, multiple spells in the course of one team fight.
And it's not as hard to dodge them either. Yeah, don't get in range for Feast, move out of the way for Feral Scream and the Rupture, and you're fine. So in this case, they've been ignoring Vizicachi. They've allowed him to get very well on a roll as Rocket comes in.
Check him out. It's just scouting rockets.
Yes, as it launches itself into the stratosphere.
So successful, because it scouted and found out nothing was going on. The thing that I'd like to see from Betsy more often is trying to find that flank. Some better warding from Gambit to allow Betsy and maybe even Diamond to come in from the side, shut down Vardax early, and then allow Gambit to focus down Vizicachi or Kikis. Because they are the threats. The 2-5-2 Cho is not fantastic. I mean, Boots of Swiftness. Power of Evil doesn't
quick,
want,
at least.
He doesn't like being slowed.
No, not at all.
I'd love to see a Wit's End. Go really old school. Just get those Vorpal spikes
That's the last
spam
time
over.
I've seen a Wit's End built professional.
Honestly, I don't know, but the last time I saw Witsend on Cho'Gath was Season 2.
Ah.
Because that's totally relevant right now.
Of course.
Definitely.
There's a Cho'Gath in the game, anything is possible. Shot. And anything is always possible for these Unicorns. We'll see what they can do next. The gold is actually swung in their favor by just a little bit. And Visit Chachi, the man in the bottom, is really making a lot of that happen. Splitting now on the bot, he's going to force the attention of Cabo Shard, while the rest of Gambit is at play in the middle.
Yeah, Visit Chachi's just been playing that side lane threat. He's got no teleport available for a little while longer, whereas Cabo Shard does. So if Unicorns overextend like they did 6 minutes ago, then Cabo Shard's going to TP in from behind and punish with an engage. So for Unicorns, it's just play stall, wait until Chachi has got his summon spell available, and then look for the engage. Oh, Chachi's gonna break the tether.
Yes, he does, but he's gonna get hooked in this time as the Chum the Waters doesn't do much of anything, but now Gambit had to be careful to get out of this. Eddie is a little bit low, but Gambit, they're taking this numbers advantage to its logical end. Betsy picks up Bardags, 2 for none, just like that, and they're looking for quite a lot more if they can find it.
Very, very well played from Gambit. Cabo Shard TP'd in. What more can they get? Forcing Chachi to go down by just running him down. You did see how the Assaulted Battery can get broken by
the
Playful Trickster,
yeah.
but it simply wasn't enough. Because of the fact that Eddie was in place, he landed the hook the moment Chachi tried to get away. It just allowed Gambit to take down the damage threat, and that meant that Unicorns of Love didn't have cleanup. It's Kikis and Chachi that are the cleanup, Vardags and PoE that want to try to get some burst down, and then allow, you know, the top lane and the jungler to run through and pick up those kill credits.
So Gambit getting themselves a bit more of a favorable position in that. A couple of kills. Let's see what they do next. Hovering around this middle. It's still about a minute till the next dragon's going to be available.
For Gambit, the way that they're going to crack into Unicorn's base has to be either through 5 dragons, through a Baron. A little bit of a bromance going on there.
Hey, they're on TV.
The problem that Gambit has is there's so much wave clear from the Graves and the Cho'Gath. If they try to siege, yes, Jinx with her rockets from Switcheroo can probably get a couple of autos every now and again, but you never want to be at threat of Chum the Waters or Flash anti-engage. So Gambit are not going to play the siege game. Gambit also cannot really deal with Visit Chachi one-on-one, so they can't really play the split push game either. We're in for a long one because I think the only way that Gambit can really set themselves up is to go for those dragons or barons.
Chum the Waters lands now. Unicorns. They've got some backup there. Kikis throws a heal onto Visit Chachi. Make sure he's nice and healthy. Skull Crab goes down. 20 seconds till the next dragon. Diamond thinks about going in, but there's a lot of unicorns there.
There is, but it's again very important. You can actually see firsthand how important that challenging smite is. Because Visit Chachi through Chum the Waters got a bunch of auto attacks, and yes, they traded back and forth a lot, but Diamond did not just get insta-gived by a Blade of the Ruin King Triforce. Of course, he does have a Warmogs to burn through as well, so there's a lot of hit points.
Speaking of burn through, this dragon's starting to go down pretty quickly here. Gambit, they have to move up if they want to challenge for it, but the Timbers is down. Betsy, he's going to have to Spirit Rush away. Visit Chachi now the target, as he was the man in front. Betsy goes in, but he gets chomped by a Cho'Gath, who throws down the Zanya's Hourglass, and they've caught his attention after the fact, but can they win the fight? Power of Evil goes down. Pinoy gets the kill credit for that one, as Cabo Shard was keeping everyone else's attention. Unicorns of Love are blinking health bars in this, but can they get away? Vardags in the brush trying to stay away from Diamond, but he's not doing a good job. He goes down. Pinoy picks up another. Kikis, the last unicorn standing. He's going to eat a zap, and it looks like it's a matter of time here. Quick shot. They should be able to secure him down. Twisted advance. He's going to buy a few more seconds of life, but down he goes. That's the ace, and Pinoy picks it up.
Exquisite team fight from Gambit, despite the fact that Betsy dashed into a true damage feast to die. Gambit just ran down the targets. They dealt with Visit Chachi so well, and you notice Chum the Waters wasn't available. So look at the burst that Betsy took just from that Sea Urchin strike, but it was not enough. Cabo Shard tanked up 4 members, eventually 3 members of Unicorns of Love, and because Cabo Shard was keeping them all busy, it allowed the damage dealers from Gambit to focus Unicorns and just win a very, very clean fight. 7-1-7 on Pinoy's Jinx. He's got 1,600 gold to spend. That is a terrifying, terrifying hyper carry that Unicorns have to try zone out, or in their case, Unicorns have to flank.
They do indeed. This time, Gambit, yeah, a few mistakes there, and they managed to grab just about everything, including the Dragon. There was a teleport in for Vizichachi that tried to stop it. He's also trying to steal away the Gromp, but he thinks better of it after the fact. Unicorns maybe looking a little bit shaky after that one. Let's see what they managed to do next.
It's interesting though, right? Because Gambit actually, they got the lead early, and then they lost the lead to some, great team fights from Unicorns of Love. Now Gambit have re-secured the lead at 30 minutes, 3,000 gold, but they still have this difficulty. How do they deal with Fizz? How do they siege? And at the moment, there is no answers there. Gambit's warding has not been necessarily super great. They've not been able to find flanks, but we've touched on how important Dragons and Barons are. And when the entirety of Unicorns of Love is in the bottom lane, Gambit will trade Baron. Remember, Empowered Recalls should get them back quick enough to defend the inhibitor, unless Kikis decides to go all in and try interrupts.
Oh, but Betsy is there. And there is Kikis going down. Meanwhile, back to the bottom side. Vizichachi moving in on Cabochard. Diamond was there as well for the defense. Chum the Waters not going to hit where they wanted to. Vardag's assault and batteried up, and he's taken down. Cabochard comes in. Pinoy, he's going to flash forward, looking for even more. They turned their attention. They forgot about Hylissang for just a second, but they didn't even need to worry about it. Pinoy, he's got something more important. He has some fish food on the menu. A triple kill comes in for Cabochard. Pinoy still on the hunt. Vizichachi, the last Unicorn standing again, and he will make it out. But Gambit have taken another massive fight, and they've got Baron now.
Yeah, and you have to think that Unicorns felt Kikis was going to be able to interrupt and stall just a little longer. Betsy was able to put so much damage down, and 4 members of Gambit recalled. So Unicorns were caught unaware. The inhibitor turret dropped to about 50%, 20 seconds left before Power of Evil is back up, and all of the wave clear from UOL is in their mid lane and AD carry, who were not available for this fight. Gambit needed the objective, they found it, and now they've got supers in the middle lane. If they want another tower, they can go top as well.
Looks like that might be what they're doing. A large wave built up there. A couple of them hesitating, actually, waiting to see if they can get anything more out of this. Clearing away the pink ward over by the blue side. They will back away now, or at least a couple of them will. Eddie's still looking for something as the Unicorns have mobilized the defense up top.
Cabochard just get a little aggravated there. 8, 3, and 10. He picked up a triple kill in that previous fight.
It's a pretty good score for a Maokai.
Very, very smart. And this is the problem the Unicorns had from the moment Picks and Bans were locked in. If Gambit were going to get tanky enough, their bursty damage dealers are either super short range, Power of Evil on Cho'Gath, or very reliant on multiple attacks. Kikis needs to get into melee range, which means he needs to be in range of Diamond, of Cabochard, their CC, and that allows Betsy and Pinoy the freedom to move around. You've never really felt that Pinoy and Betsy were at threat unless they were out of position. The few times they've gone down is because they were diving a little too deep.
Yeah, Pinoy has actually been in a really, really good position most of this game, if not just about all of it. Now that he's gotten so far ahead, gotten all of those items in his pocket, he is just wrecking down through these towers. You can see that power of a Jinx Siege. Gambit, they're just not letting up on the pressure, and Unicorns are in some serious trouble. They are trying to make something happen up top, but now they've actually sent Kikis back to defend this one. There's the flash, the Tibbers on Betsy, the knockup is going to follow. Inhibitor's very, very low. Power of Evil gets the Ignite down, but Betsy staying alive in power. He throws the Zhonya's down, but that won't be enough. He gets a feast down. Pinoy, they still take him down. It's Diamond who's going to come up with that kill. Meanwhile, Vardag shuts down Pinoy, but he dies himself. Hylissang charmed up. They're going to take him down. Kikis, a double kill going over to Diamond Procs. Kikis is going to fall after this one, and Betsy picks him up. Meanwhile, the top lane, their twisted advance. Vizichachi, I don't think he's getting away from this one, and I don't think the Unicorns can hold on much longer here, Quick Shot. 3 members of Gambit pushing on the Nexus turrets.
Well, the Maokai and Gambit dug deep enough to deal with that split push Fizz. Cabochard ran Vizichachi around in circles, and Gambit looked poised to take 4.
It looks like that is going to be the case. The Nexus is going to fall. 33.5 in. Gambit Gaming have done it.
Little bit of a shaky mid-game. Gambit, they didn't have an answer to the split push. They didn't have an answer to sieging, but they did know how they win. And it worked out well. For Gambit, as long as they pick up a win tomorrow, they lock in that 4th place. But there is a lot on the line. Choice of sides in quarterfinals.
A lot indeed, but good performance from them at the end there. They utilized the tools they did have. As you mentioned, it was a little bit shaky in the middle, but they brought it back. They dug deep, and they really were able to play that out well towards the end.
Yeah, I just have to, again, you really have to question, what was the point of the Cho'Gath? What was it meant to do? That's something that I'd love to know from Unicorns.
I think it was meant to eat champions, but it didn't do it quite enough.
Well, it got Betsy once. We'll give them that. But like I said, it could be a psychological play. In terms of the team comp, there was a lot of pressure on Vizichachi split pushing, and it worked for a time, but it didn't pull enough threat. And the problem was, when Vizichachi was split pushing bottom lane, the rest of Unicorns pushed up super deep without clearing out vision and got engaged upon by Cabo Shot. So yes, the play was right from Chachi to push, but the rest of the Unicorns needed to be more defensive and not run the risk of being engaged upon.
Yeah, well, if they did want to test something out, that was the chance for them. They had already locked in that playoff spot. However, this won't necessarily help their seeding too much. You can see Sheepy talking it over with them in the post game. So, you know, we mentioned this is likely a preview, but I feel like every game with Unicorns is going to be very different from the last.
Yes.
So I don't know how much you can even take from that other than it was a bit of a strange series of events.
This was Unicorns being Unicorns, and this was also Gambit being Gambit. To explain, Unicorns very inconsistent in their performances. They really did not have a particularly impressive game, but they also had an interesting pick and ban. So you could discuss the reason they faltered maybe from champion picks. For Gambit, on the other hand, they had a strong early game. The first few minutes was decent. Despite giving up first blood, they found kills, they tower dove, they got themselves an advantage. But then their team composition had inherent weaknesses. The main thing is they knew that. They were playing for Dragon Control, they rushed to Baron, and the moment they got Baron, the game was over before Baron buff ended, so within 3 minutes.
Yeah, and you know, there was a lot of trouble, especially in the early game, and of course in the mid, dealing with Vizichachi's Fizz. They were able to find a solution to it, and the solution was don't get anywhere near him with your squishies, and just let your tanks tango with him, and you know, at the end of the day, they were able to outscale.
Yeah, exactly. And this does set up tomorrow's games quite interesting. Gambit play SK, and Unicorns of Love play H2K, so those are both very difficult matchups. And if you assume Unicorns maybe beat H2K, who have not been looking great recently, and SK beat Gambit, you've actually then got this tie in terms of the head-to-head, I believe, with Gambit picking up that win. So there could be a battle for seeding in this part of the table, despite the fact the teams are locked into playoffs.
Yeah, we could very well see it. I mean, nothing is 100% certain except for at the very top, and that's just about it. Everything else is still up in the air going in for the last day of week number 9. So I'm really excited to see how the rest of this one goes. But for now, I feel like, yeah, Unicorns, they've always been that team that wants to experiment whether or not it works. They believe in the scientific process. So for Gambit, though, evening out the series, getting themselves in a better playoff position after having such a rough start to the split, you've got to think this is a really, really good feel, even though they struggled at Katowice, they struggled in recent weeks.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you look at the win over Elements last week. I mean, Gambit and Elements, formally aligned. That was one of the most anticipated, most watched matchups. Yes, it's different players now on the Gambit roster, but it's still very exciting and a lot of history.
The core feel of Gambit, too. That's what's really important about it.
Exactly. That strong win with this, I would say, intelligent victory because of how Gambit read in-game. They itemized effectively, they picked the fights as the game went on, better and better. I think it actually sets them up very well. What I think it also does is it shows the threat of Vizichachi on Fizz. I don't really care about Cho'Gath, but I think Vizichachi's Fizz has to be a consideration. If you want to run double tank, if you want to run that, and you don't want something to get in the way, maybe you can start taking that off the table.
You can never predict, and despite the loss, you can certainly never ban out the Unicorns. Now for a closer look at Gambit's win, we're going to go ahead and send it over to Shox, standing at the analyst desk.
Thank you. I'm sitting, actually, but, same thing. Let's take a closer look at this game. Unicorns going full Unicorns, as Trevor already said. Trying something new, and even if it was 100% serious or knowing that it would succeed or not, we have to evaluate it that way. And it just didn't work out because Power of Evil didn't get rolling, and that might have been the case on any champion.
It's a little bit of a weird setup for them because you had the fish, so we knew there's going to be spade pushing going on, and then normally if you have like a spade pusher, you want to have some sort of wave clear in the mid lane or some sort of siege potential. Cho'Gath, while he can clear the waves, they need to sit tight, wait for him, and when there's a Jinx, she's going to hit that tower multiple times before he clears the wave out. So the setup itself didn't allow Unicorns to fall behind. Because if Cho'Gath falls behind and he's forced to sit and be a wave clear bot, he's not going to do a whole lot. Grace is the same deal. And because Gambit also ran so much hard engage, like the Vi, the Maokai, you can always dive onto the Cho'Gath and just, force him to deal all his damage onto the tanks and nothing else. So once Unicorns fell behind, They couldn't really use the split pushing that effectively. They couldn't defend their lanes, and that's why Gambit could just keep picking fights over and over and catch up Power of Evil.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting thing when you look at Unicorns of Love as a team when they play through games. When Power of Evil doesn't get ahead, we've discussed this many, many times. When Power of Evil doesn't get ahead, it's a very different Unicorns of Love that are actually in the game. And I saw him playing Cho'Gath on his main account a little bit, and I poked him earlier in the week and said, hey, you're playing Cho'Gath, you're bringing him to mid. He was pretty confident, actually, in his Cho'Gath. We never really saw him get to that point. He was shut down fairly early on and never got maximum stacks. He was going for a bit more of a scaling build in that game. So he never just got into the game at all.
No, the big difference really in the mid lane, it wasn't the one-on-one matchup itself, because that was just a farm fest. It was more the Betsy was so much better at roaming than Power of Evil this game. The first roam onto the top side where Power of Evil tried to dive the tower with Capo shot, Betsy comes up, gets a double kill. Then he goes bottom lane, gets another kill. Power of Evil just sitting in the mid lane saying, I'm basically forced to just farm now. And once again, you fall behind on that Cho'Gath, you don't really add a whole lot of value to your team, and that was a problem.
Yeah, same with that Fizz, actually, as we criticized Airwax last week because the Fizz takes a long time to get rolling. Vizicachi did get some kills early, but he couldn't really do anything. Had some strange teleports. He wasn't really split pushing. It just was a lot of nothing.
Yeah, the teleports, the later teleports from Vizicachi were partly to do with the fact that Gambit were kind of just pressuring everything, and he felt like he had to do something. You saw him teleport into a dragon fight after the dragon had already gone. He was 1v3. Very strange teleport. He could have utilized it a lot better if it had just been split pushing, but they were applying so much pressure, he couldn't actually go over to the side lanes and sit there like he had been doing for the first 20 minutes.
Surprise Shark is the deadliest, but it wasn't.
It wasn't, no.
Yeah, what do we... this hasn't decided anything in terms of Unicorns of Love and Gambit yet. They still have to play tomorrow, but if it was foreshadowing, if it's a game that we're going to see in playoffs, I dare to say it's going to go a total different direction.
I think that's safe to say. I mean, it's the best out of 5, so yes, they might run a comp like this in the first game, realize, oh, it didn't work, or it was basically too dependent on us winning the early game to really snowball the lead here and maybe change it up, but Unicorns of Love is a team that I would never want to face in a best out of 5. Just because you have this list of 50 champions and you're like, okay, we can ban every single one of them, or they can just randomly pick some of it and suddenly we see a Yorick Cassiopeia combo, suddenly we see the split pushing Fizz coming in, and preparing for that is tough. And that's what Gambit is going to have to show in the playoffs, that they can adapt to basically everything.
Yeah. But we will see. We're not there yet. There's still 1 day left in the spring split. That means it all comes down to the wire tomorrow as the teams want to get their hand on especially that last playoff spot. So let's take a look at the standings and what we have on our hands here. Of course, the top 2 spots and the first round buys for SK Gaming and Fnatic, who basically have been on the top of the table for the entire season so far. Then the middle of the table, 1 spot up for grabs between the Copenhagen Wolves and Elements. And at the bottom, of course, Giants and Meet Your Makers to fight versus auto relegation. Trevor said it's going to be the Copenhagen Wolves in that 100%. They do have that matchup versus Giants.
They do, and yes, the Wolves will be the favorites, but I think Giants have shown enough times now that they can come back even if they fall behind. So if they have a weak early game, which they normally don't, it's kind of weird. They're normally good in the laning phase, and then they don't really know what to do in the mid game, and that's where it hurts them. Copenhagen Wolves is exactly the same. They're really good in the early game, and then they need 30-40 minutes to finish out the game. So we're going to have most likely a back and forth. There can be a lot of Baron throws, I think it's safe to say. So I don't think it's a guaranteed Copenhagen Wolves win. I think they're favorites, and yeah, they can decide their own fate now. But Giants can play spoiler for sure.
Yeah, never say never.
Indeed. Copenhagen Wolves very good in the early game. What a difference a split makes. But now that we're in the home stretch of this split, the Copenhagen Wolves, as said, have really turned it on as they try and track down the last remaining spot in the spring playoffs. And with 12 kills, 10 assists, and a triple kill earlier today against Roccat, their mid laner Soren is today's Fantasy LCS leader, racking up a total of 45 points, putting them on his back.
It helps if you go 60 minutes in your games to get a lot of fantasy points.
Technicalities.
I guess the Copenhagen Wolves players or the Copenhagen Wolves fans can be happy about that one. But yeah, Soren, steady mid laner. I think that's safe to say.
Yeah, steady mid laner doing good.
What do you think actually stress of Soren?
So Soren, when he came just kind of out of nowhere and everyone was calling him Mini Bjergsen, I think there was a lot of hype that was undeserved. But
one
this
person
season,
called him Mini Bjergsen. our producer. That's basically it.
This season, however, he's actually grown a fair amount. When you look at his games, as you said, he's become steady. I pretty much agree with you that never do I go into a game and think, man, Soren really dropped the ball on this one.
Yeah. Mini Bjergsen, but he's a bit taller and buffer than Bjergsen.
And older as well.
And older as
whatever.
well. It doesn't matter. Soren, he may carry your fantasy team at the end of the week, but Mr. Rawls today, he was definitely looking to make the big moves. We have a tweet from @CreepersManiacs. He noticed, he wrote, MLG Rallis confirmed. Here's today's LCS big play.
Having to move out, and it was a very, very messy little fight. Let's see what the Rocket can do.
Oh!
Nice
Oh! Rallies, let's go, baby.
All right.
Let's go indeed. A little bit of an assist to Sven Skeren in his own death there. Moves forward into the bush. But hey, certainly it's a flashy play, and you don't see that every day.
It was pretty important play because it would have meant they could take the dragon, but then MYM decided to walk in and kind of get caught out and die. But the play itself was pretty cool, and Mr. Rallis showed that he's still a good carry.
Yeah, fantastic shot there from him. Remember to keep sending in your favorite moments, of course, at LL Esports with that hashtag LCS Big Plays, and we'll check out your most tweeted ones tomorrow. And talking about tomorrow, we will be down to the last day of the spring split, where we'll start things off with the Copenhagen Wolves and Giants Gaming, that very important match all at the beginning. Fnatic will have their matchup versus Elements. Meet Your Makers will face Rocket, and we'll end the spring split with H2K versus the Unicorns of Love. Fantastic matchup. Starting off the FI show with the Copenhagen Wolves versus Giant, it's going to be game on for them straight from the top of the day.
Yeah, and it's going to kind of suck for Elements and Rocket if they see the Wolves win the first one and be like, oh, okay, that's it. Or I guess Rocket is already out of the playoffs, but for Elements then, they're obviously
still going to suck for Rocket.
Still going to suck for Rocket, that's for sure. But Giants must-win game. If they lose, I think MYM can take down Rocket later on in the day. So if Giants lose the first one, it's out of their hands. And then if Rocket manages to lose to MYM, that's it. Giants are out of the LCS, MYM in their promotion tournament, obviously. So, very important matchups. Last one doesn't really add too much unless the Unicorns want to try and catch up the Gambit here, but they obviously play early in the day and can also decide if they want to get that first.
Yeah. In any case, a lot of interesting matchups, and it all begins tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That is 10 a.m. Pacific. And that's all we have today from Berlin. On behalf of myself, our guest analyst Stress, and congratulations, by the way, and the European LCS team, thank you so much for tuning in. And with the potential for tiebreakers high, it could be a long one tomorrow, so rest up, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for the exciting conclusion of the spring split.
Rocket, they need to win. They need to beat the Copenhagen Wolves if they want a chance to make top 6.
Onto the ward, but Soren picks up Vander. Into the pit goes Airwalk. It's a double kill. Going over to Soren. They get picked up out here. He's down. It's been a hard-fought battle. The Wolves have done it.
I got move.
I'm really strong. Thank you. Thank.
Fnatic, they take the 2-0, and they are the #2 seed here in Europe. Let's see what the Rocket can do. Oh, hello. Oh, my God. Maybe they can't. Freddy's taken down. Oro actually living through this one, but not for long as a double kill. SK Gaming cement their #1 spot.
Soren, by the way, I couldn't find my toothbrush, so I used yours last night. Thank you.
I bought 2. So
yeah, I used your new one. I couldn't find the old one.
Come, Becky. Come. Nah.
And Airbox, thank you for letting me borrow your shaver.
That's not true. I go nyam.
Another turret goes down. They finally brought Wicked back. Peppy should be able to catch up this turret. I think it is. Kitty Kiter on the Nexus, though. They've got the Chris, oh my goodness, back in the bottom. They get their revenge, and Elements are still alive in the playoff race. Yeah, but it's still risky. Oh, there's the block. Power of Evil gets the Ignite down, but Betsy staying alive in Power. He throws the Zhonya's down, but that won't be enough. He gets a Feast down, but no, they still take him down. It's Diamond who's going to come up with that kill. 33.5 in. Gambit Gaming have done it.